Embrace your power.
Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not enough discipline. Need more time.
That was just a taste!
I am too low on discipline. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not enough discipline.
That was just a taste!
Not ready yet. I am too low on discipline. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
My name is It's good to see you. Hello.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
I need to go back.
Need more time. I've become stronger.
Don't be shy. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I'm overburdened.
Hello there. Well, isn't that nice?
That is too expensive.
Anything could happen.
I'm still healing.
Bleed, you filth!
Need more time.
Sweet revenge! Wait no longer!
Not ready yet. I'm still healing.
Sweet revenge!
Need more time.
Let us cleanse it from this land! Bleed, you filth!
I'm still healing. Need more time. my party, but my foes gain strength. Not ready yet. Not our hatred.
Darkness awaits you!
I'm still waiting. I need more hatred time that.
You haven't betrayed!
Not ready yet. An ally has joined my party, but my foes gain strength.
Bleed,
I'm
you
still
filth!
waiting. My hatred is too low, not ready yet.
Survive that!
Need more time. I'm still waiting. An ally has joined my party, but my foe gains strength. Need more time.
Bleed, you filth!
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
Your fear betrays you!
Only our hatred could do that. Need more time. Not ready yet.
Feel my wrath!
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
What brings you here alone?
Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I cannot rejoin my party until their business has concluded.
over 15 seconds. Again, long cooldown here, but the Zodiac will help us with this. Vengeance does nothing for us really. It's got Seethe, but we don't really need the Seethe rune. We're immortal, so there's no point picking Dark Heart. But it's 40% extra damage. Now, of course, because we've dumped the Dawn, we've got limited uptime on this. I think we could probably swap this out for Companion, and it probably wouldn't hurt the build particularly much. So we could do something like Bat Companion, and then Hatred would be even more through the roof, or we could do Wolf Companion for a bit more damage if we wanted to press the button. But ultimately, I've got it on Vengeance. I think it's fine. Attack advantage gives us another 60% move speed. So when we pop our smoke screen, we're just getting total amazing move speed of 160. That's why Zodiac is so nice, because we just go super fast every time we push this. Ambush, 40% damage to enemies above 75% health. This, with the Zayas, helps us flatten stuff one shot. If we don't one shot it, as long as we've taken 40% of its health away, Dead Man's Legacy kicks in, and it is even more damage. Got awareness on, cheat death, just because I don't like dying in zone 16, but by all means you can swap that. Again, you could do even more, and Vengeance. Factions would knock 10% of discipline, so that'd be good. That would allow you to almost never ever run out of discipline for the smoke screen. That could be good. So that is the keyboard. Important with the keys, you need a Canes on the follower. You need a Rogue because you want to get Gloves of Worship in the build as well for the follower. You want to do a Flavour of Time, you want to do Nemesis Braces, Broken Crown to collect your gems. If you're not that bothered about the Gloves of Worship because they are a little bit of luxury, just pop your Oculus on, pop your Canes gloves on, and that's fine. Homing pads also mean you can teleport back to town uninterrupted, which is very nice. In terms of follower skills, Cheat Death, going for the damage reduction, and we've got the static element increased to 8%. I still haven't finished her off for 25k main stats, so a little bit more juice in that. In terms of stats, we can get multi-shot damage on boots, we can get multi-shot damage on the helmet, and the crit chance is really nice. Multi-shots can go on the Deadman's. Area damage is okay. Cooldown wise, obviously more is better, but you don't need to stress it. We've got it obviously natively on the Zodiac, I haven't really either. Cooldown gem on the helm. For T16 we'll probably want the Dex gems, but I just haven't bothered converting those up for that. So that is Torment 16. Now the build is amazing for these super fast GRs, and I think once you get this juiced up with maybe some augments, maybe a paragon a little bit higher, that 90 that we showed at the start we crushed in 49 seconds. You'll be crushing 100, 105 once you get this fully decked out. So this is the build that I use for Echoing Nightmares. It's the build I use for the Greater Rifts, and we're just going to swap out a couple of things just to make it a little bit tankier, a little bit tougher. So we've put Dawn in because we're going to swap onto Dark Heart for 50% damage reduction. In those Echoing Nightmares and also in the Visions of Enmity, you will be taking quite a bit of damage, so it is better to have the Dark Heart 50% damage reduction. Again, you need to make sure your cooldown is about 37-38%, so I'm missing a little bit. So again, rolling up my gloves, my shoulders would get me there. I'm going to pop on the Guardian set because this will give us like almost like a double damage boost because it doubles the main stat. Get a lot of toughness with damage reduction in this as well. So that's a swap. Because I'm not that bothered about the cooldown and moving quite so fast as in Torment 16, I've gone for Stone of Jordan because it buffs up the elemental damage, buffs up the elite damage. Again, Echoing Nightmares, Visions, lots of elites, nice to put them down very, very fast. And it also has got this max discipline roll on the secondary, which again, of course, just leads us into more damage. I've still left on the last moon so I can get about the map quite quickly in terms of looking for the visions to spawn. But again, conventional elements could be absolutely fine. Now, in terms of focus and restraints, I just don't bother because I'm looking to these 90s or 100s without worrying about activating skills. So again, it's very, very brainless. We're going in, we're hitting multi-shot, we're just holding buttons down, and that's it. So don't get me wrong, this is not the strongest way to play UE. You really need to get focus and restraint in rather than these two runes. I appreciate it's a lot more damage. I've just designed this to be basically very easy to play, completely switch your brain on. Now, we've popped in the Bane of the Powerful and the Bane of the Trapped. For Echoing Nightmares, you still definitely need to do the Zais, I think, because I can't remember if you can't. I think you can slow an Echoing Nightmares, but you can't hard crowd control in it. But choice of legendary gems doesn't matter. Powerful Zais. I like powerful for the visions because you can sometimes just jump in and you've automatically got elites, so you can get this activated real quick. And the extra elite damage I think is kind of useful, but it doesn't matter. As long as you've got Tager and you pick I don't know, 2 gems. You can still leave Green with Hungering, guys, if you really want gold. But again, for visions, for GRs. For GRs, obviously not, but visions, you absolutely can. Now, at some point, the hundreds might get so easy that again we can put the Zodiac back in the Greater Rift build. There is also the opportunity to take Hex Infancies like Yan, which I have built to run well with as well because they give extra damage and extra resource, so that's kind of nice. You can try Ace and Archer's Gauge to get a shield, which just means that you've always kind of got your squirts up because you kill an elite super fast. 10-second shield, find the next elite, crush it, like that. Ultimately, guys, for 8-9 Paragon for no augments, for this being, not finished gear, I think that's pretty good, and I'm quite happy with it. I'm going to build out the Impale Doom Hunter, try and get that north of 120 for solo speeds, which I think should be possible. Then I'm going to move on to Crusader. This is a lot of fun. It's just really, really nice to see the map wipe, which is really good. And I did promise we would look at the Holy Point shot. Guys, unfortunately it was a big rip, so we got the wrong element. I wanted cold, not lightning. Lightning's not the end of the world. You can use the Ricochet rune, so that is okay. Dex and attack speed we're stuck with, but then the other 2 rolls are not good because life regen and hatred regeneration are not useful, so I would have preferred crit chance, impale damage, something like that, area damage maybe. But yeah, I'm probably going to feed this to the altar because even though it's got the perfect roll on the bottom, I just think there's too much to be changed for this. But hey, it is what it is. You can't win all the time. I hope you get better luck than I do. Right, that's been the build guide. Goblin Blaster 9000, Yui multi-shot, completely crushes stuff. You will be able to set up all your other characters with this build, and it is very, very fun to play. I've been Filthy Casual. Take it easy, guys. Peace.
Ready yet. I cannot rejoin my party until their business has concluded. I'm still waiting.
What does one say to an ancient Nephilim ghost?
I suppose you start
I
with
cannot rejoin my party until their business has
Hello, my
concluded.
friend. Stay a while and listen.
What's going on YouTube? It's Filthy and we're back with another Diablo 3 Season 34 video. This is probably the fastest build in Season 34. Crusader I think would give it a run for its money, Light would give it a run for its money. But the GR90 in the background with about 800 Paragon, no augments, not optimized gear, will probably be finished by the time we're done with this introduction. It is absolutely amazing for farming Greater Rift keys. It will crush Echoing Nightmares, get all your augments for your builds. It's fantastic for invasions. The only thing I would say it's not amazing at is Paragon farming. We're going to use Shadow Impale and Demon Hunter for that, or Fist of Heaven's Crusader, probably to grind out our Paragons. But for powering up a character and getting as many blood shards as possible as quickly as we can, as many Echoing Nightmare keys as quickly as we can, getting the primals and unlocking the altar to its maximum potential, this, I think, is going to be one of the best builds in the entire game for it. We found a primal whilst we were doing the key farming. Pause the video, guys. Let me know this lovely looking Impale Quiver, Holy Point shot. Did Filthy get lucky and get god tier rolls? Or did we get trash? I'll show you at the end of the video. As always, guys, a thumbs up brightens my day. Right, now, so this is a guide on UE. Hallowed Essence multi-shot Demon Hunter. This build I think was dubbed the Goblin Blaster 9000 by Rax back in season 27. Importantly, we've had a couple of changes since then. So the major one is that the UE set, I think at the time, did like 350% extra damage for every point of discipline you have, and now it does 1700, so that's like over 4 times better. We've also got the Altar of Rights, which just makes general utility and playing builds much better, and it also gives probably about 2 or 3 tiers. So this build was brilliant in season 27. It is now absolutely godly. So the whole way that UE works, the only thing we really need to worry about is basically equipping multi-shot items, and as per the 6-piece, we need our discipline to be high for damage. That is the discipline in the orb, not the max discipline, but how much that we have. Of course, crucial to how this build works is getting a sanctified item with the power that reads, Strafe now casts the last non-channeled hatred spending ability. So all we have to do is press multi-shot once at the start of the rift, and then after that Strafe will automatically fire it out. And I should say we're looking at the key farming version at the moment, and I'll show you the swaps for the Echoing Nightmare and the Greater Rift version. Only other modifier that we need for multi-shot is a Dead Man's Legacy. Hits enemies below 60% health twice and has its damage increased up to 200%. The modifier on here you definitely want up at past 185 if you can, because max discipline equals more damage. That is probably quite an important role in the secondary. Mine's crap because I've only got 9 instead of 12. I've got crit chance, I've not got any multi-shot damage, I've not got any area damage, but yeah, it is what it is. Now that's it for the damage. We are taking a squirt, so when we have a shield up we get double damage. The Altar of Rights provides a shield whenever we pick up a health orb, and that will give us enough shield to keep this up and keep it worthwhile. We've got a Mantle of Channeling for extra damage whilst we are spinning and winning, which is great. And then aside from that we've got legendary gems, Taeguk, which is just more damage, and I've gone for Zeiss because the theory is that we're going to be one-shotting everything before we get there. So this Zeiss is obviously only rank 36, that's pretty low. My Taeguk is 110, which is obviously higher, but those two things would balance out. They're both 70. This would be, of course, working exactly the same. Now, the rest of the stuff is basically about how do we get around the map as quickly as humanly possible. And how do we not run out of resource, because I hate playing builds that run out of resource. So if you're doing the Shadow Impale and you're killing stuff too quickly, you're going to run out of resource. Sometimes Gears of Dreadlands, if you run out of enemies to hit, you can run out of resource. The way we've got this build set up is that we can go long stretches without seeing anything and our resources won't move. This is particularly impressive because we're taking the Echoing Fury in the cube. Normally we take the Dawn for the Vengeance cooldown reduction, but for the Torment 16 keyframe build, the Echoing Fury, as we kill stuff, we get up to 75% attack speed, which is brilliant, so we fire out multi-shots super fast. We also get 25% move speed. We're getting move speed off our Boom Hoarder, which is also doubling through as our toughness, because Gold Red Belt will allow us to get infinite toughness. We just need average bomb and follower. The arm guards are going to allow us a move speed boost when we wreck something. We've also got the Larceny Ring. Chance on fear to hit, you want this to be as high as possible. We hit a lot, so it does proc quite a lot. Again, mine's rubbish because not only are the main stats on this terrible, the secondary legendary power of move speed increased 48%. I would much rather level 60, so I'm on the lookout for a better one of these. But the idea is we hit, we fear, we move faster, we destroy items, we hit them, we move faster. We've got loads of speed from the Boom Hoarder. Now, in terms of the skills, again, buffing. Hang on, let's finish the gear first, sorry. We've also got the Rogue to make up the bonus because we've got the Mantle of Challenge. Not necessary, you can easily do UE shoulders here and no Rogue, so if you're just setting this up and you haven't done your bounties yet, no problem. Pride's Fall is really useful because we get this like 30% damage reduction whilst we're not taking damage. Because of the shield, this will be up pretty much all the time, 30% damage reduction. And we'll put that on top of the natural resource cost reduction roll on the Yangs of 45%. I've already gone up to 55. We've just got tons of resource and it is absolutely fantastic. I've got some resource cost reduction on my Zodiac, I've got some on my Quiver. I think they're the only places that I've got it. I'm probably overkilling the resource, but I just really don't like running out, so that's kind of the way it is. Now, also helping us move faster is Shadow Power, Shadow Glide, 30% move speed when it's active. Smoke screen displacement is brilliant, 100% move speed. It only lasts a second, which is a slight problem, but because we've got the Zodiac ring, whenever we hit, we take a second off the skill cooldown. This pretty much means we've got infinite smoke screen, so 100% move speed, pop it, pop it, pop it. All we're doing, all I'm doing to the rift is holding down strafe, I've got smoke screen on my other mouse button, and just pop that. That's it. We've of course got the fire rune on multi-shot. Arsenal seems to be the one that does the most damage. Ballistic's passive fires out rockets for us, which is nice. Strafe, drifting shadow, 100% move speed because we don't like slowing down. Focus mines just means that I've constantly got this source of discipline. 45 over 15 seconds. Again, long cooldown here, but the Zodiac will help us with this. Vengeance does nothing for us really. It's got Seethe, we really need the Seethe rune. We're immortal, so there's no point picking Dark Heart. But it's 40% extra damage. Now, of course, because we've dumped the Dawn, we've got limited uptime on this. I think we could probably swap this out for Companion, and it probably won't hurt the build particularly much. So we could do something like Bat Companion, and then Hatred would be even more through the roof, or we could Wolf Companion for a bit more damage if we wanted to press the button, but ultimately, I've got the Vengeance, I think it's fine. Attack advantage gives us another 60% move speed, so we will pop our smoke screen, which is getting total amazing move speed of 160. That's why the Zodiac is so nice, because we just go super fast every time we push this. Ambush, 40% damage to enemies above 75% health. This, with the eyes, helps us flatten stuff with one shot. We don't one-shot it, as long as we've taken 40% of its health away, Deadman's Legacy kicks in, and it is even more damage. Got awareness on, cheat death, just because I don't like dying in Torment 16, but by all means you could swap it out. Again, you could do even more Hatred for Blood Vengeance. Perfectionist would knock 10% off your discipline, so that would be good. That would allow you to almost never, ever run out of discipline or the smoke screen. That could be good. That is the key build. Importantly for keys, you need a Canes on the follower. You need a Rogue because you want to get Gloves of Worship in the build as well for the follower. You want to do a Flavour of Time, you want to do Nemesis Braces, Broken Crown to collect your gems. If you're not that bothered about the Gloves of Worship because they are a little bit of luxury, just pop your Oculus on, pop your Canes Gloves on, and that's fine. Opponent pads also mean you can teleport back to town, which is really nice in terms of follow skills. Cheat Death, I've gone for the damage reduction, and I've got the static element increase 8%. I still haven't finished her off at 25k main stats, so a little bit more juice out of that. In terms of stats, we can get multi-shot damage on the boots, we can get multi-shot damage on the helmets, and the crit chance is really nice. Multi-shots can go on the Deadmans. Area damage is okay. Cooldown wise, obviously more is better, but you don't need to stress it. We've got it obviously natively in the Zodiac, shoulders, elbow, these items will either cooldown gem and helm. For T16 we probably want the Dex gems, but I just haven't bothered converting those up for that. So that is Torment 16. Now the build is amazing for these super fast GRs, and I think once you get this juiced up with maybe some augments, maybe a paragon a little bit higher, that 90 that we showed at the start will be crushed in 49 seconds. You'll be crushing 100, 105 once you get this fully decked out. So this is the build that I use for Echo Nightmares, it's the build I use for the Greater Rifts, and we're just going to swap out a couple of things just to make it a little bit tankier and a little bit tougher. So we'll put Dawn in, because we're going to swap onto Dark Heart for 50% damage reduction. In those Echo Nightmares, and also in the Visions of Enmity, you will be taking quite a bit of damage, so it is better to have the Dark Heart 50% damage reduction. Again, you need to make sure your cooldown is about 37-38%, so I'm missing a little bit. So again, rolling up my gloves, my shoulders would get me there. We're going to plop on the Guardian set, because this will give us like almost like a double damage boost, because it doubles our main stat. We get a lot of toughness with damage reduction in this as well. So that's a swap, because we're not that bothered about the cooldown, we're moving quite quite so fast as in the tournament 16. I've gone for State of Jordan because it buffs up the elemental damage, buffs up the elite damage, again, Echo Nightmares, Visions, lots of elites, nice to put them really, really fast. And it also has got this max discipline roll on the secondary, which again, of course, just leads us into normal damage. I've still left on the last neurons so I can get about the map quite quickly in terms of looking for the visions to spawn. Again, conventional units could be absolutely fine here. Now, in terms of focus and restraints, I just don't bother because I'm looking to use 90s or 100s without worrying about activating skills, so again, it's very, very brainless. We're going in, we're hitting multi-shot, I'm just holding buttons down, and that's it. So don't get me wrong, this is not the strongest way to play UE. You would want to get focus and restraint in rather than these two rings. I appreciate it's a lot more damage. I've just designed this to be basically very easy to play, completely switch your brain. Now, we've popped in the Bane of the Powerful and the Bane of the Trapped, and the Echoing Nightmares, you still definitely want to do the Zais, I think, because I'm not sure. Can't remember if you can't. I think you can slow an Echoing Nightmares, but you can't hard crowd control in it. But choice of legendary gems doesn't matter. Powerful Zais. I like powerful for the visions because you can sometimes just jump in and you've automatically got elites, so you can get this activated pretty quick. And the extra elite damage I think is kind of useful, but it doesn't matter as long as you got Taeguk and then you pick either one of the other two gems. You can still leave Boon of the Horde in, guys, if you really want the gold. But again, for visions, for GRs obviously not, but for visions, you absolutely can do. Now, at some point, the hundreds might get so easy that again we can put the Zodiac back in the Greater Rift build. There is also the opportunity to take Hex Implanters like Yan, which I have been toying about with as well because they give extra damage and extra resource, so that's kind of nice. You can try Ace Archer's Gauge to get a shield, which just means that you can always come back explosive because you can kill an elite super fast, 10-second shield, find the next elite, crush it, rinse repeat like that. Ultimately, guys, for 900 Paragon, for no augments, for this being, you know, not finished gear, I think that's pretty good, and I'm quite happy with it. I'm going to build out the Impaled Demon Hunter, try and get that north of 120 for solo speeds, which I think should be possible. Then I'm going to move on to Crusader. But this is a lot of fun. It's just really, really nice to see the map, like, which is really good. And I did promise we would look at the Holy Point shot. Guys, unfortunately, it was a big rip. So we got the wrong element. I wanted cold, not lightning. Lightning's not the end of the world. You can use the Ricochet rune, so that is okay. Dex and Tax Boon we're stuck with, but then the other two rolls are not good because Life Regen and Hatred Regeneration are not useful, so I would avoid a chance of battle damage, something like that, area damage maybe. But yeah, I'm probably going to feed this to the altar because even though it's got the perfect roll on the bottom, I just think there's too much to be changed for this. But hey ho, it is what it is. We can't win all the time. I hope you get better luck than I do. Right, that's been the build guide. Goblin Blaster 9000, really multi-shot, completely crush your stuff. You'll be able to set up all your other characters with this build, and it is very, very fun to play. I've been Filthy Casual. Take it easy, guys. Peace.
Time.
Well.
Not ready yet. An ally has left my party, but my foes are weaker. Need more time.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to another edition of WST Sunday Live. My name is Connor Radchak. Today, of course, I'm joined by Jacob Stoller from Sportsnet.ca. Bliss Hood, who usually joins us, unable to make it, but Jacob and I are going to hold it down. And we might have the game of the year to talk about today. This is going to be a super fun show. Last night, the Jets picking up a 5-4 overtime win over the Washington Capitals. I'm not going to start quite yet because there are so many places we could start with this game. And we're going to talk about the craziness in the NHL over the past couple of days as well later on. So we've got a big show today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us super early here on a Sunday morning. Jacob, how are you doing this morning?
Pretty good. That was definitely the game of the year. I liked. I think there hasn't been enough like entertainment value wins in the sense of like games where if we weren't tuned in with the Jets, we'd be like that was an unreal game. This was probably the best game of the night across the entire NHL last year. There's been a couple others, but those are the best. Hockey Night in Canada cannot get better.
Hockey Night in Canada, top two teams in the league, kicking off February. Like, I wrote it in my Illegal Curve takeaways piece. Like, the game had all this hype and it delivered. Not often does it actually deliver.
That's what I mean. Like, it was like this whole like the best in the East versus the best in the West. Like, what's gonna happen? I'm
probably going
I don't know.
A 3-1 with an
3-1,
like,
empty netter from like Kupari, and then just a couple. I don't know, like a Shifley power play goal, and that's it.
Exactly.
But no, that was awesome. The Caps are kind of gross.
They are. Like, okay, the first period, and we'll discuss it, but the first period, the Caps coming off of like a long road trip, first game back, they looked really slow. Jets took advantage, and then the Jets capitalized. But the game of the year thing. I had someone in my Twitter mentions after I said game of the year that it wasn't the Jets game of the year and like their best game of the year. And I agree. Like there was flaws in the Jets game, but from a pure entertainment perspective, this was the most entertaining game of the year. If it was the Jets game of the year, they would have won 9-0, right? Like they would have just pumped the Caps. But let's maybe start with that first period, and then we'll go on as the game goes on. Jacob,
I'm down. Can I just sidebar one thing? Has anyone else felt absolutely horrified seeing Alexei Protas? This guy could be a linebacker in the NFL. Have you seen his headshot? He got a penalty at one point, and I was sitting there looking, and I'm like, that guy skates that fast? I'm like, that guy is huge.
He's massive.
Like, the Caps are a pretty big team too, but this guy, like, I don't know what they're feeding him. He is a horse.
Yes.
Sorry, that just came to my mind.
No, I 100% agree. And the Caps as a team are like this big, fast skating team that like hits everything. Their forecheck was incredible. Like their forecheck directly led to I think 2 or 3 of their goals.
Yeah.
And it could have been a lot more if not for Connor Hellebuck. And that's like the Caps also couldn't stop the Jets' second line and the top line for certain shifts. And Josh Morrissey had a great game. So, like, there was a good back and forth there. But the first period, Jacob, I mean, the Jets come out to a 2-0 lead. I tweeted out, I think the scoring chances were like 13-4. The high danger chances were 9-1 for the Jets after the first period. And slow starts have been a problem as of late. But what did you see from the first 20 minutes? Because that was maybe the Jets' best first period against their best opponent all season long.
Yeah, they took control the first, like, 20 minutes. Sorry, I don't know why I got specific. The first period, as we're discussing. Yeah, they took over. Like, the Perfetti, Domestikov, Ehlers line was amazing. I wrote about that. The thing, yeah, I also think that I do owe it to say, like, I was pretty critical of the second line, and yeah, they played well the last 5 games.
Yeah,
still think that they need a second line center upgrade, but the most encouraging part of that first period to me was that you're seeing Perfetti and Ehlers actually build some chemistry.
Yeah,
like, my biggest issue with second line wasn't so much even the size. It wasn't even so much Mesnikov. It was like these two players the Jets want to have in this role don't work together. Yeah. And I think it correlates to the fact that Perfetti is, since he decided to be a prick, is playing, he's a much more involved hockey player in these games, right? So, and I think that Ehlers is a player he's learned to figure out to play with. So that was my biggest takeaway. Like, that duo, it's working. And Perfetti himself, too, got another power play goal on that period. And, you know, he's on pace for nearly 50 points, which is hard to believe given how parts of the first half of the season went. But, yeah, that was my biggest part of the first.
I think so, too. And we did say Perfetti trending up last week, which was a great pick because Cole Perfetti had a heck of a week. And I think he's 7 points in his last 5 games now. And it's not just the points. We said this last week, too. He's in on the forecheck. The Dylan Sandberg goal. That second line is cycling the puck on the forecheck for like a good 20 seconds, just tiring out the Capitals defense. And then Perfetti jumps out from a board battle, hits Sandberg right on the tape. Well, after Nemestikov had a glorious chance and just missed. Then Perfetti gets it, jumps out, passes it to Dylan Sandberg, who snipes it. And Dylan Sandberg as well was one of the biggest things of last night's game that I want to talk about, but we'll talk about it later on.
One thing too, Connor, but that play you isolated is exactly what's been the difference. Like, now that Perfetti, we all debate about, is Perfetti good on board battles, is he not? We were all getting very technical. My point is this: when he's on the boards along the wall, he wasn't able to take it, pivot, make a quick play after battle. Last time the Sandberg goal was one of the instances, but part of the reason him and Ehlers are working very well together is I'm finding that Perfetti is able to curl up, take a look, and dart that pass over to Ehlers. Whereas if he's a couple seconds late and Ehlers is so fast, you're missing each other, right? You're going different directions. So that's what I was thinking is a big contributor to those two.
Yeah, and I could not agree more. And Scott O'Neill last night was asked about the top line ability. And he stops Ken and goes, first, I want to mention Vladdy's line. Vladdy's line is outstanding. And then Ken on the next question asks about Cole Perfetti. So here's Scott O'Neill after the game, was asked about the top line, singles out the second line, and then talks about Cole Perfetti, all with Ken Weeb on the road there.
Yeah, before I get there, I thought Vladdy's line was outstanding. I thought that him, Fetz, and Fly did a great job. But you're right. You remember how we were going to get 2 in a game, and defensive stop. They play like they did before. That's what we needed to play. Last year, we got
Scott O'Neill, asks about the Mark Scheifele pass on the winner and the top line of their play, and takes it, talks about Vladislav and Nestor, and Perfetti, and then Perfetti as well. The puck balance is the biggest thing that he said. Just real quick on that overtime winner. I mean, Josh Morrissey, his little, he got the Hockey Night Canada towel with Sean Reynolds, who very well. And in that interview after the game, he said, I think that he thought that it wasn't one of my best celebrations. I don't know, a lot of Jets fans loved
celebration.
I know. A lot of Jets fans loved it, at least online that I saw. But just real quick on the OT winner, I mean, crazy nice play from Morrissey, Scheifele, and then Morrissey with the Selly. And honestly, stamped a pretty good game for Morrissey. 8 goals and 4th and 5th goal.
Yeah, it was, I mean, honestly, I was surprised that he started messing up to start overtime. But it ended up working out well. They got that second wave into Morrissey, Scheifele puck there. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting because in the morning of someone on the road, a reporter, asked Arniel a question about, I don't know if he worded it as like having Connor Hellebuyck to bail you up, but the way he said it was like how great is to have someone that's reliable like Connor Hellebuyck, whatever. Yeah. And Arniel he was like, this that would be a disservice to our team. So like however he worded it, Arniel took it in a way that, you know, he said you'd be a little unfair to the rest of our team. I mean, we won hockey games in a lot of ways. It's a perception, I think, because we have a Vezina goalie. That's the only thing that happens. That's not true. And I thought that game Jets aren't just this 2-1 team that lost to the Los Angeles Kings. That style. They're the best offense in the league. Like, I mean, yeah, what are we kidding here? They are a high-octane offensive team. They do have a great goalie, the best in the world right now, but also they don't give up a lot of shots. Yeah. So I think we put it all together in that game, and the overtime was really back. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would have taken the capital came back, all the way back in, home building, left the crowd. Jets found. So yeah, I don't think this team is one-dimensional at all. Yeah, that wasn't the question, but those are my thoughts. That I agree with you. And how many times have we heard Scott O'Neill get asked in the post game something along those lines of Connor Hellebuyck, and he obviously gives Connor Hellebuyck his praise, but I think tonight was the right night to say that, to say like, hey, we kind of like Connor Hellebuyck, best goalie in the world, should run away with the Vezina, should get hard votes, all those things. Should win the Hart. Okay, sure. Also had an off night last night. Like, let's just call it how it is. Like that Ovechkin goal, Ovechkin's a very talented player. Hellebuyck can see it. It's from the blue line on the screen on the tip. Like that's a save that we've seen him make millions of times with no issue. So Connor Hellebuyck, maybe a bit of an off night, which is fine, and the Jets still can't roll a 5-4 win. When we say off night, like goalies have off night. Yes. Like it's different than a player for sure. Yeah. Like, he had made 1 or 2 mistakes. Yeah. I'm not here to say like Connor Hellebuyck hater trending down. Yeah, like regular NHL goalie. He wasn't like the best. He didn't steal this one, right? This wasn't all Hellebuyck. The Jets played really well in front of him. So that was interesting. I did mention that the one thing I wanted to mention was Dylan Sandberg. And Jacob, I know you had a piece, I believe it was last week, on Dylan Sandberg and how the Jets should look to lock him up long term. Here's how the Jets and Dylan Sandberg played 21 minutes and 18 seconds of even strength time on ice last night against Washington, on the road, can't control the matchups, best team. Sandberg had the goal, but on the ice at even strength, the Jets were 2-0. Shot attempts were 27 to 11. Shots were 14-7, scoring chances 13-3 in the Jets' favor, and the expected goals percentage 82.3%. The Jets are also now 26-6-1 this year. I mean, like, I don't think any one of the starters, when Brendan Dillon and Dylan Sandberg have themselves to step into a top role, I don't think anyone could have predicted that it would go this well. Like, he is playing out of his mind. He's incredible. I thought he would be able to have the rule and do good, I don't think anyone can. Yeah, I know. Like, there's okay. Actually, rephrase that. I think that people in the Jets dressing room were very firm believers that the defensive game was complete. I think that everyone knew that the next step was a moving and offensive element. I think people hoped for steps this year. I don't think anyone saw this. Yeah. Like this is great. Have you seen this guy's Jay Fresh card?
Yes.
Pretty blue.
Pretty blue.
Pretty blue.
Looking like a top pair defenseman. Alright, I got it. Dude.
If he was, I know, I'm kidding. I'm looking for everybody to this too. If he was on a different team, he'd be a top pair. Not number one, but top pair.
Yes.
So that makes the contract question interesting.
It does. So without getting into the fact that the cap is rising, we're strictly Dylan Sanders. Like, what did you write in the piece as to why the Jets should look to why they shouldn't be scared to do so?
Right. Yeah. No. So what I was saying there is that not only is he a guy that wants to be in Winnipeg, that much is very clear. We talked to him, and he's very vocal about that. But the long-term deal doesn't scare me, or I don't think scares the Jets. Because yeah, he's 26, but this is a guy that his development, like he played for in college, had a couple injuries at some point early in his pro career, but he's an NHL regular at around 24, 25. Third pairing guy. Opportunity comes up, try it all together. But I think we all agree, Dylan Sandberg's best until he has to come. Like, I don't think this is like this is the guy trending upward. I think that's reason to bank on him. And if you sign up to 8 years, you're signing until he's 35. Like, I see Sandberg as a, keep in mind stylistic here, but like Ryan McDonough, how he's been able to be a very durable defenseman later in his 30s. Listen, like, you gotta sign players to long-term deals. There's always the risk in years 6, 7, and 8. Happens everywhere. Yeah, same risk with Stripes and Hellback, right? But you can't. The purpose is to keep the AAV lower and have it for longer years. Don't know how to keep the AAV quote unquote lower given the climate we're used to with the cap, I think. But I think that like lock him up. Like they, even if he on the open market, so to say, even though he's an RFA, maybe could command close to Morrissey money. Just I don't like. I think
6.25 per season is Morrissey, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying on the open market, maybe someone can overpay. Yeah, I agree because there are these teams now that are just gonna spend like crazy. Like right. I don't know if you but he's not like, another free agent, so it doesn't even really matter.
He's an RFA, yeah. So I will say before these cap projections came out, I was always in the camp that maybe if it was an 8-year deal for Sandberg, it would look in that maybe 5.5 range. Now with the cap apparently going up, what is it, like 15 million in the next 3 years or even more, getting to 113 million in 2026, 27. I could see that too. I could see it being 6.5 even. But yeah,
here's the question though. Yeah, but if he's set on getting that money, like you have to consider doing that. I don't think
yes, but someone in chat said it, but like they can't afford to not. Yeah, they can't afford to not pay. Like, what's the alternative to trade a 26-year-old top 4 defenseman who's playing like a top pair guy?
Not even trade, but like I think that the problem they run into is if these arbitrators so bridge him and punt this down the road, it's like okay, well it's only get worse. Like, what do you? Right. Sure. Like, listen, I think 5.5 times 8. Is anyone complaining about that? Like, no,
they shouldn't. Like, Dylan Sandberg, I brought it up on the show on WST this week, but one of the things I said was his player market value for the Athletic, somewhere in like the 5.9, 6 million. And if you believe what Jacob said earlier, about how the best is yet to come for Dylan Sandberg, 5.5, 6 million should not be a problem. And the cap climate 3 years from now, that'll be, the equivalent of even less of today's cap because of how much the cap is inflating. So, yeah, it was it was a really strong night from Dylan Sandberg, and Neil Pionk deserves credit as well. Not taking anything away from him because
Not ready
that
yet.
like Neil Pionk didn't look as good without Dylan Sandberg on his side, but you still have to give him credit because when that brings them together, they shredded it.
You won't survive that.
Do you think that we see an extension mid-year?
I need more hatred.
I just can't see it.
He's far as agent.
Yeah. I don't know.
Friedman said it's not like Eastport, that's not an issue to be unhappy. He's against everybody's happy. So my mind goes to why would you think like something must have been happening, and I could be so off base here. I'm really speculating putting pieces together, but it makes me wonder if we could see an extension and perhaps it's correlated with how talks were going, or not even how talks were going, but how we were gearing up to things. I don't know.
Yeah, that is interesting. I've never considered that. I always feel like once the season starts, at least in Winnipeg, I've just never even like considered the fact that they could sign Gabe Velarde right now if they wanted to a long-term deal or bridge him for the next 2 years right now. I don't know. I know it's possible, and I know other teams do it, and we've seen it. But like Logan Thompson, goaltender for the Washington Capitals, just got extended like 2 weeks ago for the next 6 years in the middle of the season. He's playing like that's a runner-up candidate. But yeah, it's going to be interesting because there's so much going on with the Jets this offseason. We got Healers up, we got Braun, I follow, Appleton, those are UFAs, RFPs, we got Sandberg, we got Velarde, we got Barron, I believe. So there's a lot of money to go around with the Winnipeg Jets because all of those players that I just mentioned are having great years. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Back to last night's game. You quickly talked about the second line. I want to talk about the top line as well because they kind of struggled. But just real quick on the second line. I brought up the stats for Sanders. I'm going to bring it up for the second line. They played just over 11 minutes at 5-on-5. Scoring chances with them on the ice were 10-3. The expected goals 81%. The high danger chances 5-0. Like this is a line, Jacob, that we talked about a lot at the start of the year that didn't have chemistry. Ehlers and Perfetti didn't have chemistry. I always stood by that. Has that changed for you? Do you still need to see more? Or is this recent stretch of like the last 3 or 4 games of them being genuinely really good? Well, I think that maybe they do have chemistry.
Not ready yet.
Okay, well, Ehlers and Perfetti are developing chemistry.
Okay.
So I don't know what that means, though. I'm not about to crown that my thoughts of a 40-game sample size are completely out the window.
For sure.
You can't ignore that. That said, you also can't ignore progress, right? So if they are improving here and they are doing this, you know, I don't want to discount that. I gotta say though, like Vladdy's clearly the weaker link here, and I hate picking on the guy, but I'm just it's not personal. But no, obviously none of this. But I meant like it's always like even if it's a good game, in my head the point still stands. Okay, but he's on a second line center here. But here's the other element to it too. That's really tricky.
Still waiting.
The Jets may have no choice but to keep Vlad there. Yanni Gord's injured.
Yes.
Brock Nelson probably, maybe, kind of
time.
isn't going to get traded because the Islanders are on a heater right now, and Lou wasn't going to sell early to begin with.
Right.
Mikhail Granlund got shipped to Dallas.
I'm still waiting.
Who's left?
JT Miller got traded to the Rangers.
Who's left?
Yeah, the center market is running dry. He's gonna have to pull out a Stastny, just like someone way off the board.
I've looked like guys with no trade protection or limited trade protection in the last 2 years. Who's left? There's not so.
Ryan O'Reilly. Yes, good call, AJ. Ryan O'Reilly. Although he's being treated as if he has a no move.
And he said he doesn't want to leave.
He doesn't want to leave.
This is hard. This is a really hard concept. Dylan Cousins from Buffalo. I mean, sure, that'd be great.
That's a guy with term.
Don't know how they could finagle that, to be honest.
Need more time.
Yeah.
Depends where Buffalo's at. I don't know what they're
for sure.
Like if they're just trying to offload him or they want equal value. But
not ready
let's paint this into this. There's really limited options. So when you ask me about the line, do I need to see more? If there's a world where there's not an upgrade between Perfetti and Ehlers, and Vladdy, that's concerning to me, because they're just it seems like a gaping hole there. I think that Perfetti and Elo's chemistry is encouraging, and I'll put it at that. But they're like Mestikov missed 2 prime chances yesterday. The cross crease pass from Perfetti when he was hooked, wide open net.
Yeah,
wide open.
Yep.
Need more time.
There was another sequence, maybe someone would remember, where he hit off the post or something, but it was a wide open net on his backhand.
He missed a wide open net right before Sandberg's goal, like literally 2 seconds before.
Yes, that
one.
That one.
Had a wide open net, missed it, and then Perfetti picks up the pass to Sandberg.
So look, I can be nitpicky here, and maybe I am, but the point I'm making is they need like a driver in between those two, and if they can't, I don't know.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are mentioning Adam Lowry's still injured, obviously, these last 6 games. We did see a little bit of a sample there with Healers and Lowry, and we even debated on the show, can he be the answer at 2C? But then we also had the caveat that if he's your 2C, then you're looking to upgrade the 3C, and you're still
I don't know who the hell's out there.
Right, because my perfect fit for that scenario was Yanni Gord. I thought Yanni Gord could be the 3C, bring him in as the 2C, maybe a little bit above his pay grade in terms of playing with offensive skill players. Not saying he can't, but it's just a little bit too much. A 3C kind of shut down, play with also skill, provide some offense role. I think he would thrive in. But now he's out for the next 5 to 7 weeks after undergoing sports hernia surgery, if I have that correct in my brain. But yeah, 5 to 7 weeks for Yanni Gord, so that's another option off the board that the Jets could have really used. And then yeah, Brock Nelson, who knows, whoever knows with the New York Islanders what they're gonna do. And yeah, it looks like the Vancouver Canucks situation is at least resolved for now with JT Miller moving out. They bought with the first round pick that they got. They went out and got Marcus Pettersson immediately, so it's gonna be really interesting to see what the Jets do at the deadline. And we got a lot of runway to go here before they do show up.
We don't though, because like 4 Nations is soon. Like,
true. And teams are making their move early. It's
creeping up. Like I don't know.
That is true.
If you're the Jets, don't you want to do something sooner?
Not ready yet.
Well, okay. If you have the cap space, so the Jets were gonna have roughly 11 million in deadline cap space. That's the amount of cap they can add on deadline day. If you add early, that number goes down. But also, if you add early, you're getting ahead of the market and getting the players that aren't going to get traded later, right? Like if you wait
that's
till the
biggest
last
concern.
Second, yes, if you wait to the very last second, yes, you can add 11 million instead of 6.5, but you also might not get the player. So there's kind of a give and take there. Where's your sense on that?
I'm still waiting.
It's interesting because as much as the price goes down too, but as you wait, you also see who's selling. If you remember the Paul Stastny deal, the reason it was so shocking is no one thought that Doug Armstrong was selling.
For sure.
And like he hadn't waved the white flag then, and then he made that. I remember he said he made the decision the last minute.
Not ready yet.
Or not the last minute. He said how it came up, the opportunity, realized that it was the best thing for the team, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
We could see that with certain teams here. Funny, like I remember, did the Jets have interest in Nick Schmaltz at some point? Do you remember that?
Last year, maybe?
Right.
Or was it 2 years ago?
I'm still waiting.
The Niederreiter year, maybe? Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Here's the tricky part. Utah, if we look at the standings, we'll say, oh, they'd sell. They're kind of trying to be competitive.
Yeah.
And that same problem is with Calgary. They're in the wild card spot right now. Maybe not Calgary, sorry. Like Detroit, or you go down the list of the Islanders.
Yeah.
In their mind, they're still competing. So there's a lot less to pick from. And even the ones that are at the basement, like Anaheim, they're not far selling. Yeah. We want their young guys to be competing in games. So we're seeing the sellers market be really interesting. So I think that waiting, you also find new shooters.
Yeah.
Right? Teams are staying the course, but if a first round pick's on the table, are we still staying the course or whatever it may be, right? So things change.
For sure.
That's probably the biggest advantage of the Jets. I don't think the price matters. I mean, obviously it does. Don't get me wrong. But I think the most important part is right now they're with the discount section. Like, there's nothing, no good produce.
And right now, I think you make a great point. Darth Skater was asking, saying that because of these two injuries, it's over for the Jets. No, I just think there will, like, I agree with Jacob, there will be more suitors later on. And Rick here asking Padre to get the Flames fade away. Elliot Friedman, in between intermissions last night, had a segment on whatever his Saturday headlines, I think it's called, where he said that Rasmus Anderson, Nazem Kadri, and Andy Weaver are all staying put in Calgary. They just made that trade for Joel Farabee and Cross. They're in a wild card spot. Wolf playing great. Fly. So I think Calgary isn't a team that's going to give up on those players. And I know Rasmus Anderson and Andy Weaver have been like dream additions for not only Jets fans but myself in terms of how the Jets' top four would shake out after that. But unfortunately, it's looking like Calgary's going to to their players. Jacob, before we move on and get into other big picture topics, I want to talk about the Ryan chat as well. I want to ask you about the entire 6-game winning streak. And maybe we'll start with Parker Ford, because Parker Ford has gotten in the past 2 games. We haven't spoken about him yet, but the Boston game, scores in his hometown, like just an incredible story. And the Jets end up winning that game 6-2. This entire 6-game winning streak coming without Adam Lowry, coming after the game where Scott O'Neill called their performance embarrassing against Utah. Start with Parker Ford and then maybe transition into what you've seen from this team over the last 6 games. At a time of the year, I should add, where they usually stumble into the All-Star break, but they're doing the complete opposite this year, winning 6 straight games without their captain.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, it's a hungry group, that's for sure. But Parker Ford, awesome story. I mean, you can't write it up better. Guys taking a nap in a suburban Chicago hotel, ready to go play the Wolves, wakes up from a phone call. You're going to the NHL. It's near his hometown, an hour and a half away. Yeah, Sammy was able to attend. You know, I think that it's really important for the Jets to see progress like Parker Ford. The reason being, we don't know what next year's going to look like. There's no shortage of UFAs, RFAs, and players coming off the books. So as much as you could say, oh, it doesn't have so much cap space, they can go sign someone. Most of the deals that teams make July 1 are players like Parker Ford, and those deals are usually the most instinctive, right? So having that as a possible trade, okay. I thought even the second game, Parker Ford played well. Get one, pass slot, he's over. Bad enough though, but other than that, I thought he was good. Would like to see Brad Lambert in the game soon. They have to see if they can do that or will do that. But yeah, I think that it's nice to see a bit of life with the Moose right now. I mean, it's been a rough year.
Well, last night was rough. Okay, so the Jets won 5-4. Like we talked about, game of the year, like super excited, super hyped. And then I get the notification on my phone. And I think his final score 6-0. So the Moose are having a tough go. I mean, since the calendar is a little bit better, not that much better. And right now, Lambert is Chibrikov's hurt. Like it's tough. But anyways, continue on. I stopped you before you started to talk about that the Jets are on.
Not ready
Was
yet.
there also a massive brawl in Moose game?
Yes, there was. Dave Minuk,
Dave
posted. Yeah.
Oh, God, so wild. The goalie's throwing haymakers.
Everyone got caught.
Retro.
Need more time.
Yeah, it was crazy.
This is murder.
If we could show it on YouTube without getting copyrighted by AIDS on TV, I think we would. Yeah, it's
murder, right? Oh my God! One guy just started punching the other guy. It's horrible.
Play by play. Yeah.
What was the question? What was the question? That is
a 6-game winning streak. I was trying to get
right.
Loose. Yeah.
You gotta get off of that. That's hard to keep away. Yeah, like I think that the interesting thing too is it's funny because back to what O'Neill said to that reporter, we're not just Connor Hellbuck and the background dancer. We're more than that. And I think that a team that loses Lowry, who in many nights you know, their heart and soul outside the net on skaters. That like the next man up mentality this stretch, and that's impressive. At least in their depth. No matter what rotating cast and fortifying characters they've had, they've won this game, right? Third line, Evo Kupari. I gotta pull the big game out of the park. I can't. This guy is too much, and then with what's happening, I can't.
Okay, I actually thought of you during the game because I that's my impersonation. I shocked. What is going on? Yeah, that was wild. I mean, that was the most Rasmus Kapari play ever. Like, looks incredible.
Dude, why are people in this market that are like,
I don't know.
Like, he's fast.
Very
but
fast.
that's like actually on the scale. He's fast, but he doesn't even need a stick. Kupari's more useful. Kupari is in on the vortex, whatever. And I'm being a bit crazy. But like Kupari, it's like, man, you've got a length and like shoot the puck.
Yeah, the Sportsnet broadcast played it off like the puck was going to get him to settle on that break. Like he had time to stop and settle it. Like there was time because his speed opened things up. Like he was flying through the neutral zone, picked up a pass right at the blue line, great play, great entry, and then
and to his credit, like as much as he's a frustrating player, he's been able to be serviceable enough to keep Appleton and Nino doing what they do best. I thought those two have been pretty good actually recently. I'm not the biggest Mason Appleton advocate per se. Like I'll be honest, I'd rather have a follow on that line and
I'm still waiting.
advocate for Baron, whatever. But I thought Appleton played pretty well recently. On the cycle down low. Who else has played pretty good recently?
You won't survive that.
Okay, pretty good. Or not
Bar
bad.
is so low.
Right. Yeah. Pretty good or not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. Okay. So like.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Not taking. Let's talk about Lucas. Let's dive into the conversation. He doesn't have the back-breaking turnovers right now. He's not burnt in transition. Just there. Just going about his minutes. Nothing chaotic is happening. When chaos is happening,
He's
not
finishing
good.
hits, which is nice.
Finishing some hits. All right.
We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
Well, I don't know what you think, but
I wish I could do that.
the one thing I will say about the 6-game road trip is, like, why is it that there's these games where Shifley's line can be so prolific in so many areas, but they spend so much time in the season? Why are there games like this every 3 games? Why do you think that?
I did want to talk about the top line, and this is something that I think I've started to realize and was a problem last year. We talked about it last year. I remember me and you talking about it. But the biggest problem for that line is they couldn't get out of the zone, and they would get like right into the blue line.
Yeah.
Try and make that one extra pass, and it would get turned over and it'd be right back. I've seen a lot of that on this road trip. This little 3-game road trip, and even the games before that where they were reunited and then started winning. The Boston game, they were incredible. On the power play, power 5, they were incredible against Boston earlier in the year. I think that was the best game as of late. But recently, I'm seeing way too many turnovers right in the blue line. I don't know if you agree. And I think that's resulted in them playing more defense than is needed.
For sure, yeah, no, the transition is a huge part of it. And I was trying to tee you up for that because I'm seeing what you're saying in a lot of ways. I don't know, but I guess what I'm trying to say is the root. Like, how is this happening? You know, like, what are they doing? Yeah, let's get to philosophical. My point I'm trying to make is there's some times where the way they're playing is very direct, quick pass out, and then they're moving, and they're going, then it's very direct. Whereas other times, whether it's not making a certain stop earlier in the shift and then they're caught out there later, I don't know. Like, I think we'd all agree that their in-zone defense, like, technically speaking, isn't amazing.
Yeah.
That said, Kyle Connor is really good at getting pucks. He doesn't have them. Larry's good on the wall, but like, as a whole,
Need more time.
there are these sequences where they keep getting hemmed in, and
Yeah.
I almost wonder if they're a bit passive earlier on, and then they go to be more aggressive. But they've been out there for so long, their juice is kind of taken out. That's what I always thought, but I don't know. There's something there, and you don't want it to be that way in a first-round series, because it'll be like the Colorado one, where there was sequences where that was happening all the time. Like,
For sure.
it was insane.
And then if they did it and McKinnon, Makar, Nichushkin were out on the ice, it was a goal. Like, it was a goal. It's just what happened, right? So I agree with you. Top line definitely having some ups and downs as they have all season long, but I think we can kind of point to where the down is coming from now with those turnovers right at the blue line. I have to agree with you. A lot of people,
Not ready yet.
we're running through the lineup here. We should just get right to it. People in chat are already calling for it. Let's get to trending up, trending down, Jacob.
Can you
this is a
recap who
segment-
we mentioned last week, please?
Yes, I will. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Don't worry. A segment where we outline who is trending up or down for the Winnipeg Jets over the past week of play. The rules are simple. Both
I'm
Jacob and I
still
will pick
waiting.
a player who's been trending up or down. We cannot repeat an answer that one of us says, and we also can't repeat an answer that was said last week. Last week, as Jacob was asking for, we picked Perfetti and Kupari for trending up, and Velarde and Connor for trending down. So those players are off the board entirely. All of you who have joined us here live on YouTube, hit the chat room. Let us know your picks for trending up, trending down. And while you're down there, please hit the like button. We'd really appreciate it. Lets YouTube know we are putting out some great content. And maybe it shows Winnipeg Sports Talk Sunday Live to a few extra people. So hit the like button. Drop your pick for trending up, trending down. Jacob, I'll let you go first for trending up. Vibes are high. 5-4 OT win. A lot of places to go with this one. Who's your pick?
An ally has left my
Sorry,
party,
it cut out my.
but
Do
my
you say
foes are
who
weaker.
we did last week?
Perfetti, Kupari, Velarde, Connor. Off the board.
Okay, got it. Trending up.
Up.
Um,
You got. There's a lot.
I don't want to pick a boring one. That's my only thing. Okay, actually, I will say,
Sure.
I will say trending up would be David Gustafson.
Nice. Yes.
David Gustafson is certainly trending up. Four-game point streak came to an end, but overall, since Adam Lowry was sidelined with injury, David Gustafson has been solid. The Gus bus is not out of gas. He is. This is the player that everyone thought he could be, and I mentioned this actually to. Or actually, sorry, I wrote about this. Not mentioned. I wrote about this. About how the idea of a fourth line center, sorry, second line center coming in.
Yeah.
There's this positive trickle down. Right? We talk all the time about that Vladdy's your 4C. But when you look at the 4C role, Gustafson is exactly what we want in that. Basic, simple, forecheck, reliable, like is able to cycle down low. That's what I think they need, and I just think that what Gustafson, and also the way he too. I love everything about Gustafson's game, and especially the consistent stretch and run. And I say this whenever I mention Gustafson, I always mention this, so that mentions all of them. There's no greater honor than the fact that Gustafson is one of the only non-first-round pick teenagers at Paul Maurice Club competition. So, give the kid a shot.
Yeah.
That guy hated a kid.
Yeah. And still played Gustafson. I have to agree there. Yeah, that play that he made, I just want to highlight one specific play on Kyle Connor's second goal where the clock is ticking down, the puck gets stuck in. I think Dan Robertson on TSN, who him and Kevin Sawyer have great calls both times. Is already transitioning to like the intermission. He's like, and the Jets are content with that second period. And then Gustafson just rips the puck away from Dooley, fires the puck to Kyle Connor, and it's a goal. And that was like the dagger, because with half a second left in the second period, the Jets went up 2, and the Jets are like the best team in the league when leading after 2 by a pretty wide margin as well. With the best team in the league by any points metric, I guess, if you want to go off that. But yeah, I have to agree with you there. David Gustafson for trending up. My pick for trending up, I mentioned it off the top. I brought up all the numbers to support it. Dylan Sandberg. I mean, I'm shocked at how impressed I am game by game, week by week, what Dylan Sandberg is doing. And if we could just go back to one of our training camp episodes where we talked about Dylan Sandberg, and it was like, what do we think? Like, he's a pending RFA, stepping up to the top 4. It's a big leap. I don't know. Like, it was very like, I don't know. He has absolutely knocked it out of the park, and it's games like last night where the Jets don't control the matchups. They're against the second best team in the NHL, the best team in the East, and Dylan Sandberg just dominates his minutes, like over 80% expected goals. Like the shot attempts from 27 to 11, even adds a goal. He has 4 goals on the year. Like, I don't know. Dylan Sandberg is a shutdown defensive defenseman, and he's adding in some offense, adding in some assists, controlling the shot share, expected goal share, scoring chances, everything. So Dylan Sandberg, have to give him my trending up because he's becoming one of my favorite players to watch, and he's not flashy at all, but he's becoming like better at being Dylan DeMello than Dylan DeMello is, if that tracks. Like, he's just killing so many plays, and it shows up in the metrics because of it. So my pick for trending up is going to be Dylan Sandberg. Jacob, your pick for trending down. A little bit tougher on a 6-game winning streak.
Dylan DeMello.
You stole my pick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Why Dylan DeMello?
For the record, I did not know that was your pick, but
no, yeah.
I'm not surprised that you were
another
thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Because, so there was 2 goals last night where he didn't steal his guy off net front and was kind of stationary. I'm finding that the issues of it's not necessarily like DeMello can kill plays and do things, but there's just more and more mistakes and breakdowns in coverage I'm finding, and guys burning by him, and just it seemed like he's under-equipped in his role, which we've said for quite a long time, and it's become a bit more apparent to me. I think that moving down to a third pairing role will probably be better for him, assuming he got an upgrade on the top pair. Keep Sandberg and Pionk together. I think get DeMello there. He can kill penalties. And then get a decrease in even strength ice time. That's kind of where I'm at on him.
Okay. I have to agree with you. I think last night against the Caps showed a lot of the weaknesses in Dylan DeMello's game. One of the first things I said about the game on this very show today, last night, was that the Caps are a big, fast, strong team, and their forecheck was incredible. Their forecheck was relentless. It was tenacious. And Dylan DeMello really struggled, took a few big hits, got beat to the puck a lot of times behind the net, got out-muscled for the puck. So that was my pick. It was a good pick. But yeah, Dylan DeMello trending down. My trending down pick, I'm going to pivot because, I was prepared. I had 2 picks. I see a lot of people in chat mentioning it as well. I'm going to go with Nino Niederreiter. The offense just hasn't really been there for that unit, and I'm sure they're being told to go out and just play that shutdown role because of absence of Niederreiter. Shut down the opposition's maybe second line. I don't think they're matching up against the other team's top lines recently. Of course, they were on the road, so they wouldn't even control that the last 3 games. But Nino Niederreiter just not really contributing enough offense, and I'm not seeing the process either to maybe even have the confidence that, like, oh, he's fine, he's just not getting the results. I don't think the process is right either for him or really that line as of late. And I see some other people in chat saying Nino Niederreiter for trending down as well. Trending up, face-off percentage 60%, AJ says. Trending down Velarde. We said him last week for trending down along with Kyle Connor, that top line. Pretty rough as well. Sandberg up, DeMello down. Picks. Well, forward trending up with the 1 game goal there, and then strong depth game, I guess you want to say, on Saturday night against the Caps. But that was trending up, trending down. Thank you so much, everyone, for taking part, dropping your comments down below. And like I said, while you're down there, please hit the like button. We would really appreciate it. Let's YouTube more great content, and maybe it finds a few extra Jets fans as well who are scrolling YouTube on a Sunday at 9 in the morning. Jacob, let's transition right into our very next segment. And then later on in the show, I do want to talk about the NHL topics, trades of Dallas made a move yesterday in the division. Ryan Hartman things. So we'll get there. But let's get to our second segment. One burning question, a segment where we throw it to you in chat for any questions that you may have that we did not cover in today's show. We're going to attempt to rapid fire these questions. drop your question in the chat below. And while you're down there, hit the like button. We'd really appreciate it if you did. Jacob, one burning question. My one burning question to you while the chat is throwing their questions down. What's the favorite jersey behind there? If you had to pick one.
Definitely the
I need to go back.
Pat Falloon Sharks one from my girlfriend's brother-in-law. This Pat Falloon, he told me the story is that he had it and somebody at the old Olympic Arena was begging him to buy it from him, had him $100 and now it's a great place here in my jersey wall. But I mean, the cheap cost yeah. I mean, argue with that.
No, that is. I was gonna say actually, the Crosby Winter Classic
From China. $5.
Okay, well, hey,
Not even like my uncle was in Shanghai, and it was on the street for $5. Yeah. Why do you keep going the wrong way?
yeah. Well, it's reversed.
Okay, question for you, one burning question. I'll wait for the chat. What do you like better?
Just a taste.
The white. The thick. Really?
Yeah.
I have the white.
Really? Okay.
The
Why?
new. I don't know. Like I think that the white slaps. I don't know. 'Cause maybe reminds me of the old white out.
Yeah.
I think no one cares about what guys born in born in old jazz. It's probably the last we'll talk about it. But for the record, I would love to take every jersey from.
I'm with you. I once asked this.
Would you care if the logo was the I would. I mean, I don't care either way, but like, I
think
mean,
I think they have much nicer logos in their like the one right behind you there is a nicer logo in my
I am
opinion.
returning to town.
I don't know. I think the heritage jerseys are their nicest set.
Yeah.
And I've argued on this show before. They should switch to that. But again, we're like, okay. Here's another question that's jersey related. I don't even know if it's possible, but if it was, let's say in a perfect world, the NHL allowed it, should the Jets wear white? I don't think
the Leafs were allowed to wear their black jerseys. They were in the Amazon one. Yeah. Good question. Why haven't they?
I don't think the NHL allows it for the playoffs. I don't think that's why. Like, you can't, the playoffs, it's like, you have to wear it. Yeah. Stahl was
correct.
On Friday, Verve yesterday. And I will get to this question first, Jacob, from AJ, as we get into our one-burning question. That is your article about Davis Payne and the Power.
Listen, looking for the next. We'll see. We're trying to get Davis. We're trying to get everyone involved on board for that. Or they are on board, but we're trying to get things worked out. We're limited time. It's coming up, but it will be coming out soon.
Jeff Cadeau, Lambert gets a play. He did say earlier on the show, it'll be interesting. I do think he's going to get in one of these next two games before the break. I don't think they're just going to keep him up in the press box this whole time. Maybe that's kind of wishful thinking on my part. What do you think? Oh, these last two games before the break, does Lambert get in one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't take much to just rotate a player out from the fourth line there, put him on the fourth line, or even juggle your lines and play Lambert with maybe some skill, some high-end skill.
Not ready yet.
Matt earlier on asked about my mug, so I'm gonna have a little description here. Canada mug. It's like a hockey glove. I bought it from like this antique store, like I don't know, 2 years ago. Yeah, it's massive. Like it holds a ton of coffee. But
can you show me the inside of it?
I don't even know if I can.
No, not that. No, not that.
Oh.
Where the glove is.
Oh yeah. So you have to hold it like.
Oh.
Yeah, so you like put your fingers through there. Nice little Canada mug, Canada hockey. Yeah.
I love how excessive.
I'm still waiting.
It's awesome. Yeah, and you know, Four Nations coming up. Felt very appropriate. So
tariffs coming in. It's how to be Canadian.
Yeah, let's be patriotic, folks. Let's do it. Eric Comrie get any games before Four Nations? 2 more games. I think he plays Friday against New York Islanders.
Not ready yet.
Hope he does. For the sake of load management.
Yeah, right.
I want to say no.
You're gonna say no. Wow.
I thought that I think that they shouldn't. I don't know.
You think Kelly's
Need
gonna
more time.
want to just roll? Maybe. Yeah.
No, but maybe Colin will play one game.
Fate
We have 3 games
smiles
left,
on
2?
you today.
2. Hurricanes on
Fortune
Tuesday,
favors
Yeah.
Islanders on Friday.
I'm still waiting.
No, you're right.
Isn't
Colin will play.
that nice?
Colin will play us. Yeah.
What a steal.
Yeah, the last game. And then Hellbuck will go to Four Nations, and yeah. What happens with Ehlers if he's not signed before the
Not
trade
ready
deadline? I think the Jets would keep him as a self-rental. That power play is way too good to trade him away, you know, and kind of like mess with that, in my opinion. So,
Need more
are you
time.
with me on that, Jacob? Just if he's not signed by then, self-rental, and then see what happens in the summer.
Self-rental, and then so someone, I think it was Elliot Freeman mentioned
Not
about
ready
a
yet.
sign-in trade.
Fortune favors
Yep.
the bold. Ooh,
Give the
that's
team the 8th
nice.
year that would require him. Here's my thing. I don't know how many people want to keep Ehlers till
I'm
38.
still waiting.
Okay.
So I don't
Yeah.
know if there's a currency on the 8th year as much as previous years. With Gensel, for sure, like the 8th year or whatever it was to
Need more time.
get that deal done, 3rd round pick. But I do wonder if there's a way that they could scrape up something for Ehlers in some sort of trade.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, some people are commenting on that too. There's first, Jake Gensel last year was a UFA and was traded for like a, I don't know, like a big pick, but they weren't gonna sign him anyway. So they got a third.
Right. So hopefully to get like a 3rd or 4th.
Just for that.
Guys, that's the best you could ask for.
Yeah. As a penny UFA. Yeah. We just need a rebrand. I don't know. I would just go with what they have in the alternates right now. Not a full rebrand, but a lot of people do love the heritage, and heritage jerseys for the playoffs. Like, I'd be bad heritage jerseys all the time forever. Like the fan base, if there was a purple, you know how Utah is like having fans vote on their name. If Winnipeg Jets fans were actually voting on heritage jerseys, I think it would be like on if the Jets should switch over to heritage jerseys full time. I think the vote would be like north of 75%. Would I be wrong in assuming that?
I'm here to
I don't know.
More
Just
time.
what I read is that everyone loves the heritage jerseys.
I don't know many people that love the regular ones more than the heritage one.
Right? Yeah. Like
I don't know many people that are in that
Not
camp.
ready yet.
yeah.
I welcome anyone in the chat to tell me they are, because I want to meet more of you, but I would say the heritage ones are like the most popular. I also think that in terms of like hats and like sweaters, maybe anecdotally, I think that there's more people rocking the heritage ones.
Agreed.
Or maybe I like the look of them better. I don't know. Maybe I like this could be so biased, but
So it could be so biased. But, Sammy Smokes actually bought cheese for Smash Burgers. This is completely off the board. Good question. Chef's kiss.
I was not expecting to see that. I thought it was still a Canelo reference at first.
Yeah.
Smoke.
Yeah.
And like that made me think.
You got to be on your toes here with the question. They come with a good one. Probably higher than 75%. Okay. Remus would put up a 4. Yeah, I don't know if I can put up a 4. Yeah, the chat would be pretty set on having this character. Who should the Jets target in a trade by the deadline? We talked about all of the options we're kind of showing up. We also, that was forwards.
No one left.
What about defense?
Rasmus line it.
Rasmus versus line, that's it?
That's it.
That's it. Rasmus versus line. Hope you're happy. Yeah.
I mean, I just think that wrist line is the best. I never let the Pedersen fit just to get the word when he's on the lineup. But
Right, it's even a third character.
yeah, and that's like, what? Like,
Why would you trade a 1 for a 3?
yeah, there's no way. So I'm definitely respecting that. What is the
Need more time.
if they have a 32nd or 31st pick, that wrist line is for me, especially if it's hurts.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, but there's a very second pick. That means they'd be in the cup final.
No, sorry. I meant if the Jets had a late assume the Jets will late first round pick.
Yes.
Sorry, you're right. I went too much there in predicting. If they have a late first round pick, that and then plus a couple other little goodies for Ristolainen seems fine to me.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't think give anyone pause, especially because there's turmoil.
And the cap going up as well. Neil Pionce UFA, and if you brought in Ristolainen for the next 2 years, maybe let him walk. There's a lot of questions there that we would break down if the Jets did trade for Ristolainen. Maybe that will come true because, like you said, the board is thinning out. That was one burning question. Thank you so much, everyone, for dropping your questions down below in the chat. Some great questions today. The chat is feeling good after the 5-4 overtime win last night. Jets over the Capitals. Captain America I'm a Marvel believer. I think it's going to be good. And Marvel's been going down. This one's going to be good. So Jacob, I did want to ask you about Ryan Hartman because I don't know if you saw the play last night, but he got a match penalty for basically driving his head into the ice right off the face off, which triggers an automatic hearing from the public safety.
Dirty player. Yeah, he's reckless. He has no regard. No respect for his yeah, Ryan Hartman, time and time again, he's mostly playing. Do it. On both, like,
not ready yet.
Yeah. How many games do you think he gets?
What's the threshold for it? No, it's not in person, right? It's just hearing.
Well, it's just an automatic hearing. I think then they can decide in person versus
right.
Phone.
I need to
well,
go back.
That's kind of an important part about the prediction, right?
Yeah.
I would say repeat offender though, right?
I'm still waiting.
Oh yeah.
No, but I'm saying the definition, not these.
Oh right. Okay, yeah.
Right. It's not just like hasn't done this before. Is he like a?
So explain the definition to people because I believe it's like the last 18 months.
Yeah, it's an infraction within the last 18 months, I believe. I gotta fact check that, but it's certain threshold. Believe it's 18 months where they've committed an offense of some sort, makes them a repeat offender, and is factored into it.
Right.
If they, let's say this happened 24 months ago, when they're weighing it, I don't think they can count them as a repeat offender. That said, the process is so wild west with the Department of Player Safety. I don't know what they're thinking half the time. Would love to know more. I'm not saying I know the answers, but sometimes I'm just puzzled. Like the fact that McDavid got 3 games is so excessive to me. And like, who was it got 2 games? What was another recent suspension that was like 2 games, and it was like less? Oh, it's really bothering me. 1 second.
Go look through the Department of Player Safety's history there. I will say, I think it'll be an in-person hearing for Ryan Hartman, and I think he'll get north of 6-7 games.
Need more time.
Well, maybe not north of. That would be my prediction, is 6 or 7 games, because that's just unbelievable. Some people saying 10. C-Mac saying 10 games, got to send a message.
Not ready yet.
Technical difficulties. Spency saying you better get 15 games. Yeah, it's 8 games for Snackatoba. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting because he might not be a repeat offender by the definition, which is 18 months since his last, suspension, I guess. But he definitely has a history, as we know, in Winnipeg here, with the Nick Light-Ehlers incident, the Cole Perfetti incident, where he admitted that he heisted them.
Can the chat help us? Like, where do I find out when the last person suspended was?
What do you mean? Like in the NHL?
Yeah,
or
there was something...
Ryan Hartman specifically?
No, the NHL.
Not ready yet.
Don't they have a Twitter account?
I thought they did. Where's that guy that made the videos? Whatever. I just think that McDavid was stupid. Was my point. That suspension was stupid. 3 games.
Sure.
Like, if that's 3 games, Hartman needs to be like 9.
Yes. Yeah.
Like that's what I mean here. Like, and that said, like what McDavid did was stupid. Don't get me wrong. I'm not fully defending him to that degree. But if you're going 3 games for that, a non-repeat offender, where's the line here with Hartman? Like, the problem I have with the Department of Player Safety is that it just seems like they're so quick to give out like 2 or 3
Yeah.
But the second is 4, 5, 6, it's kind of like pause. But then by that same vein, it's like you don't differentiate. 2 people got suspended for 2 games. I find that time and time again. Those 2 games, one was like really deserving of more, the other was like up to 1 game.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's
5 days ago, Tampa Bay's Neil Mueller.
That's what it was.
Interference missing there. I found the account.
Okay, that's what it was.
Okay.
Was that the headshot?
Yes.
That should have been more than 2 games.
Yeah.
That should have been more than McDavid. Okay, let's redo this. That I think is more dangerous than what McDavid. You agree?
I agree with you. But if there's one thing that's consistent about Department of Player Safety, it's the fact they're inconsistent.
Well, why would they be inconsistent with the best player in the game? That part doesn't make sense.
This was the entire debate. This is what had and always had and people saying that he should withhold from the 4 Nations and all this stuff. But yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. I don't know what. Anyway, it should be long because that was incredibly dirty play that we haven't seen. Go search it up. Ridiculous. One more thing I wanted to ask you about is Dallas made a trade. Mikhail Granlund and Cody CC, using up all of their LTIR cap space, all of their deadline cap space, trading a 1. Mikhail Granlund, not the best underlying analytics. Cody CC, we know, not the best underlying analytics. I saw a lot of chatter online that the Jets maybe dodged a bullet, not being in on this deal. Maybe it's not the best deal for Dallas. As the main competitor to the Jets, I'd say, in the Central Division, what did you think of that move for Dallas?
I thought it was very Nil-esque. When Jim Nill knows what he wants to do, he kind of doesn't waste time doing it. I think that given that he said that he wants to talk about extending, like their cap on players he wants beyond this year, once he knew that, why waste time? I'm curious to see Mikhail Granlund in that role. One of the things I was worried about with him with the Jets was, are you missing another Vlad? The guy actually is second line center. Dallas, they got a more balanced attack, and him in a limited role, I definitely go space. I like that idea. Cody CC fills a specific role, and I think he'll round out here.
And they go left, right side. Your right side of the defense is Cody CC, Ilya Labushkin, and Matt.
Yeah. I wonder if but
What do you
no,
need?
no, maybe Labushkin because CC fills that role. I don't know. That's a lot of right hand cycling bits.
Heiskanen also week to week with that knee injury, not playing in the 4 Nations. So we'll see. Yeah, like Dallas, it's interesting. I don't think Colorado's done buying.
No.
I think Minnesota's gonna slide here because
Not ready yet.
Kaprizov is out for at least a month. They said with his surgery. So the Central's interesting. I believe the Jets have a 9-point gap on any team in the West. Just double check that. That's what it was last night. Yeah, they have a 9-point lead on every team in the West. And as for the Central Division, they have a 10-point lead on Dallas. Dallas has 3 wins. But yeah, the 10-point lead to kick off February. 5-4 Washington. Not bad. Not bad. Not a bad squad. Jacob, is there anything else you wanted to talk about before we wrap up today's show of WST Sunday Live?
Not really. I don't know. Like, I guess the one question last we talked about this when we were game the other night. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the 4 Nations?
10, 11.
Really?
Yes.
Whoa.
Okay. You've now opened up. You've now opened up.
Are you this excited because in Shell they just added the 4 Nations thing?
Okay, well, that's
You play that yet? You play that yet? You did. You played it instantly. The second you logged on, and they had the update, you were like, I'm playing this for an hour.
The day came out, I was setting my lines. This is my whole point.
Just to know, to the chat, Connor and I are the best armchair NHL GMs this city or world has ever seen. So if you want LCIR specifics on NHL 25, so you're that pumped for the Four Nations.
This is my whole argument.
Not
And
ready yet.
honestly, Chell Four Nations thing has the case. So
You disgust me. Just
let
get your
explain-
point on.
Let me explain this. If I'm 22 years old, there has not been best on best, true best on best, I'm not
Yep.
counting the World Cup
I need
because
to go
there's
back.
gimmicky teams there. And I get this is a little bit of a gimmicky tournament. but
I
there's
get what you're
not
saying.
been- There's not been best on best tournaments since I was 12 years old in the 2014 Sochi Olympics. If you think I'm gonna sit there and be like, oh, this is a gimmick tournament, when I'm watching Connor McDavid, Nathan
Need
McKinnon,
more
and Kel McCarr
time.
playing in Canada jerseys for the first time in my life, you're out of your mind. And I hate to be that guy that's like, oh, if you're not young, you wouldn't understand. But when it comes to something like this, if you're
Yeah.
not 22 years old or younger, you wouldn't understand. Like,
I'm still
there
waiting.
hasn't been best on best hockey.
That's a fair point.
Canada, I'm already planning to have all my friends over and family for Canada USA on a Saturday night. Like that's gonna be an incredible hockey game.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm excited for that. I'm excited to kind of take, like, I mean, I'll have some time off from Sportsnet, from, covering every game, so it'll be cool to watch it. And I
Need
guess,
more time.
I guess the thing that I'm struggling with is, I don't know, like, it's such a short format, and it's kind of, it just seems quick. I know, I don't know. I just hope there's enough time here for memories to be made that are actually substantial and not just like a little pond hockey tournament. But I think I'm just being
I'm still
pessimistic, to be
waiting.
honest.
and I think a lot of people are. A lot of people in chat, 1, 5,
1.
zero excitement, 2, 1,
Not
1,
ready yet.
2. Like the people
Connor's
aren't
at
excited
10.
for it. People
Connor's
aren't
at 10.
excited for it, and it's like,
I've dug up
okay,
some
if you
new
want to say it's a
things for
money
you to
grab,
take
you want to
a
say it's
look
a
at.
gimmick tournament.
Need more time.
No, like I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And you know what? I'm fired up for the Olympics next year as well. Like if you're the type that's like, oh, I'll wait for the Olympics because that's a true best on
I'm still
best.
waiting.
Sure, but we all know the best on best is Canada, USA, and Sweden, and those 3 teams are in it. Finland took a big hit with Heiskanen.
Not ready
I don't
yet.
know. I don't know. Doug, I can't tell you that Canada picked the best players and goalies, but they have the 3 best players in the world playing in Team Canada. Like,
Need
I don't
more
know.
time.
I think I really am excited for it, and I again, I hate to say that if you aren't my age or you aren't a young person, you wouldn't understand.
still
But that is
waiting.
the take I'm taking with this, because even to go as far as playing a best on best in Chell has me fired up. That hasn't happened for 10 years either. I haven't had that opportunity either.
Have you heard of Create a Team?
That takes too much time, Jake.
Not ready yet.
You got enough of it.
I sure did.
To answer my own question, I'm about a 6 segment. Okay, I'm like,
Don't take that because the chat is all mine.
I'm still waiting.
This is best on best. Canada. This is our sport.
yeah. Not far up to see Seth Jarvis.
And that's another thing. Okay, I'll wrap with this. People think that the players aren't going to care. That is the most ridiculous thing.
No, the players are gonna care. I never said they weren't gonna care. I think they care because the way that Hockey Canada, USA Hockey, and then you're pretty much associated with they've got a great system there, and I really mean that. But the US and Canada has kind of, from my understanding, made it seem like, hey guys, your shot really like your shot really next. Like they've kind of made it into a holistic part of the program rather than a one-off. Yeah, which is the wrong word. I meant integrated. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm encouraged.
Not ready
Yeah,
yet.
exactly. And a lot of this also, like it's during the All-Star break. There's no All-Star break. There's gonna be no hockey on. Everyone in chat loves hockey. What are we doing
I'm still
here?
waiting.
We're just not tuning in because it's a gimmick cash grab tournament. Tell that to Seth Jarvis, who's coming to Winnipeg Tuesday night. 22, 23-year-old kid who's gonna play for Canada in a best-on-best tournament. Tell him that it's a gimmick money grab tournament. You think he's gonna treat it
Need
that
more
way?
time.
Absolutely not.
this kid,
No
man.
way.
Okay,
No way.
one last story, then we'll end it here. I know because Connor, you played against Seth growing up.
Yes, that's my one
Yeah.
NHL player I played against.
So
yeah.
I've interviewed Seth once for
I'm still
a piece of the
waiting.
hockey news on Cockney and Me. First of all, he is as hilarious as people say.
Yes.
I later learned that I, for my whole life, lived a block away from him, but it wasn't surprising because when I was growing up in the outdoor rinks,
Not ready yet.
Seth Jarvis, at the age of, how many years apart are we? 3 years? You and I, Connor?
He's my age. Yeah,
You and I, though.
23.
We're
Yeah.
3 years apart?
Yeah.
3 years. So
Need more
when I was like
time.
9 or 8, okay, he was 5 or 6. This kid, I'm telling you, would toe drag, dangle, demolish
Not
like
ready yet.
adults.
Yeah.
Like, you knew. And he was if you ever went to
Hello
the
there.
ODR
Oh,
there,
that's nice
you knew the
of you.
Jarvis was going to be there. Like, he just kid was a
Ooh,
staple. It's
that's
so sick to go on
nice.
Canada,
Need
so that's
more
my
time.
little
Yeah.
connection to it. So that's maybe even 6.5.
Yes, I'm getting you. I'm raising your number. I'm raising people in chat's number. Like, let's go, people. This is
I'm still waiting.
come on. This is
Lucky
Canada. This
you.
is hockey. Like, I don't know, man. I'm fired up for it. And if Canada wins 4-3 in OT on Saturday night against the
Need
US,
more
and then
time.
we have a
Look like you
show
could use a
Sunday
new
morning at
item.
9 a.m.,
Do come
I'm
back
gonna be
again.
on here, like, taking my victory lap.
I've
And
got
if it's a
some
great game and
brand
players are
ones you
caring and
might
it's
be
physical and they're
interested
blocking
in.
shots,
I'm still
oh,
waiting.
I'm gonna, you won't want to see that version of me because I'm
McDavid
gonna
is
the
not
biggest victory
blocking
lap
a
of all
shot.
time.
That'd be hilarious.
You now regret asking this, Jacob, because you've opened up a whole can of worms here. Like, I don't know. I watched an
Not
interview with
ready
Connor
yet.
McDavid, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm super excited. I want to play with Sidney Crosby." And again, Connor McDavid hasn't worn a Canadian jersey since
Long
the World
time.
Juniors.
Yep,
He hasn't-
long time.
I'm still
like,
waiting.
You think he's gonna pass that up? Like, come on, people. Anyways, that's my rant. Go Canada. Can't wait for the Four Nations. Like, I'm counting down the days. It's
Need
gonna be
more
so much
time.
fun. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right, let's get out of here. I've gone too long. Let's do a couple watch parties. Maybe we'll have to. Yeah. I'm super pumped. Anyways, back to the Winnipeg Jets. Big 5-4 overtime win last night. Thank you for watching WST Sunday Live every single Sunday at 9 a.m. We really appreciate it. On the way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit that notification bell too, so you get notified every time we go live Sunday morning. And we will see you all next Sunday, breaking down the Jets and Islanders game and the Hurricanes game, and then previewing the Four Nations face-off. I know everyone.
This time around.
What does one say to an ancient Nephilim ghost?
I suppose you start with
Another glorious day in score.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
What's going on YouTube? It's Filthy, and we're back with another Diablo 3 Season 34 video. This is probably the fastest build in Season 34. Crusader, I think, will give it a run for its money. Wave of Light will give it a run for its money. But the GR90 in the background with about 800 paragon, no augments, not optimized gear, will probably be finished by the time we're done with this introduction. It is absolutely amazing for farming Greater Rift keys. It will crush Echo Nightmares, get all your augments for all builds, and it is fantastic for doing visions. The only thing I would say it's not amazing at is paragon farming. We're going to use Shadow Impale on the Demon Hunter for that, or just Heaven's Crusader, probably to grind out our paragons. But for powering up a character and getting as many blood shards as possible as quickly as we can, as many Echo Nightmare keys as quickly as we can, getting primals and unlocking the altar to its maximum potential, this, I think, is going to be one of the best builds in the entire game for it. I found a primal whilst we were doing the key farming. Pause the video, guys, let me know this lovely looking Impale quiver, polypoint shot. Did Filthy get lucky and get god tier rolls, or did we get trash? I'll show you at the end of the video. As always, guys, a thumbs up brightens my day. Right, now, so this is a guide on UE, Gnarled Essence multi-shot Demon Hunter. This build, I think, was dubbed the Goblin Blasting 9000 by Rax back in Season 27. Importantly, we've had a couple of changes since then. So the major one is that the UE set, I think at the time, did like 350% extra damage for every point of discipline you have, and now it does 1700, so that's like over 4 times better. We've also got the Altar of Rights, which just makes general utility and playing builds much better, and it also gives probably about 2 or 3 tiers, so this build was brilliant in Season 27. It is now absolutely godly. So the whole way that UE works, the only thing we really need to worry about is basically equipping multi-shot items, and as per the 6-piece, we need our discipline to be high for damage. That is the discipline in the orb, not the max discipline, but how much that we have. What's crucial to how this build works is getting a sanctified item with the power that reads, Strafe now casts the last non-channeled hatred spending ability. So, All we have to do is press multi-shot once at the start of the rift, and then after that, strafe will automatically fire it out. And I should say, we're looking at the key farming version at the moment, and I'll show you all the swaps for the Nightmare and the Greater Rift version. Only the modifier that we need for multi-shot is the Deadlands Legacy. It's below 60% health twice, and its damage increased up to 200%. The modifier on here you definitely want up past 185 if you can, because max discipline equals more damage. That is probably quite an important role in the secondary. Mine's crap because I've only got 9 instead of 12. I've got crit chance, I've not got any multi-shot damage, I've not got any area damage, but yeah, it is what it is. Now, that's it for the damage. We are taking a squirt, so when we have a shield up, we get double damage. The Altar of Rights provides a shield whenever we pick up a health orb, and that will give us enough shield to keep this up and keep it worthwhile. We've got a Mantle of Channeling for extra damage whilst we are spinning and winning, which is great. And then aside from that, we've got Legendary Gems, Take-Up, which is just more damage. And I've gone for the size because the theory is that we're one-shotting everything before we get there. So this size is obviously on rank 36, that's pretty low. My Take-Up is 110, which is obviously higher. But those two things will balance out. They're both 70. This would be working exactly the same. Now, the rest of the stuff is basically about how do we get around the map as quickly as humanly possible. And how do we not run out of resource? Because I hate playing builds that run out of resource. So if you're doing the Shadow Impale and you're killing stuff too quickly, you're going to run out of resource. Sometimes Gears of Dreadlands, if you run out of enemies to hit, you can run out of resource. The way we've got this build set up is that we can go long stretches without seeing anything and our resources won't move. This is particularly impressive because we're taking the Echoing Fury in the cube. Normally you take the Dawn for the Vengeance cooldown reduction, but for the Torment 16 key farming build, the Echoing Fury, as we kill stuff, we get up to 75% attack speed, which is brilliant, so we fire out multi-shots super fast, and we also get 25% move speed. We're getting move speed off our Boon of the Hoarder, which is also doubling through as our toughness, because the Goldrack Belt will allow us to get infinite toughness. We just need Abrus Band on the follower. The Arm Guards are going to allow us a move speed boost whenever we wreck something, and then we've also got the Larceny Ring. Chance on fear to hit, you want this to be as high as possible. We hit a lot, so it does proc quite a lot. And again, mine's rubbish because not only are the main stats on this terrible, the secondary legendary power of move speed increased 48%. I was much rather that was 60, so I'm going to look out for better than these. But the idea is we hit, we fear, we move faster, we destroy items, we hit them, we move faster, we've got loads of speed from doing all. Now, in terms of the skills, again, buffing, let's finish the gear first, sorry. We've always got the Rogue to make up the bonus because we've got the Mantle of Channeling. Not necessary, you can easily do UE shoulders here, no Rogue, so if you're just setting this up and you haven't done bounties yet, no problem. Pride's Fall is really useful because we get this like 30% damage reduction whilst the movement is taking damage. Because of the shield, this will be up pretty much all the time, 30% damage reduction. And we put that on top of the natural resource cost reduction roll on the Yangs of 45%. I've rolled mine up to 55. We've just got tons of resource, and it is absolutely fantastic. I've got some resource cost reduction on my Zodiac, I've got some on my Quiver. I think they're the only places that I've got it. I'm probably overkilling the resource, but I just really don't like winning else, so that's kind of where it is. Now, also helping us move faster is Shadow Power, Shadow Glide, 30% move speed when it's active. Smoke Screen Displacement is brilliant, 100% move speed. It only lasts a second, which is a slight problem, but because we've got the Zodiac Ring, whenever we hit, we take a second off the skill cooldown. This pretty much means we've got infinite Smoke Screen, so 100% move speed, pop it, pop it, pop it. All we're doing, all I'm doing for the Rift is holding down strafe. I've got Smoke Screen on another mouse button, I'll just pop that. That's it. We of course have got the Fire Room and Multi-Shot Arsenal, seems to be the one that does the most damage. Ballistic's passive fires out rockets for us, which is nice. Strafe, Drifting Shadow, 100% move speed because we don't like slowing down. Prep Focus Mind just means that I've constantly got this source of discipline. 45 over 15 seconds. Again, long cooldown here. Zodiac will help us with this. Vengeance does nothing for us really. It's got Seethe, we don't really need the Seethe rune. We're Immortals, there's no point picking Dark Heart. But it's 40% extra damage now, of course, because we've done it for the Dawn. We've got limited uptime on this. I think we could probably swap this out for Companion, and it probably wouldn't hurt the build particularly much. We could do something like Back Companion, and then Hatred would be even more through the roof, or we do Wolf Companion for a bit of damage if we want to press the button, but ultimately I've got it on Vengeance. I think it's fine. Attack advantage gives us another 60% move speed. We'll pop Smoke Screen, which is getting a total amazing move speed of 160. That's why Zodiac is so nice, because we just go super fast every time we push this. Ambush, 40% damage to enemies above 75% health. This, with his eyes, helps us flatten stuff with one shot. We don't one shot it. As long as we've taken 40% of its health away, Deadman's Legacy kicks in, and it is even more damage. Got awareness on, cheat death, just because I don't like dying in Tournament 16. But by all means you could swap it out. Again, you could do even more Hatred for Blood Vengeance. Perfectionist would knock 10% off your discipline, so that would be good. That would allow you to almost never ever run out of discipline for the Smoke Screen. That could be good. So that is the key build. Importantly for keys, you need a Canes on the follower, you need a Rogue because you want to get Gloves of Worship in the build as well for the follower. You want to do a Flavour of Time, you want to do Nemesis Braces, Broken Crown to collect your gems. If you're not that bothered about the Gloves of Worship, because they are a little bit of a luxury, just pop your Oculus on, pop your Canes gloves on, and that's fine. Homing pads also mean you can teleport back to town uninterrupted, which is very nice. In terms of follower skills, cheat death, I've gone for the damage reduction,
No, I will not do
and I've got the static element increased to 8%. I've still haven't finished her off at 25k main stat, so a little bit more juice out of that. In terms of stats, we can get multi-shot damage on the boots, we can get multi-shot damage on the helmet, and the crit chance is really nice. Multi-shots can go on the Deadmans. Area damage is okay. Cooldown wise, obviously more is better, but you don't need to stress it. We've got it obviously natively on the Zodiac. I've got it on the gloves, got it on the shoulders. I haven't rolled up these items properly yet either. Cooldown gem in the helm. For T16 we'll probably want the Dex gems, but I just haven't bothered converting those up for that. So that is Tournament 16. Now the build is amazing for these super fast GRs, and I think once you get this juiced up with maybe some augments, maybe a paragon a little bit higher, that 90 that we showed at the start we crushed in 49 seconds. You'll be crushing 100, 105 once you get this fully decked out. So this is the build that I use for Echoing Nightmares. It's the build I use for the Greater Rifts, and we're just going to swap out a couple of things just to make it a little bit tankier and a little bit tougher. So we've put Dawn in because we're going to swap onto Dark Heart for 50% damage reduction. In those Echoing Nightmares and also in the Visions of Enmity, you will be taking quite a bit of damage, so it is better to have the Dark Heart 50% damage reduction. Again, you need to make sure your cooldown is about 37-38%, so I'm missing a little bit. So again, rolling up my gloves, my shoulders would get me there. We're going to plop on the Guardian set because this will give us like almost like a double damage boost because it doubles our main stat. We get a lot of toughness with damage reduction in this as well. So that's a swap, because we're not that bothered about the cooldown moving quite so fast as in the Tournament 16. I've gone for Stone of Jordan because it buffs up the elemental damage, buffs up the elite damage. Again, Echoing Nightmares, Visions, lots of elites, nice to put them down really fast. And it also has got this max discipline roll on the secondary, which again, of course, just leads us into more damage. I've still left on the last nine so I can get about the map quite quickly in terms of looking for the visions to spawn. Again, conventional elements could be absolutely fine here. Now, in terms of focus and restraints, I just don't bother because I'm looking to use 90s or 100s without really activating skills. So again, it's very, very brainless. We're going in, we're hitting multi-shot, and we're just holding buttons down, and that's it. So don't get me wrong, this is not the strongest way to play Yui. You would want to get focus and restraint in rather than these two rings. I appreciate it's a lot more damage. I've just designed this to be basically very easy to play, completely switchy brain. Now, we've popped in the Bane of the Powerful and the Bane of the Trapped. The Echoing Nightmares, you still definitely need to do the Zais, I think, because I'm not sure. I can't remember if you can't. I think you can slow an Echoing Nightmares, but you can't hard crowd control in it. But choice of legendary gems doesn't matter. Powerful Zais. I like powerful for the visions because you can sometimes just jump in and you've automatically got elites, so you can get this activated pretty quick. And the extra elite damage, I think it's kind of useful, but it doesn't matter. As long as you got take up and then you pick either of the 2 gems. You can still leave one of them, guys, if you really want gold. Visions for GRs. For GRs, obviously not. Visions, absolutely can do. Now, at some point, the hundreds might get so easy that again we can put the Zodiac back in the Greater Rift build. There is also the opportunity to take Hex and Phantom Mystic Yan, which I have been toying about with as well because they give extra damage and extra resource, so that's kind of nice. You can try Ace Object Gauge to get a shield, which just means that you've always kind of got your squirts up because you can kill an elite super fast. 10-second shield, find the next elite, crush it, and then throw it like that. Ultimately, guys, for 900 Paragon, for no augments, for this being, you know, not finished gear, I think that's pretty good, and I'm quite happy with it. I'm going to build out the Impale Beam Hunter, try and get that north of 120 for solo speed as much as possible, then I'm moving into Crusader. But this is a lot of fun. It's just really nice to see the map wipe, which is really good. And I did promise we would look at the Holy Point shop. Guys, unfortunately it was a big rip, so we got the wrong elements. I went to cold, not lightning. Lightning's not the end of the world. You can.
My friend.
The thing I would say it's not amazing at is Paragon farming. We're going to use Shadow Impale and the Demon Hunter for that, or Fist Heaven's Crusader, probably to grind out our Paragons. But for powering up a character and getting as many blood shards as possible, as quickly as we can, as many Echoing Nightmare keys as quickly as we can, getting the primals and unlocking the altar to its maximum potential, this, I think, is going to be one of the best builds in the entire game for it. We found a primal whilst we were doing the key farming. Pause the video, guys, let me know this lovely looking Impale Quiver Holy Point shot did filthy get lucky and get god tier rolls, or did we get trash? I'll show you at the end of the video. As always, guys, a thumbs up brightens my day. Right, now, so this is a guide on UE, Nord Essence Multi-Shot Demon Hunter. This build, I think, was dubbed the Goblin Blaster 9000 by Rax back in Season 27. Importantly, we've had a couple of changes since then. So the major one is that the UE set, I think at the time, did like 350% extra damage for every point of discipline you have, and now it does 1700, so that's like over 4 times better. We've also got the Ultimate Rights, which just makes general utility and playing builds much better, and it also gives probably about 2 or 3 tiers. So this build was brilliant in Season 27. It is now absolutely godly. So the whole way that UE works, the only thing we really need to worry about is basically equipping multi-shot items, and as per the 6-piece, we need our discipline to be high for damage. That is the discipline in the orb, not the max discipline, but how much that we have. Of course, crucial to how this build works is getting a sanctified item with the power that reads, Strafe now casts the last non-channeled hatred spending ability. So all we have to do is press multi-shot once at the start of the rift, and then after that, Strafe will automatically fire it out. And I should say, we're looking at the key farming version at the moment, and I'll show you the swaps for the Echoing Nightmare and the Greater Rift version. Only other modifier that we need for multi-shot is the Dead Man's Legacy. Hits enemies below 60% health twice, and has its damage increased up to 200%. The modifier on here, you definitely want up past 185 if you can, because max discipline equals more damage. That is probably quite an important role in the secondary. Mine's crap because I've only got 9 instead of 12. I've got crit chance, I've not got any multi-shot damage, I've not got any area damage, but yeah, it is what it is. Now, that's it for the damage. We are taking a squirt, so when we have a shield up, we get double damage. The Altar of Rights provides a shield whenever we pick up a health orb, and that will give us enough shield to keep this up and keep it worthwhile. We've got Mantle of Channeling for extra damage whilst we are spinning and winning. which is great. And then aside from that, we've got legendary gems, Taeguk, which is just more damage. And I've gone for Zeiss because the theory is that we're going to be one-shotting everything before we get there. So this Zeiss is obviously only rank 36, that's pretty low. My Taeguk is 110, which is obviously higher, but those two things would balance out. They're both 70, which would work exactly the same. Now, the rest of the stuff is basically about how to get on the map as quickly as humanly possible. And how do you not run out of resource? Because I hate playing builds on the resource. So if you're doing Shadow and Pale and you're killing stuff too quickly, you're going to run out of resource. Sometimes Gears of Dragonlance, if you run out of enemies to hit, you can run out of resource. The way we've got this build set up is that we can go long stretches without seeing anything and resources won't move. This is particularly impressive because we're taking the Echoing Fury in the cube. Normally you take the Dawn for the Vengeance cooldown reduction, but for the Torment 16 key farming build, the Echoing Fury, as we kill stuff, we get up to 75% attack speed, which is brilliant, so we fire out multi-shots super fast, and we also get 25% move speed. We're getting move speed off our Boon of the Hoarder, which is also doubling through as our toughness, because Gold's Wrap Belt will allow us to get infinite toughness. We just need Abrus Band on the follower. The Arm Guards are going to allow us a move speed boost whenever we wreck something, and then we've also got the Larceny Ring. Chance on Fear to hit, you want this to be as high as possible. We hit a lot, so it does proc quite a lot. And again, mine's rubbish because not only are the main stats on this terrible, the secondary legendary power of move speed increased 48%. I would much rather that was 60, so I'm on the lookout for a better one of these. But the idea is we hit, we fear, we move faster, we destroy items, we hit them, we move faster. We've got loads of speed from the Boon of the Hoarder. Now, in terms of the skills, again, we're buffing. Hang on, let's finish the gear first. Sorry. We've always got the Rogue to make up the bonus because we've got the Mantle of Channeling. Not necessary. You can easily do UE shoulders here, no Rogue. So if you're just setting this up and you haven't done your bounties yet, no problem. Pride's Fall is really useful because we get this like 30% damage reduction whilst we have not taken damage. Because of the shield, this will be up pretty much all the time. 30% damage reduction. When we put that on top of the natural resource cost reduction roll in the Yangs of 45%, I've rolled mine up to 55. We've just got tons of resource and it is absolutely fantastic. I've got some resource cost reduction on my Zodiac. I've got some on my Quiver. I think they're the only places that I've got it. I'm probably overkilling the resource, but I just really don't like running out. So that's kind of the way it is. Now, also helping us move faster is Shadow Power, Shadow Glide, 30% move speed when it's active. Smokescreen displacement is brilliant, 100% move speed. It only lasts a second, which is a slight problem, but because we've got the Zodiac Ring, whenever we hit, we take a second off the skill cooldown. This pretty much means we've got infinite smokescreen, so 100% move speed, pop it, pop it, pop it. All I'm doing to the Rift is holding down strafe, I've got smokescreen on the other mouse button and just pop that, that's it. We of course have got the Fire Rune and Multi-Shot Arsenal, seems to be the one that does the most damage. Plus that's passive, fires out rockets force, which is nice. Strafe, Drifting Shadow, 100% move speed because we don't like slowing down. Prep Focus Mines just means that I've constantly got this source of discipline. 45 and 15 seconds. Again, long cooldown here, but the Zodiac will help us with this. Vengeance does nothing for us really. It's got Seethe. We don't really need the Seethe rune. We're Immortals, there's no point picking Dark Heart. But it's 40% extra damage now. Of course, because we've dumped the Dawn, we've got limited uptime on this. I think we could probably swap this out for Companion, and it probably wouldn't hurt the build particularly much. So we could do something like that Companion, and then Hatred would be even more through the roof, or we could use Companion for a bit more damage if we want to press the button. But ultimately, I've got it on Vengeance. I think it's fine. Attack Advantage gives us another 60% move speed, so when we pop Smokescreen, we're just getting total amazing move speed of 160. That's why Zodiac is so nice, because we just go super fast every time we push this. Ambush, 40% damage to enemies above 75% health. This with the Zeiss helps us flatten stuff one shot. We don't one shot it, as long as we've taken 40% of its health away, Dead Man's Legacy kicks in and it is even more damage.
Need more time.
Got awareness on Cheat Death just because I don't like dying in Torment 16, but by all means you can swap it out. and you could do even more hatred for blood vengeance. Perfectionist would knock 10% off your discipline, so that would be good. That would allow you to almost never ever run out of discipline over the smoke screen. Could be good. That is the key build. Importantly, the keys, you need a canes and follower, you need a warg because you want to get Ghost of Worship in the build as well for the follower. You want to do a Flavor Time, you can do Nemesis Braces, Broken Crown to collection terms. If you're not that bothered about the Ghost of Worship because they are a little bit of a luxury, just pop your Oculus on, pop your Canes Gloves on, and that's fine. Homing pads also mean you can teleport back to town uninterrupted, which is very nice. In terms of follower skills, Chief Death, I've gone for the damage reduction, and I've got the static element increase to 8%. I've still haven't finished off at 25k main stats, so a little bit more juice there. In terms of stats, we can get multi-shot damage on the boots, we can get multi-shot damage on the helmets, and the crit chance is really nice. Multi-shots can go on the deadlines. Area damage is okay. Cooldown wise, obviously move better, but you don't need to stress it. We've got it obviously natively on the Zodiac. I've got it on the gloves, got it on the shoulders. I haven't rolled up these items properly yet either. Cooldown gem in the helm. For T16 we probably want the dex gems, but I just haven't bothered converting those up for that. So that is Torment 16. Now the build is amazing for these super fast GRs, and I think once you get this juiced up with maybe some augments, maybe your paragon a little bit higher, that 90 that we showed at the start we crushed in 49 seconds, you'll be crushing 100, 105 once you get this fully decked out. So this is the build that I use for Echoing Nightmares. It's the build I use for the Greater Rifts, and we're just going to swap out a couple of things just to make it a little bit tankier and a little bit tougher. So we've put Dawn in because we're going to swap onto Dark Heart for 50% damage reduction. In those Echoing Nightmares and also in the Visions of Enmity, you will be taking quite a bit of damage, so it is better to have the Dark Heart 50% damage reduction. Again, you need to make sure your cooldown is about 37-38%, so I'm missing a little bit. So again, rolling up my gloves, my shoulders would get me there. We're going to pop on the Guardian set because this will give us like almost like a double damage boost because it doubles our main stat. Get a lot of toughness with damage reduction in this as well. So that's a swap. Because we're not that bothered about the cooldown and moving quite so fast as in a Torment 16, I've gone for Stone of Jordan because it buffs up the elemental damage, buffs up the elite damage. Again, Echoing Nightmares, Visions, lots of elites, nice to put them down very, very fast. And it also has got this max discipline roll on the secondary, which again, of course, just leads us into more damage. I've still left on the Larceny ring so I can get about the map quite quickly in terms of looking for the visions to spawn. But again, conventional elements could be absolutely fine here. Now, in terms of focus and restraints, I just don't bother because I'm looking to these 90s or 100s without worrying about activating skills. So again, it's very, very brainless. We're going in, we're hitting multi-shot, and we're just holding buttons down, and that's it. So don't get me wrong, this is not the strongest way to play UE. You would want to get focus and restraint in rather than these two rings. I appreciate it's a lot more damage. I've just designed this to be basically very easy to play, completely switch your brain off. Now, we've popped in the Bane of the Powerful and the Bane of the Trapped. For Echoing Nightmares, you still definitely want to do the Zais, I think, because I can't remember if you can't. I think you can slow an Echoing Nightmares, but you can't hard crowd control. Choice of Echoing Gems doesn't matter. Powerful Zais. I like Powerful for the Visions because you sometimes just jump in and automatically get a little super gets a little bit quick. to try and get that north of 120 for solo speeds, which I think should be possible.
I'm still
Then I'm
waiting.
moving to Crusader. But this is a lot of fun. It's just really, really nice to see the map wipe, which is really good. And I did promise we would look at the holy point shot. Guys, unfortunately, it was a big fail. So we got the wrong elements. I wanted cold, not lightning. Lightning's not the end of the world. You can use the ricochet rune. So that is okay. Dex attacks being stuck in the 2 rolls are not good. Life regeneration are not useful. So I would avoid that chance of nail damage. So that air damage. Yeah, I'm probably going to feed this to you later because even though it's got a perfect roll on the bottom, I just think it's too much to be changed for this. But hey, guys, it is what it is. We can't win all the time. I hope you get that all. Right, that's been the build build. Got the blasting in there. To show you the cautious stuff. Be able to set up all the characters. Right, I hope you casual. Take it easy, guys. Peace.
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
I may be able to help you.
I'm still waiting. Need more time.
How strong they were in Season 6. Well, they ended up just buffing everyone in Season 7. The season theme greatly contributing to that. All the super fast progress and everything. All the legendaries raining from the sky. So I guess we avoided exactly the scenario that was concerned about. But yeah, very smooth Season 1. No major complaints. There's no material bottlenecks. You know, as I said previously, I personally feel like early progression is way too fast. But then progression becomes okay in the game. Maybe even too slow for some people. But Blizzard is already reacting to people saying that it's going to be aggressive strat. This is also going to be reacting very quickly to broken builds. It's happening to guys now that some witchcraft power is causing some broken interaction, and they've reacted fast to disable the infringing thing before we caught another spirit burn situation. So gotta applaud them for learning from Season 6 and not letting things get out of hand. Decay augmentation and the witchcraft powers is the power to be disabled. The second weakness and the things to work on fixes to redeploy the power.
That was just okay.
They also had to fix some of the things that are broken in a way that's not beneficial to us. Things that aren't creating OP builds, but things that are making stuff underperform, like the render time down, having small competitors, it almost doesn't even feel worth the time taking a gamble anymore. I mean, just given how loot rains from the sky elsewhere, the Opal Gambler is just hilariously useless in comparison. It seemed better to just use them to buy a bunch of Whispering Keys with your Opals, so that you can spend those on Whispering chests inside headhunts. because those have been greatly juiced. You're going to get the root hold keys for those. Definitely be opening every whispering chest you run into. Now, one egregious thing that seems to have popped up for some players, and I don't know if this is just a console thing, but I've seen multiple reports from people saying that in the midst of gameplay, sometimes even while fighting a pit boss, they get this little shop notification pop up, and I just have to assume that this is a bug and not intended, because if this is intended, this is absolutely terrible and the worst decision ever. Now, one reasonable complaint I've seen from some players, the introduction of forced party activities in the season journey. Seems like a progression from Season 6, which added the Dark Citadel, which was forced group content. Now, granted, you don't have to complete every step in the season journey, but it's just kind of an arbitrary objective to have to be partied up with someone while you accomplish something, which rubs some people the wrong way. Now, this week we got some news that I found devastating. Adam Jackson announced that he is leaving Blizzard. He had been at Blizzard for 15 years. He joined the Diablo 4 team in 2021. He was on Heroes of the Storm since 2015, loved Heroes of the Storm, and he had become lead class designer on D4 in 2022, and since March 2024, he was lead live designer. He was always a great presence at campfire chats, and the few times that I got to talk to him in person, he just had a wealth of game design knowledge, and I think it'll definitely be a blow to the D4 team to lose him. He posted on X, quote, "What a long, strange trip it's been. After 15 years at Blizzard Entertainment, it's finally time to say goodbye. I have so many great memories here. It's incredibly bittersweet to close this door, but I'm excited for the future and can't wait to get started on my next adventure. We'll be keeping an eye out to see what that next adventure may be." In some more positive D4 news, the game rose to the 6th most played game on Steam Deck following the release of Season 7. This also coincided with a free-to-try period for the game, which served as the perfect storm to drum up those player numbers. Now, Path of Exile 2 is, in general, a vastly more popular game on Steam than Diablo 4, though it should be noted that Steam is probably most definitely the biggest platform for PoE2, whereas it's the smallest platform for Diablo 4. PC players of D4 in probably an order of magnitude, if not multiple orders of magnitude, more play on Battle.net rather than Steam. But still, D4 more popular on Steam Deck than which may seem surprising. And there's a point for regular Steam play outside of Steam Deck. But I feel like D4 is just really well optimized for the Steam Deck, whereas PoE2 on Steam Deck doesn't hold up as well. That's what I hear. Also, the Steam Deck is a good platform for more casual players who might not have as much time to play and just kind of a little bit here and there. That's the kind of audience that I feel is best. And the Diablo 4 games, so we are opening events with we'll run from Diablo 4 to 2. During this event, we'll give you also reports to real shrines, which are basically two-step versions of metal shrines that give 100% bonus XP and enhance base effects from that shrine. And then I think while you're under the effects of a shrine, killing monsters is going to earn you advancing on the reputation track. You go to Pit Bardu to track the reputation track and grab your rewards, which are going to include cosmetics and earnings. And we'll end with some Season 7 tips here. As a reminder, I have a few videos that are going to track tier list, Season 7 guide, and I just posted recently the top 10 builds video for Season 7. Necromancer one day, all of them are the build of the season, as we expected. But some of the macro builds are actually underperforming due to some bugs. Macro BioBoy has a couple of videos going over the bugs, but a couple extra tips. If you're having trouble finding the lost witchcraft powers, one way to farm them, which I'm going to say right now is boring, so I don't recommend it, but if that's what you really want to do, if you just want to farm those powers, you're going to run the dungeon in Fractured Peaks called the Hoarfrost Demise. Run that over and over, not as a nightmare dungeon, just as a normal dungeon. Do it on Torment 4 if you can to increase your chances at an altar spawn. Also drink a draft of Whispers, that's going to double your chances.
I'm still waiting.
And then really just run through the dungeon. You don't have to kill anything, just go explore, get to the second level, get to the end, and then teleport out, reset dungeon.
Need more time.
It's a small dungeon, small, easy layout, and you should have a 10% chance every time you run it to run into an altar if you follow these instructions. That said, honestly, you shouldn't be in a big rush to get these done. Just play the game normally. If you're doing a lot of pits, go up like the cliffs, you're going to find these in pits. Also, farming Opus Echoes is the best source to seems to be the Undercity, looking key specifically for masculine materials. But you're going to get out of those. Otherwise, the Nightmare Dungeons seem to be beating out Infernal Hordes by backing it on turn 1. Of course, this will depend on your exact efficiency with each activity, but they seem to beat out Infernal Hordes. And effectively not unlimited Nightmare Dungeons. So it's a good way to farm your Witchcraft powers and Opposite at the same time. Also for Opposite, the Mercenary Beyond the Black Death, it's become a decent source of Opposite as well. I'm sure more than other mercenaries, since then your mercenary forms up a little family of the mercenary band. You get one free reroll every day. So the max working cash now, you get anywhere from 750 to 1,250 Opposite on T4, which is a huge improvement from the insulting 20 Obdicite that it gave in Season 6. Oh, and if you're having trouble finding runes this season, definitely do those Undercity tributes for runes. Alright, on to Path of Exile news. Big news of the week was an admission from GGG that PoE 1 has basically been on ice and will continue to be on ice until PoE 2 is in what they feel is an acceptable state. In a video to fans, game director Jonathan Rogers explained how, when they first announced Path of Exile 2, they promised that they would continue to create expansions for Path of Exile 1, and that they intended to keep that promise. He explained that their ideal launch date for the 3.26 expansion would have been late October, before PoE 2 early access. But then with them needing to finalize everything for PoE 2's early access, they figured they just couldn't also get early expansion right before that. And they also didn't want to launch right after PoE 2, so they ruled out December. And they figured they couldn't do January because of Christmas, so they were looking at February at the earliest, meaning 7 months with no room. But they figured they just couldn't possibly do it any sooner. Then, well, PoE 2 got delayed, and once it did release, there were some major issues, so they've got all hands on deck for PoE 2 for months now. And they just can't just pull people off of PoE 2 to get work on the next PoE 1 expansion until the fires open. Once the team got back from Christmas, they had to admit to themselves that they just could not get started on PoE 3.26 until a couple weeks after they're going to ship PoE 2 at the 0.2 once all the major issues are resolved. So at this point, it could be months before we get a PoE 1 expansion. Jonathan did reaffirm his commitment to making 3.26 happen. Now, a lot of fans were upset to learn this news. It was promised long ago that the development of Path of Exile 2 would not impact. And I believe GG was sincere when they made that promise. And I think they just got hit with the reality that managing production pipelines for 2 games at once is a lot more challenging than they expected. I think had they known then what they know now, they would not have made this promise. That is the promise that PoE 1 would be unaffected by PoE 2. I think GGG did the right thing in moving its resources onto PoE 2 during this time, but I think their mistake was not communicating to fans as of months ago to not expect a new expansion until at least February. It sounds like they knew since the release of 3.25 that February was the earliest time they'd see 3.26, and they had just said, maybe in August, hey guys, we promised that PoE 2 would not affect PoE 1. We really need all hands on deck here to get PoE 2 out. So then, fans would have been happy, but at least they would not have been waiting for the expected news of 3.26. Expectation management, I think, is just such a huge part of community relations. The longer you let people build up expectations, the more upset they're going to be about it. Also, I don't believe this is the appropriate Jonathan is sincere. This is a growing this excellent at running one live stream the formula of the 15-week cycle. But 2 games at once, well, now they're learning. But again, expectation management. Now some people are asking why basically went ahead and did just that. He hosted his own private league for the community. It started yesterday. It happened really fast. It's going to run until April 1st, and I thought actually he didn't leave enough time for signups. I thought he should have waited, left more time to advertise this, but he got 20,000 out of 20,000 signups within a very brief turnaround, so good for him. This is a Settlers Restart League, and honestly, props to Pox for taking charge and doing something positive for the community in the face of all the negativity. Now, moving on from the PoE 1 stuff, as we await PoE 2 patch notes, one suggestion I saw recently from the community to improve endgame mapping that I think is a great idea. Once you run into an activity in a map, like Ritual or Expedition, it'd be great if the icon stayed visible on the map. A lot of us are going to full clear a map before we tackle one of these league mechanics, so that we don't risk dying during a league mechanic and then losing the map. And it could just be a bit of a pain to remember where in the map we encountered the mechanics, so just having the icon stay there would help. Or maybe once the map is complete, the icons could just pop up on the map, you know, little quality of life thing. On to some Ubisoft news. We got the story trailer for Assassin's Creed Shadows, which releases March 20th, and the story actually seems kind of good. But this trailer comes off the heels of almost 200 layoffs across Ubisoft, as they have permanently closed their Leamington studio in the UK, while downsizing several other studios, including Reflections, Dusseldorf, and Stockholm. Ubisoft Leamington was previously an Activision Blizzard studio known for its DJ Hero games before it was bought by Ubisoft in 2017. Since then, they acted as a support studio, helping with The Division, Far Cry 5, Skull and Bones, and Star Wars Outlaws. These layoffs come less than 2 months after Ubisoft shut down X-Defiant and laid off the almost 300 employees who worked on that game. Now, Ubisoft has roughly 19,000 employees, making it one of the biggest gaming companies in the world by number of employees. So cutting 200 people was just a 1% reduction in staff. But if Assassin's Creed Shadows, here, this latest one, is not going to be a financial success for Ubisoft, it's going to be another disappointment in the long line of disappointments we've had this year for them, I imagine we're going to start to see some much more aggressive, much larger scale layoffs and closures for Ubisoft throughout 2025. Then in some BioWare news, the studio put out a statement basically explaining that they are downsizing to focus entirely on the next Mass Effect game. In a statement, they said, quote, "Now that Dragon Age The Veilguard has been released, a core team at BioWare is developing the next Mass Effect game. Given the stage of development, we don't require support from the full studio. We have worked diligently over the past few months to match many of our colleagues with other teams at EA that had open roles that were a strong fit. Today's news will see BioWare become a more agile, focused studio that produces unforgettable RPGs." IGN has reported that a smaller number of Dragon Age team members have already been laid off, including the Veilguard's narrative designer and lead writer, as well as an editor, a producer, a senior systems designer, and that's apart from the Veilguard's game director, who confirmed she left voluntarily because she accepted an offer at another developer, this one in the C RPG space. Now, I just said last week how I'm concerned about BioWare's future, how the next Mass Effect game may be their last chance, and this feels like it further cements that idea. Everything is riding on this game. They have nothing else in production now. They're becoming a one-game studio. Then in some quite sad news, I don't normally cover topics like this, but Wayne June, the legendary voice of the narrator in Darkest Dungeon, has passed away. What a talented voice actor. He plays such a big part in what makes Darkest Dungeon so memorable. This one hit hard for me. May he rest in peace. In some positive news, we got a super quick 15-second teaser for Last Epoch Season 2. Yep, they're calling them seasons now instead of cycles because that's a term people are more familiar with. The teaser is hype, and Season 2 launches on April 2nd. Then lastly, we got the update trailer for No Man's Sky World Part 2. A huge update that adds new stars, new stories, and new classes of planets with new biomes and creatures. There's also engine enhancements that overhaul the lighting system, improved water rendering, faster load times, and more. I'm just so happy for this game being able to make a turnaround like it made, recovering from a bad launch. It's so rare to see a game make a comeback like this. Good for them. And that's going to wrap up this video, folks, but do be sure to check out last week's video, in which I give my review of Diablo 4 Season 7. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my Patreon supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to join Riker's Raiders for more gaming content.
Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
This is a great Liberal team in Nova Scotia, and we are going to move forward for this country, and we are going to win this election.
Prove yourself
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
Je voulais prendre le temps de répondre à ce qui se passe au sud de la frontière. Le président Trump pourrait imposer des tarifs aussitôt que demain. J'ai été en contact avec la ministre des Affaires étrangères, Mélanie Joly, et j'appuie ses efforts ainsi que les efforts du ministre des Finances, Dominique Leblanc, pour défendre notre pays, le Canada. Le président Trump veut qu'on perde notre sang-froid et qu'on abandonne. Nous ne resterons pas les bras croisés alors qu'il menace nos travailleurs et leurs
still waiting.
And
I am
because I'm not a
returning to town.
politician, I don't like press releases that are dressed up as policies. So if I see a politically expedient but half-baked solution, I'll reject it. What I am is a pragmatist. So if I see that something isn't working, I'm going to change it. And today is about change. But it's not about cosmetic change. It's about the right change that puts money in people's pockets. It's about change that makes our companies more competitive. It's about change that builds the strongest economy in the G7. Now, when Pierre Poilievre says we have to choose between fighting climate change and growing our economy, he's lying to us. Mais Pierre Poilievre nous dit qu'on doit choisir entre lutter contre les changements climatiques ou bâtir notre économie. Et la vérité, ce qu'il nous montre.
I need more time.
Canadians have had more than enough of such division and confusion. With Canada now under attack, it is time to come together. And since Canada's current climate policy has become too divisive, it's time for a new, more effective climate plan that everyone can get behind. It's a plan that makes our economy more competitive, build new jobs and jobs, and build better
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting.
Instead, what we'll do is create a system so it means that we'll no longer have to power people in cars.
Sweet revenge.
The Rift Guardian has arrived.
Électrique. Pour mieux isoler une maison, vous servez de
I'm still waiting.
et nous allons faire payer les grandes.
Not ready yet.
Let me be clear.
need to go back.
If we were only to remove the carbon tax, we'd create two problems. First, Canada's emissions would not decrease as
I'm still
rapidly
waiting.
as before. And secondly,
fine battle.
most Canadian
I've
households
become more
would be worse
formidable.
off because of the end of the rebate. Pierre Poilievre's,
Not
with
ready
his
yet.
simplistic and misleading axe the tax, doesn't care about either problem. Now, that's possible
Need
because he
more
doesn't
time.
really believe in climate change. And more possible free rider that taxpayers aren't on the hook for consumer climate incentives, while we still provide price certainty for households when they make climate-smart choices.
I am returning to town.
The second thing we'll do is, with a new Made in Canada competitiveness strategy, my government will improve and tighten the output-based pricing system for large companies. We'll extend it to 2035, and we will speed up approvals of clean energy projects. It's okay. Thirdly, it's important. It is actually important. See, Cody knows just how important that last bit of that phrase is, because we got to get it. Third thing we're going to do is to ensure that there's fair competition for our companies.
Not ready yet.
And that we penalize high-polluting foreign imports. So we're going to develop a carbon border adjustment mechanism. What that does is promote jobs here at home.
Need more time.
It prevents carbon leakage abroad. And it aligns Canada with our allies who are still engaged in the fight against climate change.
Not ready yet.
Pour que nos entreprises puissent mieux concurrencer les importations polluantes faites de dispart, on va mettre en place un mécanisme d'ajustement carbone aux frontières. Ça va protéger nos emplois, éviter la pollution se déplace ailleurs et nous aligner avec nos alliés dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques. The fourth thing we will do is to build Canada's competitiveness. And we'll do so by boosting investments where they're needed the most. My government will provide greater investment tax credits, more Canada Growth Fund initiatives, and major provisions for accelerated depreciation of private investments. And these will all reinforce the incentives created by those changes to the output-based pricing system. What's the bottom line? Canada can become a clean energy superpower and make the most of our existing oil and gas resources during the transition. And there's more. We now have an opportunity to leapfrog the United States while they turn inward and attempt to turn back the clock. Pour attirer les investissements là où on a le plus besoin, mon gouvernement va bonifier les crédits d'impôt à l'investissement, élargir les initiatives de fonds de croissance du Canada et accélérer l'amortissement des investissements privés. Ça va renforcer les incitatifs créés par notre réforme du système de tarification. Le Canada a tout pour devenir une superpuissance en énergie propre, tout en maximisant nos ressources énergétiques pendant la transition. Et on peut même dépasser les États-Unis pendant ce qu'ils se replient sur eux-mêmes en regardant en arrière. And lastly, to finance these good Canadian jobs and great economic growth, our government will move quickly to finalize and implement the Made in Canada Sustainable Investment Guidelines. We'll implement a taxonomy for every priority sector and mandate broad coverage of climate risk disclosure. And this is the key point, and I want to be absolutely clear. We will do all of this while remaining laser focused on lowering costs for Canadian households. So we will be making big economic changes to ensure those households are immediately better off, and I very much look forward to sharing those plans with you in the days to come. Nous allons apporter des grands changements économiques pour améliorer immédiatement la situation des ménages canadiens. Et j'ai hâte de vous présenter ces plans dans les semaines à venir. What that does is it provides a very clear signal to large companies to make the investments now, to get their emissions down, to become more competitive. What is innovative, one of the things that is innovative about what we're doing is we, in effect, will provide them with more options to reduce emissions because they will be able to pay for the emission reductions of Canadian households. To be absolutely clear, when you're here in Halifax and you're trying to make a decision about buying an EV or a heat pump or home insulation or a better appliance, you'll see a clear fixed level of credit that you're going to get. But we, as the federal government, will turn around and monetize that from the large polluters. And that way, the taxpayer's not on the dime. The large companies have more options. The system's more efficient. We move
Not
forward
ready
together.
yet.
Thank you.
Can I, one follow-up? Will you be running in the Halifax by-election for the seat vacated by Andy Fillmore? And if not, where will you be running?
There are some excellent candidates for that vacancy, and I'm sure the local riding association will make the right decision for that. I'll say as well that one of the things, and it was referenced in the introduction, we are seeing a huge surge in interest in not just rejoining the party. We've had a huge increase in membership of the Liberal Party, but also in candidates, new candidates putting themselves forward, other candidates who had been thinking about maybe stepping away, remaining. That means that the number of ridings in which I can potentially run is diminishing, but I will be making, that's a good thing. By the way, I'll be making a decision in due course, and I look forward to putting myself forward for a riding. Yeah.
Thanks.
Next question.
Hello, Sky Bride Blom with Global News. And I'm just wondering, I know you've announced larger scale plans, but for the Atlantic region specifically, what's on your radar?
What's on the radar? Well, I think the first thing is on the radar. Let me say a couple of things. One of the points that has really impressed me over the course of the last few weeks, and it really has only been a few weeks, is conversations with the gentlemen that are to my left. Some of them went back further when Sean Fraser, obviously as a minister, but the conversations with the deputies in Nova Scotia, the men and women who are serving here across Atlantic Canada, and really getting a sense of their priorities, the priorities of the people they're serving. So one of the things that helped inform today's announcement, candidly, is those discussions, what's happening on the ground, how we can make it more effective. Second thing that's absolutely clear, it's a big issue across Atlantic Canada. Well, it's a big issue in the major centers, particularly in Atlantic Canada, is around housing, and how do we reinforce that? We'll be saying more about that. I'll say a third thing, and I'll stop on this, which is perhaps more unique to this region, which is how do we get the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to be more effective for the region, closer to the region. And there are some very good ideas about how to do that. We want to work that through because, let's face it, you know it, these people know it, you know it. Canada's a big country, and coast to coast to coast means different things for policies, and being close to the fishers is incredibly important, and I think we'll come up for a solution that works both for Atlantic Canada
Need
and
more
the other
time.
coasts.
And just following up, I also had a question about a colleague as well has dropped out of the leadership race to add new readiness from this region.
You
What
look
does
like
that
you could use
mean
a new
to you?
item of
It means a tremendous
indeterminate
amount. I'd say the first thing, immense respect for Jaime and him stepping up in the leadership race and profiling the crucial issues around reconciliation. There are many issues with respect to that. That is unfinished work. The country has made progress, and I salute the current government for making it a priority. It will be a priority for me as well, and we focused on specific aspects that we can move forward. Economic reconciliation is a very large part of it, but there is much more than that. And I'm very pleased that Jaime is part of our team and that we'll all be working going forward. Thank you.
Next question, Bloomberg. Globe and Mail.
Hi, Mr. Carney. My name's Lindsay Jones. I'm with the Globe and Mail. And my question is, in the past, you've supported the carbon tax and defended Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's stance on the carbon tax. Why now? Why are you coming out with this now?
Well, I think there's two things, Lindsay. One is that, and that's right, and it's worked. It has had some impact in terms of reducing our emissions, making things more efficient. But as I said in my remarks, and I think certainly colleagues would know and people would know, it has become very divisive for Canadians. It's the perceptions of the impact, the negative impacts of the carbon tax on households without fully recognizing the positive impacts of the rebate has made this more of a divisive issue. It's been fed by misinformation and lies, quite frankly, by the leader of the opposition. But okay, we are in this situation, and it's important that climate policy has broad buy-in. There's a better way to do things. We've worked on coming up with a better way to do things, which keeps an element of the price on pollution, the most important element, which is the industrial price. And I'll just point out for those who may be interested that really what we're looking at is almost 90% of the emissions reductions are coming from the industrial side. So a little more than, it depends on the year, but somewhere around 10-11% coming from households. So we've worked a way where we're going to get greater reductions on the industrial side, some household reductions driven by incentives.
Sweet revenge.
I just wonder why you're releasing this level of platform detail here in Atlantic, Canada, and how important is this region for you, first as a leadership candidate, and secondly to the Liberal Party as a whole?
Well, first to say, let's start with the second part. Incredibly important to the Liberal Party, to the country as a whole. So many of the best ideas, energy for the party, for the country, has come from Atlantic Canada, come from
Need more time.
As I said earlier, just in an earlier response, part of the benefit of discussing and listening to MPs, listening to their ideas over the course of the last few weeks has been to inform policy. Now, I'm not one to hold something back and wait to release the policy. We need to get moving, right? We're
Need more
for
time.
a variety of reasons, not just about campaigning, but it is not an overstatement to say that we're in a crisis caused by
Not ready yet.
the actions of the president, reinforcing real pain that Canadian households have felt, and we're about solutions, and we're going to put those
Need more
solutions out
time.
to Canadians and look for their confidence so we can put them into place. That's what's at stake. Let's take this issue here today on climate change.
Not ready yet.
Pierre Poilievre, as you've heard thousands and thousands of times, would axe the tax. That's it. That's all he cares. That's
Fortune
it.
favors the
Doesn't care
bold.
about households being worse off.
I'm still
Doesn't
waiting.
care about our
Can't win
companies
every time.
being less competitive. Doesn't care about the future
I
of the
didn't even
economy.
know I had that
Certainly doesn't
thing.
care about the We care about all of it.
Need
And
more time.
we're dealing with all these things, starting first and foremost with those households and getting their costs down. But we're able to do one thing at a time. That's why this is so important.
I'm still
Speaking
waiting.
of household costs, I guess I just wonder, can you detail these a bit more? You talked about free
the specific credit levels for purchases and trying to make installations so households
Not ready yet.
have relatively low carbon footprints. This also affects them.
Need more time. Not enough paper. I'm still waiting.
Output-based pricing system market, which has a credit system.
Not ready
and
yet.
that's how the large producers
Let's
pay
see
for
what
it.
we can do.
We can structure it so that there's no cost to the taxpayer, or
I'm still waiting.
or recycle some of that money back into other climate action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, APTN.
Hello, hi. My name is Angel Moore, and I'm with APTN National News. Last week, the 13 Nova Scotia
Need
chiefs
more
rejected
time.
to be part of a $250 million program with the Department of Fisheries. They're saying that our treaties are not for sale, and they are united, and they want to manage their
Not
own
ready
fishery.
yet.
And they're frustrated because they say that negotiations should be nation to nation because of the treaties, not with DFO officials. So if you become
Need
Prime
more
Minister,
time.
would you support the nations of Atlantic Canada, the Mi'kmaq, the Wissisquoi, the Passamaquoddy, managing their own fisheries as the treaties state?
I'm
Yeah,
still waiting.
Several items here, and in part, and every element of your
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
underscore that
I need to go
it has
back.
been a priority. We have made progress.
I need
There
more
is more
time.
to do. First point. Second point, there are a series of issues, for example, around child services and devolution there and
I'm
support
still waiting.
accordingly, where we have major unfinished business as the federal government with First Nations on that, failed negotiations.
Not ready
as
yet.
I'm sure you're aware, and Jaime and I have had a number of discussions
I
around
am
that. That's a
returning to
priority.
town.
The second thing, or third thing, and I'll finish on this if I may, which is
Need more time.
as a country,
Satisfying.
we're in a position where, yes, we have big challenges, but we have these enormous opportunities to build infrastructure,
I'm still waiting.
build housing, as you know, Sean and his team have put out strategies there, build clean energy infrastructure, and build beyond.
Not ready
that-
yet.
So much of that will happen in partnership with First Nations. So the economic reconciliation aspect, really putting not just words,
Need more time.
words into action. I wish you and I have direct personal
Need more time.
experience with this. Virtually every nation at present is taking it more seriously than the new U.S. administration. Virtually every
I'm
nation.
still waiting.
And one
I
way
need
I
to
can
go back.
demonstrate that in concrete terms is if you look at the investment in energy, power, over the course of the last year, over 90% of it was in clean energy. Now, why is it in clean energy? It's partly for the, for domestic pollution reasons. It's largely because increasingly it's the lowest marginal cost source of energy. It's also because big manufacturers don't want to have a carbon footprint from.
G'day folks, ZiggyD here. This video is my reply guy response to Ben's recent PoE 2 critique, the ups and downs of PoE 2, or is PoE 2 good, released several days ago. For those who don't know Ben, they are one of the top Path of Exile players, having won
I don't feel like I have the energy right now, but whenever I do want to actually give a proper like PoE 2 talk, I can give you a preview of what the first like 5 words are going to be. I don't understand why PoE 2 exists. That's where it started. You know what? Maybe I do have the energy. Maybe I do. Like the original scope for PoE 2 was new campaign, new class, new ascendancies, new gems, and a new gem system. Right? Like that was the original scope, but shared endgame. And when we think about PoE 2, what is good, it is exclusively the things that I just said. It's the campaign. Like the one single thing that PoE 2 actually does better than the first game is the new player experience in the campaign. It is so much fucking better. Like this game's campaign experience is fucking dog shit if you don't know what's happened. Like vendors use like 9 different currencies to buy things, gems, or 9 different currencies. Like it sucks. It's really bad. Whereas in PoE 2, like the uncut skill gems and the like vendors all being gold, it's so much easier to like follow and understand what's happening. The like hand holding of the gem system for recommended stuff, even though often it's not the best, is way better than here's a window with 95 gems in it, good fucking luck. The way the game kind of pushes you into these like archetypes of like lightning versus whatever else, like it all kind of just, it's just way easier. The game is way easier to play if you don't know what's happening. That's really good. And the moment you leave Act 3, or really Act 6 maybe, and start mapping, it just is bad. Like if I think about every single change from the first game to the second game, I almost can't think of a single positive change when it comes to actual in-game content. Like the change from killing a map boss to killing all rares, who wants that? Like every time I hit tab and scroll through a map trying to find the rare that's hiding in the corner to kill to get progress, like it's just bad. The map bosses aren't in every map. Why? Map bosses are cool. They're fun. Why can I go an hour without fighting one sometimes? It just makes no sense. Towers? Jesus Christ. Sections got depreciated because they were tedious, and sections are like 1,000 times better than towers. Map layouts? Like the worst PoE 1 map layout is S+ in PoE 2. I didn't even think it was possible to design map layouts that are so unfun. And checkpoints got added? Jesus, man. Fucking checkpoints? The moment people started asking for checkpoints in maps, that should have been infinite fucking red flags exploding out of every single corner. If layouts are so dog shit that players want checkpoints, that needs to be like a complete redesign of how layouts work. It's like, how are 80% of layouts like unrunnable? Fucking mire, like augury, like the way loot works in the end game, 95% of all items drop from rare monsters. Every single trash monster, there's no reason to kill it except for experience. It won't drop loot. It will never drop out if it matters. You know, like the breach problem as well. Like 90% of all loot comes from breaches. And like so much of the shit, it's like, oh, you can hand me the way with, oh, it's early access. But is it really? Like, I mean, to me, when I hear like early access / beta, what I think is this is an unfinished game that's going to be changed a lot, constantly. It's been 2 months. What's changed? Hey, what's fucking changed? There's not even balance changes happening until resets come out. Like, with new leagues, as if it's a fully released game. I don't fucking get it, man. I don't get it. If PoE 2 stayed with its original scope of new campaign, new gym system, shared endgame, God, it would've been so fucking sick. But like that endgame, it's not even like, oh, just needs time to cook. It's just like, every single change feels like it's just a change because it needed to be different than the first game. But I don't understand how it's better. And the phrase meaningful combat, I swear to God, I've heard the phrase meaningful combat 100 times in the last like 2 years. PoE 2 has the most meaningless combat of any single RPG I've ever played. It doesn't exist. There is no combat. Every single build, you use one button, you right click, the entire screen explodes. Like, what the fuck? Why? Why is that a thing? Why is that still a thing 2 months later? Like, people are gonna be so used to that when they finally take it away, there's gonna be so much complaining. And it is just so boring. Like, killing monsters in that game is so boring because you don't do anything. Even when I tried to like not do that kind of setup, like intentionally skipped heralds on crossbows, it's the same thing. You press galvanic arrow, the entire screen explodes. Even this character falls under the category of one button builds. Like this be referred to as a one button build in Path of Exile 1. To clear like an expedition, before I had the chest, I would like Endure and Cry, dodge monster abilities with Shield Charge and Frostblink, right click, press Val Grace as a defensive button whenever I felt like it, drop Flame Walls on targets to buff my shit and do more damage, and Sniper Smart, any tanky rares in there. In Path of Exile 2, you right click. I don't know. I feel like splitting the game, like maybe splitting the games has saved Path of Exile 1 from having a bunch of changes that fucked it up, but like, god damn, dude, that end game is like, it's not even like, oh, it just needs time. It's just doomed. It's fucking doomed, man. I'm so doomer pilled on that end game. I don't know. Campaign's good. Campaign's fun. Everything after the campaign, why? It's nostalgic to go full nuke. Have you played a bad build in PoE 2 yet? Because I have. I have. That's how I started PoE 2. Was in multiple bad melee builds. It's like Titan, if you play it properly, is really good. If you do Herald Abuse, you just one-shot the screen easily. But like playing actual bad melee builds, the pushy, no phasing system genuinely made me almost quit the game on day 3. Like it's just like the clunkiest, least fun combat I've ever experienced when playing bad builds. And then when playing good builds, the thing with Path of Exile 1, when you get to a character, fucking doomed, man. I'm so doomer pilled on that end game. I don't know. Campaign's good. Campaign's fun. Everything after the campaign, why? It's nostalgic to go full nuke. Have you played a bad build in PoE 2 yet? Because I have. I have. That's how I started PoE 2. Was in multiple bad melee builds. It's like Titan, if you play it properly, is really good. If you do Herald Abuse, you just one-shot the screen easily. But like playing actual bad melee builds, the pushy, no phasing system genuinely made me almost quit the game on day 3. Like it's just like the clunkiest, least fun combat I've ever experienced when playing bad builds. And then when playing good builds, the thing with Path of Exile 1, When you get to a character that's like fucking just zoomer, cracked, completely broken, the game is still like the game keeps getting more and more fun because there's one super important thing you can do in this game, and that is scale speed. Like when it comes to how a character functions in ARPGs, there's like 3 categories. There's defense, offense, and speed. And this game, you are constantly being just like thrown into scenarios where you're choosing one of the 3. And anytime you choose one, the other 2 suffer a little bit. In PoE 2, it took me like, by level 90, like my Titan would right click and one shot the whole screen. And from that point forward, there's nothing that I could ever do to improve the character. I could play for 1,000 hours, it would never get better. Unless I like migrated to Trade League and bought Temporalis, because there's no way to invest in speed except one dumbass unique item. Oh, I didn't even talk about crafting. Holy shit. That was like a 10-minute rant. I didn't talk about crafting. My god. Gear acquisition. What the fuck? Do I need to... I don't know if I even want to bother. Like, fuck me. Long before PoE 2 came out, we had to talk about why other ARPGs suck compared to Path of Exile 1. Like, one defining factor that was super important to me. If the only way to get gear is to kill a monster and hope it drops a good item, that's really bad. That's really, really, really bad. And that was like D3's problem. That kind of became D4's problem as well. Like, that's not interesting. And PvE1 has like 8 systems that are, you know, that all are good at their own individual crafting thing. Like essences, harvest, delve, metacrafting, scour being all things accommodating right now. Like there's so many different things and they're all good for different items. And then also in the early game, like day 1, day 2, first 20-30 hours, like you wear shit you ID'd off the ground. Like that has a place too, but it just gets outscaled, which I think is good. Every single map that I run in PoE 2, I have to pick up every single base type of every single item that I could ever wear, put them all in a quad tab, and then eventually when I get enough, I alch them all, / like augment, transmute, regal, whatever, and then 3-1 them in the most like tedious fucking clunky way ever. Like the 3-1 thing, instead of being a vendor, like the whole vendoring getting split up into like 6 different systems is one of those changes that's the exact same as the well. It is thematically good. It makes sense in universe, lore-wise, it's good. But when I'm playing the game, I don't care about that. I care about fun. And if I want to turn 21 necrotic armors into 7 rare necrotic armors, I'd rather just vendor all of them at once. I mean, necrotic armors you can't do because, you know, they don't really fit in the window. But like with smaller things, like if I have 40 breach rings, I could just vendor 40 of them and get back like 16 rares. But instead, it's like I'm gonna spend 2 minutes doing a little 3-1 fucking thing with an animation. It's like cool, it looks cool, lore, themes, cool, but like it's so tedious. Tedious is like the key word for everything regarding the endgame mapping and whatnot. Like I do a map, I leave, I scrap certain things based on if they have quality or sockets. I maybe disenchant if I need regal shards, I vendor if not, but only vendor bad bases that I picked up. Good bases have to go into a certain quad tab, and there's no affinities for any of this, and there never will be because you can't really set them up that way. And then you go back to your main quad tab to dump in all of your other shit, and it's like there's just like so much shit. Like one of the best things about this game in the end game is when you reach a point where you stop picking up 6 sockets, you've outscaled rare items off the ground, and you leave the game, or the map, you dump into your quad tab, 90% of your loot is going into affinity tabs, you put in the next map, you go. You can just grind. And map prepping, holy. Like, I'm currently at, like, the worst part of Path of Exile 1 map prepping, which is I'm still doing blue maps. My sustain isn't good enough to bulk roll, and it's still, like, way nicer because I don't have that horrendous fucking Atlas tree. I can run maps that I want to run when I want to run them. I can roll them bulk, like, 20 in advance, and then just grab all 20, put them in the inventory, and just fucking blast. On the Atlas passive tree, there is no Atlas passive tree. You have 30 points, and they all say you drop more loot. Like, they all say you drop 1% more loot. That is one of the things where, like, that will naturally get fixed as more stuff is added to the game. They'll expand that. Like, that's one of the things you can kind of hand wave away with, like, oh, it's EA. Like, so much of it is like it's not like the game is just lacking content. That's not the problem. Like, most of it is like very intentional choices that are like neat, that look good, but when it comes to actually playing the game, it just feels so fucking tedious. It doesn't know what it wants to be. That's where I feel like the gem system currently is. I feel like the gem system doesn't know what it wants to be. Because originally, gems were going to be not damage multipliers. Like, supports were not going to be damage multipliers. But then they made them damage multipliers, and then they added a 1 support gem limit, which just feels really weird. Like, I don't like it at all, where it currently is. I feel like either of the other options are better than what it currently is. It's in this, like, weird, like, halfway point, where, like, making it so there's no damage multipliers on supports and it's all utility could be a thing that could feel good if it was done right. And just keeping the PO1 system of, like, your supports just making you more damage also obviously feels good. We've been using it for 12 years, it's been good. But this current in-between thing just creates these really annoying scenarios where I want to use multiple active skills and I can't because there aren't support gems for it. Like, I'm sitting there on a 5 link and getting a 6 link wouldn't matter because there's not a support gem that works that actually helps me. And it's like, that just feels really weird. And maybe as they add more active gems to the game, that'll be better if they also add more supports. But like, I don't know if they will. We'll see if they will. Oh shit, the mana cost. Wait, I'm not even gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother. The funniest thing was when Karm was bitching in guild chat, he got like an insane weapon, super good weapon, like fucking 700 top end plus 7, and his Hammer of the Gods cost more mana than his character had. Oh fuck. Maybe in 5 years. I just want quarterly updates for this game, and maybe port back the gem system, but without the one support gem on it. Because like that's genuinely the thing that I've been most excited for since fucking 2020 when they announced that shit. Like, that gem system has so much more potential than this one does. I don't like its current, like, the way it currently works, but like, it could be so good, especially in the campaign. Like, god, dude, gems in the campaign are so fucking bad in Path of Exile 1. Like, you just wear, like, your Act 1 3 link for 4 acts, then you wear your Act 3 4 link for 10 acts, because, like, you don't have currency manipulating tools for your sockets until you're in maps, and it's, like, it's so dog shit in the campaign. Like, that gem system plus new ascendancies, what a beautiful world it could have been. I don't like the investment you have to do on a single gem in PoE2. So one thing that feels kind of weird about that right now, it feels like the drop rate and the whole way the gem system works would make more sense if you instead 6-linked your character slot
still waiting. I am returning to town. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. time. Darkness awaits you! I'm still waiting. My hatred is too low. Not ready yet. Need more time. Need more time. Sweet revenge. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Your fear betrays you. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
You look like you could use a new item, and don't forget, luck always changes.
Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. time. I'm still waiting.
I wish you luck, hero.
I'm still waiting. I need not ready yet.
Gospel by Matthew, chapter 24, verse 36. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man. 38, for as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Now let us turn over, please, to the Gospel by John, chapter 14. Our brother has already directed our attention to it in prayer. Chapter 14 of John. The Lord Jesus now in the upper room, not on the Mount of Olives, but with his own in the upper room in the night while he was being betrayed. Verse 1, let not your heart be troubled, John 14 and 1, ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you, and if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again, or I am coming, and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. Coming to take us to the Father's house. Now let us turn to the 1st of Thessalonians, chapter 4, verse 13. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not even as others which have no hope. 1 Thessalonians 4:14, for if we believe that Jesus died, or since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent or in no wise precede them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort or exhort one another with these words. Now the second epistle, verse 1 of chapter 2. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him. No doubt it is the rapture that is here in this opening verse, that gathering that we wait for. That ye be not soon shaken in mind or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter as from us, as at the day of Christ, or better, the day of the Lord, is now present. Now look down, please, to verse 8. Then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. For this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, or the lie, that they all might be damned, who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. And here's a lovely verse here. It's touched my heart many times. But we are bound to give thanks always to God for you, brethren beloved of the Lord, because God hath from the beginning chosen you to salvation through sanctification of the Spirit and belief of the truth. Let us turn to the last book, Revelation, chapter 19. Verse 11, And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon it. Upon him was called Faithful and True. Verse 12, His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, many diadems, and he had a name written that no man knew, but he himself. Verse 16, And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Last reading in chapter 22. Verse 20, He which testifieth these things said, the Lord Jesus himself is the speaker here, Surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so come, Lord Jesus. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with all. Amen. The Lord will bless the reading of His precious word. I'd like to speak for a few minutes upon a subject that would engage our attention for hours on end, and that is the near return of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. In moving around amongst the Lord's people in different parts of this world, we find diverse opinions about this important subject. When He shall come, for whom He shall come, and what it will be like after He come. We find many different opinions. I was asked recently to give a message on the millennium because of amillennialism. That is the denial of a literal reign of Christ.
Not ready yet.
And many believers have been sidetracked. And there are so many different views among the Lord's people, and even creeping in among assemblies of God, that people are shying away from the subject, and how little we hear about the imminence of the Lord's return today. Seems to me, when we were first saved, we never rose up from the Lord's Supper, but mention was made that it may be the last time. And in every conference there was a time given to speak about the second coming of Christ. And in our gospel meetings, we emphasized it. Some object to the preaching of it to the unsaved. I preach it everywhere I go, that the Lord may come. And then beyond it is the strong delusion that we have read about. Most solemn words in the Bible for those who are grace rejectors and Christ spurners. If the Lord should come, all hope will be gone. There's no second chance in the Bible for those who have heard the gospel. If there should be some here today, and I doubt not, amongst us are those who are unsaved. The time for you to be saved is not even in the gospel meeting tonight. It may never come. Now,
I'm still waiting.
This moment, you should receive Christ as your Savior and be ready, for His coming is imminent, may take place at any moment. Date pictures have all been wrong down the centuries. I wouldn't waste time speaking about the many men that fixed dates and times past for the coming of the Lord. They all failed miserably. I'm quite satisfied that no man or angel knows the moment of the rapture or knows the hour of His descent to the Mount of Olives. It's God's guarded secret, and we believe He may come today. I want to speak for a few minutes to younger Christians to set out a basis upon which you could build. All of us have heard these things over and over again. And one would say it's only vain repetition to go over things that we already know. I believe it's important to restate those things that are most surely believed among us from the Word of God relative to the coming again of our Lord Jesus Christ. And so in a simple way I want to speak about this most thrilling subject and most practical, for every man that hath this hope set upon Him, upon Christ, purifieth himself, even as he is pure. It produces sanctified living. It produces holiness of thought and life. As we consider the fact that at any moment we may leave a gathering like this to be caught up to meet the Lord in the air. When I was unsaved, I remember in the Sunday school, our godly Sunday school teacher reminding us of the rapture. And we sat spellbound as we listened. Most of those lads that sat there died in World War II. I was spared to come home, but it never left me. It moved me more than going to hell itself. The possibility of being left behind to face the Holocaust and the judgments that are coming and already on the horizon. Amazes me that any living person that understands anything about things to come, that you can go home without Christ when we think of the days in which we live. Even recently, it has been shown to the world in an event that hypnotized the people on that when Antichrist appears on the screens of men, the following will be tremendous. The whole world is conditioned for Antichrist, and we're waiting for the coming of the Lord today. Let me mention a few things about the coming of the Lord, and especially I want to give you a 9-point program. It seems a lot, a 9-point program just in a moment. But first of all, I want to speak about the promise of the coming of the Lord, the promise of his coming. 318 times in the Testament, mention is made in the New Testament of the second coming of Christ. He shall appear the second time, writes the writer to the Hebrews. And I want to point out, just as in the Old Testament, the prophecies seem to mingle together. The prophecy of his advent to Bethlehem, to be born of the Virgin, and the prophecies of his coming to reign. They seem to intercolate over and over again, brought together. And we think of the return of Christ. And when we read the Testament, we're sure that he's coming. But the two parts of his coming are emphasized, and I've read them in these scriptures just to outline it, that he's coming the second time. But there are two parts to it. Now we believe that he's coming because he made the promise, I will come again. And we believe that he's coming to reign over the earth because he said, the Son of Man cometh. Behold, the Lord cometh, and every eye shall see him. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him. He comes there tonight, every eye will not see him. But when he comes into this world and sets his feet literally upon the Mount of Olives, a wondering world will see the returning monarch who will reign supreme. And there will be no peace in this world. Things will get worse and worse. And the catastrophe that we look at now, economically, religiously, morally, spiritually, politically, wherever we look, the world is out of gear. There will only be peace when the Prince of Peace arrives. And I believe that moment is fast approaching, the coming again of Christ. And so when we read the Testament, we have his promise. And the last promise is, I come quickly. Quickly. In a moment's time. His coming to earth to reign will be slow. He'll descend slowly. Many things will have to be seen to when he arrives, when he comes to reign. But for us, whether we take it quickly to cover the period of his absence, as some may do, but I like to think he's coming suddenly and quickly. A moment here, up there. How glad we will be that we heeded the gospel and trusted him to be our Savior. Are you ready for his coming? Be also ready, for we know not the moment of his arrival. And so I want to first of all state the promise is plain in the Bible. The Bible is true, and Christ speaks of his literal physical coming to the air and to the earth. And we believe it, and we accept it, as we have always done. from the day of our conversion.
I'm still waiting.
The coming of the Lord is a reality. The two parts are plainly outlined. Take too long to go into this, but the first part is secret.
Need more time.
There'll be no rolling thunder. There'll be no falling star. It'll be an ordinary morning, an ordinary night.
I'm still
Labor
waiting.
done for some in other parts, labor beginning for others. Suddenly, without a bugle in the ears of the unsaved, we will hear the rapture,
Not ready yet.
the call of the rapture. Come up hither. Will it be that? Arise and come away. What will it be?
Need
The
more time.
untrained ear of the unconverted in this world will hear nothing. Arrested in the night, awaking
still
from
waiting.
ancient graves, where their bodies, some of them were cremated, burned in fire, others eaten by fish in the depths of the sea.
Not ready yet.
Resurrection, rapture, in the twinkling of an eye, could be today.
I'm still waiting.
Do we believe it? Have we lost it? He's coming. So we see clearly the parts and the promise. But who is coming? For us who are saved, it is the Son who is coming. The Lord Jesus is coming. Even so come, Lord Jesus. Oh, how good it is to be able to look up into heaven and address him as our Lord Jesus Christ. It's one of the things that separate Christians that honor his name and gather to that precious name, that we give him his full title. I'm amazed at even fundamental men that drop his lordship. We own him as our Lord Jesus Christ. And we can say today, even so come, Lord Jesus. Always when you're praying in the assembly. And I notice that many brethren do this, and they don't intend any dishonor to the Lord, but many that surprise me close their prayer in Jesus' precious name and so on. We should always give him his full title. He is our Lord, and we own his lordship, and we own his supremacy, and we adore him who will wear the diadem of universal monarchy,
You look like you could use
Lord
a
of
knife.
creation and of Israel, bridegroom of the church, the Father's well-beloved Son, in whom are centered everything that God has found in delight. Behold my servant, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I'm glad so many of us can look up into heaven and say, we delight in him as well. We have found our joy, as our brother and our brethren have been praying, that he is our joy and the source of all our hope, comfort, Lord Jesus. Having said that, there's much more, but I want to point out a 9-point program. This has been upon my heart for some time for young Christians, and there's lots of young Christians here, and older ones that are young in heart like myself. We're just young after all, yet. While your mind is clear, you know, every day when I get down to pray in the morning, I thank God that my mind is still clear after all those years. It's 52 years since I first went to preach the gospel. On that conference I was here, I was thinking of the men today. There's only 2 left of the servants were there that day, our brother Crawford and Mr. McLeod. I had a letter from Mr. McLeod a few weeks ago. It would encourage me very much. He said in the letter, I remember the first time I heard you speak in Detroit. And then he began to outline what I spoke about. I thought, well, it must have been good when he was able to remember that all those years. Little word. But there are words we never forget. There are words that men gave that lived with us and guided us. I thank God for the memory of godly men with whom I was associated, and the words that they spake. And I look back and I thank God for that teaching and that ministry that I received that would preserve me all my life along the way to heaven. Now here's the 9-point program. First of all, if the Lord should come right now, the first item on the program is this: resurrection. His first interest in those believers of this age that have fallen asleep. As we think of it, one by one the seats were empty. Loved ones of ours we have to follow to the place of burial. And as we laid them away, and tears filled our eyes as we turned away from them, and faithful men that we loved, and servants and elders, and children that we loved, that fell asleep. Thank God it's home for a little while. They fell asleep. When the Lord Jesus comes, his first interest will be to bring them from the graves of sin. In the twinkling of an eye. The twinkling of an eye in 1 Corinthians 15 refers to the act of resurrection. The greatest miracle in our Bible is not creation, it's the resurrection of the Lord Jesus from among the dead. Every false cult in Detroit denies it. Men around us try and tell us he lives on in his spirit, in his influence, as an angel. We believe that the same one that was nailed upon the cross rose again and showed them his hands. The same Jesus that died on Calvary is the risen Lord in heaven today, touched, as we were reminded, with the feeling of our infirmities. He's going to empty every grave. The unsaved will lie on. No general resurrection in the Bible. But if he came right now, all the graves of sea and land, ancient cemeteries, will be emptied of all believers. Sometimes when I stand in a graveyard, I wonder how many will rise from this place at the rapture. Resurrection. 1 Thessalonians 4. Those also that sleep are going to be raised to be with him. What a
You almost make theft unnecessary.
Embrace your power, and you will survive.
A delightful thing that is. I don't know anything more comforting. When we lay away a loved one, say goodbye. It's only a little while. Resurrection. Second point, reunion. Instantaneous. Won't tarry long at reunion, but we shall be caught up together. We which are alive and remain are the remainder of the church. I take it to be the greatest number are in the glory. We are the remainder. And without the remainder, there can be no completion. He's coming for the remainder. I wonder will we be among them? I knew older men days gone by, and they would say like this, I believe I'll be here to the rapture. I never like to ask them questions. I hope you'll not ask me questions saying I'm old, but you don't like to say to an older man, how do you know you're going to be here at the rapture? One brother said to me, Harold, I thought I would be here at the rapture, but I'm not going to make it. You know, there's two things in our mind, especially as you grow older. The rapture. I would long to be here at the rapture. But I may not make it. I may have to go, like my brethren that went before, one by one. I may go the way of all the earth. But we would long to be with the remainder. I'm sure every one of us here would long that we would never have to pass through the way of death. One sister said to me, it's a very selfish thing. Think of the experience, a Christian experience that you will miss. Resurrection. It's one part of Christianity I don't mind missing. I would rather go without dying. I'm sure I speak for all of us here. Oh joy, oh delight, should we go without dying.
I'm still waiting.
Resurrection, reunion, with all the saints that have gone before. You may be standing this evening with someone from the 4th century. I may be standing beside men of other tribes and nations. From every land they will come. What will have them there?
More time.
Precious blood. We need to preach in all our gospel meetings the value of the atonement, the value of the precious blood of Christ, who died to make it possible. The blood was the sign, Lord, that marked them as thine, and brightly will shine at his coming. Every one of them saved by divine grace. Caught up, rapture. These the first three in this program. Resurrection, reunion, rapture. What's the word rapture? It means snatching away. Snatching away from the tribulation, from the wrath to come. He is the deliverer from the wrath to come. Wrath to come in Thessalonians 1:9, I take it to be the wrath of God upon sinners in this world, when God will take over and will begin to initiate the program for the coming of Christ to reign. Initial program. Resurrection, reunion, rapture. Second part of the program. Reception. When we arrive in the air, our bodies change, fashioned like his own body of glory. All the trace of sin's sad story past, and yet bearing our own personality. I believe each of us will bear our own personalities forever. We'll be known, even as also God knows us. And in that glorified moment, when we arrive in the air, we'll know everyone around us. But no one will be more dear to us than anyone else. People speak as though they will meet their wife, they will meet their children. They'll be so delighted.
I'm still waiting.
I don't believe we'll be more interested in any person there than in any other person. We'll be interested in everyone. Not one will be a stranger.
Not ready yet.
Though never seen before. We don't need to have a tab on us at this conference we're going to. Everyone will recognize us, and we will recognize everyone else.
I'm still
Those
waiting.
glorified bodies. We'll not be so interested in the people around us. If he came right now and took us to the air, have you ever used your spiritual imagination rightly? What will it be like? People have said to me, oh, the singing when we see it.
I'm still waiting.
I don't believe there'll be any singing in the midair. We'll be speechless. We're going to look upon the one that loved us. He will surpass all thoughts we ever had about him. To gaze with wonder on those hands and feet, and to believe at last that in his presence I might have been in hell. The wonderful, glorious person, having not seen, we love. What will he do? He will turn round and beckon us to follow him as the shepherd of the flock. And that great company that no man can number, chosen by divine grace, called by the gospel, kept for Jesus Christ, redeemed by blood of worth untold. He lead us higher than the midair, beyond the stars, that he passed through the heavens himself. He will guide us to the Father's hand. Hebrews 2 quotes the words of Jacob. It's amazing. Esau, when he looked at Jacob coming, he said, who are these with thee? And Jacob spoke, and he said to Esau, these are the children which the Lord hath graciously given me. Those are the words that are quoted in Hebrews 2. When we are at the footstool of heaven, about to enter, will a voice from the throne say, who are these with thee? And he will turn around at that great multitude and say, these are the children. Behold, I am the children, which the Lord hath graciously given me. Now, we used to sing long ago. Mr. Bentley remembers it when we were boys, singing it in his assembly in Ebenezer. We sang it often. Oh, shall I be amongst that throng, all arrayed in robes of white, to swell the everlasting song of rapture and delight. Every one of us saved here would rather be able to say this truthfully than anything else in the world. I shall, for I have been redeemed by blood of worth untold, the blood of Christ, the Lamb of God, more precious far than gold. Our title, to be among the children. How shall I put thee among the children?
I'm still waiting.
You're all the children of God through faith, says Paul to the Galatians, in Jesus Christ. Reception.
Not ready yet.
What's beyond it? Reward. The presentation of the company before the throne of God in heaven. The welcome home. Standing at the bema. What will that mean? Many different views about where it is. I've thought it's in heaven. I wouldn't fall out with anybody here that wants to put it in the mid-air. But I prefer to think it's after we're received. We're going to stand before the best of all masters, to give an account not of our unconverted days that was forgiven long ago by blood and worth unto, but to give an account of our stewardship, our service, as a father in the home, as a husband of a wife, as a parent of children, as a laborer in an office, as a master of servants, as a teacher of the Word of God, as an elder in an assembly, as a brother or sister forming part of that great church which is his body. Stand before him. Moody was asked once, why don't you study for a degree? He said, I am studying for a degree. What's your degree? The degree I'm looking for is not DD, but WD. What's that degree? Well done. Every one of us here at the Bema will receive something. God will even be thankful to you for trusting his well-beloved Son. That's one thing you'll never lose. That in a dark world like this, you had the courage to take your place as a sinner beside a rejected Christ. Deeds of merit as we thought them, he will tell us where but sin. Little acts we had forgotten. Somebody you prayed with that was ill. Someone you visited in their sorrow when others passed by on the other side. Some Christ-like compassion that you showed to people in need. Has he forgotten? Even a cup of cold water will not go unrewarded.
Not ready yet.
The Bema, reward, rejoicing. The marriage of the Lamb has come.
Need more time.
Celebrated in heaven, but celebrated on earth later, no doubt. Friends of the bridegroom to join in that wondrous day when the bride hath made herself ready. And when we receive that company of this dispensation, we all know that he is a heavenly company. We know he is an earthly company. Brings me now to the last 3 points in this program. Revelation. Revealed from heaven. The day is coming when he'll be revealed from heaven.
Need more time.
The epiphany, the outshining of his glory. Coming to judge in righteousness. Every eye shall see him. riding on that white horse in splendor. Once he rode into Jerusalem on the colt, the foal of an ass, to be rejected. He's coming in glorious apparel. He's coming with his name written upon his vesture and upon his thigh, that no man understandeth. His name is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Emmanuel is coming.
I'm still waiting.
The Prince of Peace will be revealed from heaven. And he's coming until his feet will touch the place where he ascended.
Not ready yet.
I walked over that mountain once with my wife, and I said if I could find the place where those pierced feet last stood,
need more time.
I would have found the place where his feet will stand again. We believe in the literal physical coming of Christ to the Mount of Olives.
I'm still waiting.
The restitution of all things, putting down all iniquity, casting out all things that offend out of his kingdom, periods of judgment, the restoration of the nation of Israel, men that deny the regeneration of the nation, they haven't read their Bible. The Bible teaches clearly that God's earthly people will be recalled. The trumpet will sound, and they will gather from every island of the sea, from every nation in which they have been found. They're coming back. What we have today may not be.
I'm still waiting.
That literal restoration, I don't believe it is. They may have to leave that land yet. We cannot tell. But when the time comes, the nation will be gathered, some in unbelief, but many gathering to see his wounded hands. What are these wounds on thine hands? I know that we apply it, and no doubt there's some truth in it, but I still like to apply it to the Lord. I know some apply it to the Antichrist. I like to think that as Israel look upon him, they will say, what are these wounds on thine hands? They will see his pierced side. They will mourn every family apart. The mourning like it hasn't driven long ago, as one mourneth for his only son. Repentance. That's what begins in the soul of any of us that have been saved here. Repentance toward God.
I'm still waiting.
And faith in our Lord Jesus Christ is the means of salvation in every age. Whether it be in the old economy, men were saved on the grounds of faith in a coming Messiah. In this age of enlightenment, the greatest of all ages, faith in Christ, true repentance, the apostle preached, repentance toward God and faith in our Lord Jesus Christ. Similarly, in a day to come, repentance and faith. In the millennium, it will be the same. For while all that enter into it will be believers when it begins, it is an age like any other age. It is a time of testing what man is. And so those born of believers in that age will need the gospel. And gospel preachers in that age will preach the finished work of Christ. Psalm 22 in the last verse makes it clear. It is finished to a nation that is yet to be born. There'll be no Satan, and yet multitudes will reject Christ, telling us that while Satan has power to blind the minds of gospel hearers, there is that enmity in the heart of man that even under the congenial circumstances of 1,000 years of reign of Christ, when economy and politics and everything will be under the dominion of our Lord Jesus Christ, yet in that age, man tested proves to be a failure. There's only one thing can remove the enmity from a human heart. 1,000,000 years in hell makes men worse than when they first began. They gnash their teeth in rebellion in the lake of fire forever. And that enmity burned in every breast here of every one of us who have been saved. Holy Father, who with yearning of eternal love did see hatred in my bosom burning, thou didst give thy Son For me, one thing only can remove the enmity from a human heart. What is it? The precious blood of Christ. Faith in a Redeemer who died and rose again.
Time.
And when the millennium ends, that's the last point in my program, the reign of Christ. Now, that's long enough to preach. You might never ask me back, and I would like to come.
and you will be well rewarded.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. To town.
had to try and make some of my own. Easy to make, this delicious fermented beverage can be made with any flavor combo you like. I'm Trent Musho, and this is The Brew Show. Let's make hard kombucha. After having made regular kombucha, jun, and kafucha, the next logical step is to bump up the ABV and make some hard kombucha, and I have plenty of scobies around to do so. If you're not familiar with kombucha making, I'll give you a quick recap. Kombucha is a fermented tea made by using a SCOBY, which is a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, and it helps convert the sugars in the tea into probiotics that create syrup out of it. And they also provide minimal amounts of alcohol, but not enough to be considered an alcoholic drink. In fermentations like cider or wine, in order to get more alcohol, you need to add more sugars than the yeast converts. So for kombucha, it doesn't work. The SCOBY can only convert salt and sugars, and eventually it will become more vinegar than a strong yeast. So in order to get a bump in ABV, we need to add some brewer's yeast. Essentially, we're going to do two fermentations. First, a regular kombucha fermentation, and then an alcohol. It took me quite a while to develop this recipe. A lot of research, experimentation, and failed batches, in order to tweak the recipe to just the right level of sweetness, tartness, and drinkability. So I'm really excited to finally share this with y'all. Without any further ado, let's do it. I'm making a 1 gallon batch, but feel free to scale this up to any size you want. To begin, I made a freshly fermented batch of kombucha. If you've never made kombucha before, I recommend you check out my How to Make Kombucha video, where I show how to make it from scratch. You can only a single bottle for about a week. If you enjoy drinking this probiotic-rich beverage, you have to make some for yourself. Plus, you'll save a lot of money. With the fresh kombucha here, both sides 2.5 cups will set aside for now. This is what we call kombucha starter. Next, we need to make a fresh batch of sweet tea to inoculate with our kombucha starter and yeast. For that, I'm brewing 10 grams of black tea and a small amount of water to make a concentrated tea. I'll let that brew for about 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, while the tea is warm, I'm going to add in 2 cups of sugar. Any sugar will work. I had a cup of dextrose or corn sugar on hand, so I used 1 cup of that and 1 cup of regular sugar. Also, while the tea is warm, I add in yeast mixture for a help with fermentation. 5 grams of DAP and 1.5 grams of fermento. There are some nutrients in the kombucha base, but I want to be sure our brewer's yeast has all it needs for a strong fermentation, especially with the competing bacteria and yeast present in the SCOBY. This is my go-to combo, and I found fermentation is always faster and cleaner when nutrients are used. Once it's all mixed and dissolved, I add it into the fermenter. You can use any fermenter you want, glass or plastic, as long as it's clean and sanitized. I'm using the same glass fermenter jar that I used in my other kombucha video.
Welcome to You Brew Kombucha. Today I'm going to cover whether it's possible to do a third fermentation. If you aren't familiar with what second fermentation is, it's basically when you bottle a properly fermented batch of kombucha and you add flavorings to it to make it carbonated and fizzy. So if you want a full in-depth video on what that process looks like and the steps that you can take to do a second fermentation, I have a whole other video dedicated to that, so be sure to check that out. But I have been getting some questions about whether or not it's possible to do a third fermentation process, or whether it's advisable to do that. And basically, yes, you totally can. So I don't really think of it as a third fermentation process as much as I think of it as basically just splitting the second fermentation process into 2 phases. So what I typically do is I add my flavorings and I bottle it all in one go, and then I let that bottle ferment at room temperature for a few days, 1, to infuse kombucha with flavorings, and 2, to build up carbonation in the bottle. I like that because it is a quick process. You knock out the flavoring and the carbonation all in one step, and at the end of it you get a bottle of kombucha that's flavored, but you might get some sediments that settle in the bottle that you can easily drain out. A lot of home brewers don't like having fruit in their bottles when they're drinking it, and especially if you're using fruit pieces or fruit chunks. It's just another added step, and you may not like having chunky bits in your bottled kombucha. So a lot of home brewers actually like to do a pre-bottled kombucha flavoring process, where they take their uncarbonated, first fermented kombucha and they add their fruit flavors to it in either the same vessel or a different vessel. And then after they let that sit for a few days to let the flavorings fully absorb into the kombucha, that's when they'll add it to the bottle. They'll strain the fruit out, and they'll add it to bottles, and then they'll ferment those bottles at room temperature to build the carbonation mass. So one process isn't necessarily better than the other. It really is just dependent on what your taste preferences are and what seems easier for you based on how you're brewing your kombucha. I happen to not mind having a little bit of settling and sediment and fruit pulp in my bottles as I drink them, but if you're the type of person where that's not really palatable to you, then it's totally fine to, before you bottle it, go ahead and strain your fruit out and then just have filtered kombucha that's fermenting and getting bubbly. That's ready to drink right out of the bottle. One thing that I will caution about splitting up the second fermentation into a flavoring and a carbonation phase is that it does
I could get accustomed to that.
Welcome to You Brew Kombucha. Today I'm going to talk to you about making homemade CBD kombucha. So CBD products have been gaining in popularity in recent times, and as somebody who has suffered for a while with a lot of anxiety, CBD is something that has been interesting to me for quite some time now. For people who aren't familiar, CBD is derived from the hemp plant, but it is completely non-psychoactive, and it claims to have a whole list of benefits to different people depending on what you're looking to accomplish. But for me, and for the purposes of this video, I just want to state outright that I'm not making any medical claims. This is just my own first-person experience with the trial and error that I've been doing over the course of the last year or so, testing out different products and seeing how it has affected me and my anxiety. So the first types of CBD products that I tried a few years ago were oil-based tinctures, and what I found is that they didn't really have that much of an effect. I didn't notice anything as a result of having tried them. But because I was so, but I was still curious about CBD because you hear so many people talking about the benefits of it that I just kept trying different products. And nothing really clicked for me until I started drinking CBD juices and CBD kombucha that I would just buy from the store. And I have a theory that's completely not scientifically tested, but you know, if you have more information about this and can share more details, do comment and let me know in the comment section down below. But what I've found is that because these juices and kombucha, they're liquids, and so the CBD that is in those bottles must be water soluble, as opposed to the oil-based tinctures that I've been trying and haven't really had much success with. And so I started thinking about it and I realized, well, you know, that makes sense. As human beings, we're made up of mostly water, we're not made of oil. And so if the CBD is water soluble as opposed to in a carrier oil, it makes sense that it is more bioavailable for your body, more easily absorbable, and therefore can hit your system and is more effective than something that is transported into your body through an oil. And if you're not familiar with what a carrier oil is, it is basically a base oil that is used as a carrier for some sort of more concentrated oil. So in this case, the CBD oil is mixed in with some sort of carrier oil, whether that is hemp seed oil or some other type of oil like grapeseed oil or MCT oil, and that is basically what that tincture is. It is very rarely, if not never, just pure CBD oil. And so because I noticed that in times of high anxiety and in times of high stress, if I would reach for a bottle of CBD kombucha or CBD juice or CBD water, it would calm me down and it would ground me in a way that I didn't notice with any other CBD products. I started purchasing a lot of these bottles, but the problem was that they were just so expensive. And if you know anything about me and about this channel, you know that I like to make things and I prefer to make things myself if I can make it cheaper and better. And so I started about a year ago testing out different types of water-soluble CBD on the market to see if I can make homemade CBD myself. And after all that trial and error, I decided on a favorite, and that is the Hemp Lucid line of water-soluble CBD products. I tested out 2 of Hemp Lucid's water-soluble products. One of them is their full plant hemp extract, which is water-soluble, and the other one is their Calpi. The main difference between the two is that the whole plant hemp extract does have very, very trace amounts of THC in it, below 0.3%, and that is within the legal limit of how much trace amounts of THC a product can have. It is still completely non-psychoactive. And then the other one, the Calpi product, also made by Hemp Lucid, is completely THC-free. So if you're an athlete or if you just want something that is completely THC-free, then that would be what I recommend you go with if you're interested in using some sort of CBD product or making CBD kombucha. And the way that I added it into my kombucha brewing process, and if you're not familiar with making kombucha, I have a first fermentation video and a second fermentation video that will walk you through the entire process from start to finish. But just for the purposes of this video, it's pretty simple. I just added it during the flavoring phase. So after I finished first
I need to go back.
I've got some brand new goods you might be interested in. Unleash your power.
fermenting a batch of kombucha when I wanted to add my fruit flavorings and my herbs to my kombucha bottles. I just added a serving of the water-soluble CBD into the bottle before I let it second ferment at room temperature for a few days. And then I moved it into the fridge and then I released beverage. Because each of their products have different milligram counts, it is up to you to kind of dose it per bottle based on what you prefer and how much you would like to how much CBD you'd like to consume in each bottle. Just for general anxiety, I prefer to drink to consume around 40 or so milligrams per bottle. And I find that that's really helpful for me. So one serving is one milliliter, which is about 2/3 of the droppers here. And for this healthy product, since it's a 1,000 milligram bottle, to get about 33 milligrams per bottle of kombucha, I use 1 full serving, about 2/3 of the droppers in each of my kombucha batches, in each of my kombucha bottles. And then for the whole plant water soluble CBD, since this comes in a 1,500 milligram bottle, I like to use about 2/3 of a full serving, so about, I kind of just add all of it, but I use around half of a dropper full, and that also equals about 33 milligrams per bottle. But if you're using CBD for pain management, you might want to go up and use higher dose, maybe around 50 milligrams, but it really is just dependent on your tolerance and what you're using it for. And I've just found that in general it has helped me feel a lot more calm and a lot more grounded in stressful times. I won't say that it completely eliminated anxiety or that it completely eliminated stress, but I did find myself feeling a bit more calm through those stressful times. So if you're curious and interested in making homemade CBD products, this is something that I definitely can recommend, and I've tried for myself in many, many batches of kombucha. You don't really taste it at all in the finished batches of kombucha because you're so full of it, and I definitely did feel a difference between the batches that I didn't add any CBD to versus the batches that I did add CBD to. I'm going to go ahead and add the links to these products in the description box down below. I will say that I am a Hemp Lucid affiliate. I became an affiliate after I became such an avid user of the product and after I really saw the benefits that it brought to my life. If you're interested in using my affiliate links, I do get a cut of the proceeds that Hemp Lucid gets as a result of that sale. It doesn't cost you any more to use my links. And I did go through a lot of trial and error and purchased a lot of products to find the ones that worked best for me.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you love kombucha and enjoy a little buzz with your drinks, then you're in for a treat. Today, we're talking about hard kombucha, what it is, why it's amazing, and best of all, how you can make it right at home. Let's dive in. So what exactly is hard kombucha? Simply put, it's kombucha with a higher alcohol content. Regular kombucha naturally contains a small amount of alcohol, usually less than 0.5%, due to the fermentation process. But with a little extra know-how, you can increase that alcohol content to create a delicious fizzy drink that's more like a light alcoholic beverage, similar to beer or cider. Making hard kombucha isn't as complicated as it sounds. Here's what you'll need to get started. Your regular kombucha after the first fermentation. Extra sugar to fuel the alcohol making process. Champagne yeast or wine yeast, which helps boost the alcohol content. Optional, fruits or herbs for added flavor. Once you've got everything, it's time to brew. Step 1. Start with finished kombucha. Take your kombucha after the first fermentation. It should already have a tangy flavor and light fizz. Step 2. Add sugar. Next, add 1-2 tablespoons of sugar per quart of kombucha. This gives the yeast extra food to create more alcohol. Step 3. Add yeast. Now sprinkle in champagne yeast or wine yeast. Just a pinch per quart is enough. Stir gently to combine. Step 4. Second fermentation. Seal your kombucha in airtight bottles and let it ferment at room temperature for about 7 to 14 days. The longer you let it ferment, the higher the alcohol content will be, but keep an eye on the flavor so it doesn't become too strong. Step 5. Flavor it. Before sealing, you can add fruit, herbs, or spices for a personalized touch. Think berries, ginger, or even a sprig of mint for a refreshing twist. And that's it. After the second fermentation, chill your hard kombucha in the fridge and enjoy. It's bubbly, delicious, and perfect for sipping with friends or unwinding after a long day. Cheers to homemade hard kombucha. If you want to learn more in detail about hard kombucha, like where it originally is coming from, when kombucha became hard, its history, uncover brewing secrets, expert recipes, like step-by-step guide to create the perfect batch of hard kombucha, and much more, then I have left a link in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching. If you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more kombucha tips and recipes. If you have questions about brewing or flavor ideas, would you like to share? Drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Until next time, be happy, be healthy, and happy brewing.
Hey everybody, I'm Kombucha Kev, and with this video, we're going to make hard kombucha. So this is a really easy recipe to make. If you know how to make kombucha already, there's really only one step added. So yeah, it could be fun to try out. For this, I'm just going to do 2 1-gallon batches.
Embrace your power, and you will survive.
5 or 6 gallon fermenters. And really, the primary fermentation starts
You have a gem?
I am returning to
let
town.
these ferment as I normally would for the primary fermentation. Alright, so I have my batches of kombucha ready. So the next step is to move to the secondary fermentation. And this is the step that makes it more, and it's the step that's different from when you're brewing.
I didn't even know I can't carry anymore.
So with this step, you'll be adding champagne yeast, or you could use any kind of wine yeast. It'll just produce different flavors, but what I like is this Red Star, this Premier Black. It's a champagne yeast. And what I've already done is I've started the yeast up. So what I've typically done is do 1 cup of warm water, 1 cup of sugar, and then 1 teaspoon of the yeast. But I've been reading online that some people say you don't want to have a full cup of sugar in here when you're activating yeast. So what they suggested is doing 1 cup of water, 1 teaspoon of the yeast, and then just 1 tablespoon of sugar, just to get the yeast activated again. And then you'll add the sugar in when you add your yeast slurry.
I'll take that off your hands.
So that's when the 1 cup of sugar will come into play. So I did both. So I did 2 of that first way I mentioned and 2 of the second way. And actually, I was surprised that the second way is bubbling more than the first. So I would have thought the extra sugar in there would be good to get it started, but all right, so I have my batches of kombucha ready. So the next step is to move to the secondary fermentation, and this is the step that makes this hard. And it's the step that's different from when you're brewing a typical batch of kombucha.
Time.
Like I said, I have this yeast already ready going. I'm just going to open these up now. And with this, you'll take out your scobies. I'm just going to throw them in here. I'll throw them in the composter.
I'm still waiting. I've become stronger.
So those are all set. Are you ready for these?
Need more time.
kind of like a tablespoon of each.
I'm still waiting.
Take my funnel.
Ancients would be proud.
I feel more powerful.
Secondary fermentation and pour it in.
Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
All right, so they're all bottled up. So this is the third fermentation and the last. So once this process is done, they'll be ready to drink. All right, so I let my third fermentation go a couple days to build the carbonation in the bottle, and then I threw it in the fridge. I haven't had a chance to do a video in a while, so I've actually been drinking my hard kombucha, and it turned out really well. It's already been opened.
Need more
I'll do
time.
a little bit of a pour so you can see what it looks like. With the champagne yeast, it produces a lot of carbonation, so even though this has been opened, it's, you know, a lot of foam and head on this kombucha.
I'm still waiting.
So a little bit of what it looks like. It tastes really good. It's not like it tastes the alcohol or anything. It's really smooth. It tastes like kombucha.
Need more time.
A lot of people wonder what their alcohol percent is within their kombucha. So if you had beer or wine, you'd be able to use this hydrometer. And basically you fill this beaker up with the solution, measure the initial gravity before you let it ferment, and then you measure the gravity after it ferments. So you're basically measuring the sugar that was eaten by the yeast. What's different with kombucha is the bacteria within the kombucha, which basically would consume some of the alcohol that's produced. So in short, it's not an accurate way to measure the alcohol in kombucha, so I don't even bother measuring it or using this with kombucha. I just go by taste. If it tastes good, I'll drink it. I think this probably netted out maybe like the alcohol in beer, maybe like 4 or 5%. Hard to say, but yeah, I really enjoy drinking it, so feel free to try it out.
Not ready yet.
Cheers. All right, so I have my batches of kombucha ready. So the next step is to move to the secondary fermentation. And this is the step that makes this hard. And it's the step that's different from when you're brewing a typical batch of kombucha. So with this step, you'll be adding champagne yeast, or you could use any kind of wine yeast. It'll just produce different flavors. But what I like is this Red Star, the Premier Black. It's a champagne yeast. And what I've already done is I've started the yeast up. So what I've typically done is do 1 cup of warm water, 1 cup of sugar, and then 1 teaspoon of the yeast.
See you soon.
But I've been reading online
cannot afford
that some people say you don't want to have a full cup of sugar in your activate the yeast. So what they suggested is doing 1 cup of water, 1 teaspoon of the yeast, and then just 1 tablespoon of sugar, just to get the yeast activated again. And then you'll add the sugar in when you add your yeast slurry in. So that's when the 1 cup of sugar will come into play. So I did both. I did that first way I mentioned and the second way. And
need more time.
The second way is the batch where I only had 1 tablespoon sugar is actually a lot foamier.
Not ready yet.
This is the step where most people run into less sugar when you're just hydrating this yeast again. Actually,
I'm still
looks like
waiting.
it got it more active. So, that variable affected it. Sometimes I think these packets, maybe they're old or
Not ready
for
yet.
some reason they just don't activate right. So that's where I try to do multiple at a time, and then I'll use whatever's working best. So I think that's the first challenge. A lot of people use kombucha that's too strong. So if your kombucha is almost like a vinegar, living in that environment, which I'm a little bit concerned with. I let this kombucha go a little longer than I should have. It's already kind of hard, so
need more
there's a
time.
risk it might not be. So, like I said,
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. I need to go back.
Those are all set. I'm going to pour these in. I'm going to do 1 cup of sugar for each one.
Need more time.
I might do just an extra half cup or so for each one. More sugar is going to make it stronger. And like I said, my batch is already a little hard. So I'm hoping maybe this will balance it out a little bit too. I'm just going to give it a stir. And then you just top it off with your airlock. So I have these lids that'll screw right on. I have some sarsan liquid in this airlock here. So I'll just put this right on. Sealed off the air. Any of that CO2 or, as you get bubbling from the sugar, it'll come up and through the airlock. But it'll prevent air from getting into the mixture.
I'm still waiting.
So that's about it. Assuming the yeast takes hold, like I said, I'm a little concerned that the kombucha might be too strong, so it might not. I'll know if it's going well because over the next couple days, this will start foaming and bubbling.
Need more time.
Pretty vigorously with this yeast. So that's the sign I know that it's working. I'm just going to put these near heat pads so that it'll help speed up that process. But if it does take, it should be about 2 weeks of that secondary fermentation, and then I'll move into the next step.
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
I do, but when has that stopped you?
Okay, so it's been about 2 weeks since I put the champagne yeast in here with kombucha and a little extra sugar and sealed it up with this airlock. The fermentation has really slowed down pretty much to a halt, so I don't really see any more air coming through this lock.
Waiting.
Or I don't see any more CO2 coming through the lock anymore, so that's how I know that most of the sugar has probably been eaten up and it's done fermenting.
Need more time.
So now I'm going to move over to bottling, which is basically our third fermentation. So I cut up some fruit here that I'll put in each of the bottles to not only build the carbonation in the bottle, but also allow this yeast to keep feeding on sugar and making more alcohol. So one thing you could do differently is you could put your fruit within the secondary fermentation. So the benefit with that would be you would bottle it up, and when you go to drink it, you don't have a bunch of fruit chunks floating around.
Not ready yet.
I'm curious, if it ferments any differently, if it produces more alcohol, if the fruit's in the second or the third. I'm really not sure, but I'm going to do it this way with the bottle. So I have some raspberries, blueberries, and ginger. I'm just going to do kind of rough estimates, kind of like a tablespoon of each.
Not ready yet.
Alright,
I'm still waiting.
I'm going to open up this secondary fermentation and pour it in.
Not ready yet.
Prove yourself worthy of your birthright.
I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
I've actually been drinking my hard kombucha and it turned out really well. So this is
Need
already
more time. Not ready yet.
head on this kombucha. So a little bit of what it looks like.
There's something coming.
I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
How's it going, everyone, and welcome to my personal guide on how to brew hot alcohol kombucha. Now, this in no way is a competition, but that scarcely is a specific style of brewing, so I at least wanted to explain the process for anyone who may be interested. Let's begin with a quick overview of what kombucha is. Kombucha is a fermented varietal tea drink that is believed to have its origins in Canada, as well as Japan. It is traditionally a pale ale black or SCOBY, of course, being symbiotic culture of bacteria. This being very similar to the considered mother and including the SCOBY but these SCOBY when cultured, some of the highlighted organisms include Saccharomyces, the Tannomyces all that being said, there are a ton of variations of bacteria and plenty of opportunities to induce your own in-house taste. Let's go over some tools you may need. I'll be breaking down the video into two parts, a initial basic fermentation and a secondary alcohol-focused fermentation. For our basic fermentation, some of the tools you'll need are a boil kettle, a fermentation vessel, I recommend one with a spigot, cheesecloth or coffee filters, and I actually use fine mesh hop bags. You can pick all of these at food supply stores or online vendors. A SCOBY. If you don't have a SCOBY, no worries, you can always use a bottle of neutral kombucha to ferment, it may just take a little bit longer to finish out. And you can also find Scoby free online with the starter liquid. Before I had this tea bag. Start with black ingredients for sugar, stir cream, rubber bands, and 5 gallon jugs. For our secondary fermentation, we will need a separate fermenter. I used a pro-reverse jug, a stopper, a number 6 with full really well jug, a funnel, wine or champagne yeast. I recommend Red Star brand. Bakers just do not work. Depending on temperature, the white wine varieties will work better at bitter temps. I will recommend red wine and champagne for bottles. Liquid bottles, blue bottles, acid PCW, sanitizer, vinegar, grapefruit, a refractometer, and filtration test. Unfortunately, a hydrometer will not work here, as the amount of acids that can be spit out are going to kill off the air. So, refractometer, filtration test. Alright, let's start with the initial. After you properly clean your tools, start by filling your 2-gallon bucket with cold water and hot water. Put your tools in the bucket and let it sit. Next, pour 1 gallon. I like to let it sit over the next point of that rate. You can use distilled water or bitter filters. It's important though that if you are using municipal and non-sanitary water, it's going to really work in order to really of our kombucha, even the spring you can also fill your boat with water. This should evaporate out in just a minute. Turn your boat down. After your liquid is boiled, turn off the heat and add approximately 2 to 3 cups of your virgin water. Stir this around. From this point on, the water cools immediately after the process of sanitation and cleaning, as now displays for check to make sure there are no grass in the liquid windows, soon you can find around, or you can the next thing you add depends on the strength of the I experiment a lot with consistency recommend 15 to 20 One thing to keep in mind is for these from the food. So there is some evidence that along with positively affecting I even gone so far as to however, there is no surprise. On all my TV series, offering students the infiltration and top eggs to the top for extra measure. The quicker you can cool down, the less of an opportunity you give unwanted microbes from finding a home in your liquid. If you have a sanitized thermometer, you're looking for the liquid to hit the sweet spot of 78 to 82 degrees for fermentation. Just make sure it doesn't get too below 70 or you may start running into problems. After reaching proper temperature, we'll transfer over to our primary fermenter and add 2 cups per gallon of starter liquid. Shake your fermenter around a little bit as we want to add as much oxygen into our solution as possible before inoculating with our SCOBY, because the acetic acid producing bacteria really need that large amount of oxygen to perform well. After shaking, add your SCOBY into the liquid, then place your chosen cover over the top of the fermenter and secure with rubber bands. We'll want to let our kombucha ferment in the most temperature-controlled environment as possible, away from any sun or UV rays. A closet or basement is a great place to do this, but as long as it's dry and dark, most rooms will do the trick. If you live in a cold climate, wrap your fermenter in a blanket or place on a heat-controlled pad before storing for fermentation. During the fermentation process, it helps to agitate the fermenter every few days, because we don't want a buildup of CO2 in solution to get trapped at the head, preventing our culture from obtaining its necessary oxygen and nutrients. A simple shake will do here. After about 7 days, check to see how your kombucha tastes. It may still be more time, but your best gauge for this is how similar it tastes to the neutral kombucha we use for our starter liquid. Sometimes it may take up to 14 days to fully ferment, but ideally, in a perfect environment, kombucha should be fermented around 10 days. These time variations, of course, are dependent on your ambient temperature around the fermenter as well as personal taste. The SCOBY can look pretty crazy after 7 days, but don't fret mold growth unless you see blues or greens on the top of your culture. Very dry spots on the top of the SCOBY can also indicate mold. Remember that mold is always dry, fuzzy, and always on the top of the SCOBY. Mold, however, is extremely rare in kombucha making and only tends to occur in under-acidified or cold fermenting environments. Most likely that black spot you see is just a stray loose tea leaf caught in a layer of the SCOBY. Now that our initial fermentation is done, it's on to our secondary fermentation and alcohol production. Once your kombucha is tasting how you like, use your pH strips or a pH meter and test the level your liquid is at. It's recommended that the pH is not below 3.0, both from a health and yeast environmental perspective. Breaking below 3 is going to make it really difficult for our secondary yeast to get going. So if everything is looking in place, it's time to move over to secondary fermentation. Make sure your fermenter is clean and safe before adding kombucha. I like to give it a hot water acid bath, or not too much over and letting my vessel sit in the sun before dumping dispense out your fermented kombucha into your secondary. But leave about 2 cups of filter for more initial from a secondary with tin foil and that's it. If you want to check the amount of alcohol you have in the liquid, you can first measure the pA, or titratable acidity, with an acid filtration. Then use a diameter with an over brick or on the bottom of our initial kombucha cream, you should see some particulates floating through.
I wish I could do that.
It kind of looks like sand, but it's actually yeast that's circulated out of fermentation. This yeast is one very much specifically suited for increasing alcohol on our next step. It's already conditioned to produce the environment. Yeast gets stronger each day, and every batch we make will have strong alcohol and acids. At this stage, I can also make the batch of kombucha cooling and really get done for this to make it. If you aren't ready for a liquid cold, you can always place the 2 scoop better liquid and store in the refrigerator. You can use your fermented kombucha into a secondary fermenter. Let's get started cooking down in a week. Measure 1 cup of kombucha for a once the water is cold, add 1 cup of sugar. Mix until completely dissolved and let cool until about 100 degrees.
Need more time.
Depending on the type of secondary yeast you are using, this temperature may vary, but the proper temp per strain should be listed on the back of the dry pack. After a temporary
Sweet revenge.
grab your funnel out and pour your immediate yeast into your secondary. Since wine yeast tends to work in relaxing sugars, at this point I would usually add about 1/3 cup of organic pressed grape juice to the secondary. You could add other wine juices, but keep in mind that you still may want to add fruit or other juice to the secondary to maintain consistency. After everything is all poured, place your top run and then completely with a stand out of the water solution. So your secondary can be seasoned or after 5 days or so, since there is now a lot of bottom, let's see what that is. your carbonation by burping or slightly opening the lid of one of your bottles. If things seem to be progressing appropriately, move bottles to cold storage to finish building seals. If left longer in room temp, make sure to burp every day after the initial 48 hours to prevent bottle explosions like what I had when I was just starting out. Hey, we've all been there. After a couple more days, your high alcohol kombucha should be carbonated up and ready to enjoy. And that's it, guys. That is my process for brewing high alcohol kombucha. I hope you all enjoyed the video and at least picked up a trick or two. Feel free to comment any thoughts or questions you may have. I sincerely thank you for taking the time to watch and wish you all the best of luck on your kombucha brewing adventures. Cheers.
To flavor their kombucha, to get creative with their kombucha? What are your top tips for them?
I think one of the best tips is just like having fun and getting creative and being adventurous. There's no wrong answer, really.
So when it comes to the actual bottles you want to use for your kombucha, I really like these pop-top bottles you can get on places online, and they're reusable. They work great. You want to make sure you have a round bottle. Square bottles, bad for pressure. Corners have had some explosions. Round really handles the pressure right. And then you can also use your bottles. You know, I use PET bottles all the time.
You see those like that big bottle on
So let's talk about
So if they've carbonated 4 or 5 days, then you want to get them in the fridge. Because if you left them out for a couple weeks, the bottle might explode.
You can see there we've got some really nice carbonation. And you know, if it's too carbonated, like a lot of people might do a little bit. What I do is just go like that. To the tip. And that's just going to make, because all of that is really good kombucha. Don't worry about it. Yeah. And now, once you did before, then anything else that you want. Once you know, I find This has no sugar in it.
Hello.
And it's carbonated.
That one, wow, I'm impressed that
All right, let's
ginger and turmeric.
fly in another glass. This is insane. So I think just the ginger and the turmeric, whatever components make up the actual aromatics, really help with carbonation.
It's almost like it's on tap right now. That's
yeah.
crazy.
But you can see, like, yeah, this you could say this is overcarbonated, but to me, I would rather have this than undercarbonated.
I've never.
Because
no
that,
such thing as over.
once this is done.
Wow.
All right, now this one isn't so carbonated. Yeah, so this one.
Whoa.
Oh boy.
But there's a berry in there. You gotta watch out for that. Sometimes there'll be something stuck in there and then it'll all squirt out.
Look at these. All right. Relax.
Ooh, that's
with that. So we have the berry ginger and then we have the turmeric and the ginger. Cheers to spring. Cheers to spring, which is coming soon.
I cannot wait for spring.
Oh my God. We've got some good booch on our hand over here.
Nice. This is a classic.
Oh my.
I could see a little more. Sometimes I'll. This is another thing when it comes to putting in ingredients. Like, you can dice stuff, you can shred stuff. Like, depends how intense you want the flavor. Sometimes I'll dice up the turmeric really fine or puree it as well.
Yeah, my number one is always just going with chunks of the fruit, just dicing it up, putting it in there. I like the raw, I guess, essence you get from just putting it in there rather than a puree.
This one's really good. The fruit cuts through so well. Certain fruits you'll like really get an intense flavor, and I think berries are a good example of that.
And I really like doing a combination between a fruit and an aromatic. That's going to be 90% for me. I'm going to do some type of fruit that's in season with a ginger or a turmeric. And then you get the health benefits from the ginger and the turmeric as well.
To me, this is like the ultimate sort of healthy, good for you kombucha. Because they say kombucha is supposed to be really good for your gut. It's got a lot of good bacteria. So a lot of people drink it as like a way to kind of help improve their gut. We all got nasty guts. So adding in the ginger turmeric is like health in a bottle, right? John?
You look like you could see you cannot afford that.
Ginger in there.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
Those are fun. You get the little explosions, right?
The whole texture, I think, goes a long way.
A lot of places they'll actually, strain all the. A lot of times when you buy kombucha in the store, everything's going to be strained out. Which is fine, but I just love getting like blueberry or whatever in my mouth. And there's several chips.
You can see right here, there's a little bit of
Summer kombucha
taste,
Not ready
it
yet.
just tastes like the island. It just tastes tropical. And the mint really,
That's a lot of flavor.
yeah, the mint just takes you to another
I need to
dimension.
go back.
All right, we're slipping into fall, the final month, a beautiful month, and I wanted to get kind of weird and experimental. Is this experimental one too?
Yeah, this one I actually tried
Need
this
more
once
time.
recently, and what I did was I actually juiced carrots and I used apples. So that's another technique. You can juice things, and that's how a lot of the
I'm still
store-bought
waiting.
stuff, they'll juice things because they can't put the whole fruit in there. And then I added a little bit of clove and cinnamon, so a real fall-flavored spice
Not ready yet.
kombucha.
And I don't know how this falls into fall, but I thought it'd be really wild, and I've never seen it. I've never had it before. Gin is made
still
from
waiting.
so you might see the trees and you see the little berries and smell them. It's like gin. It's like gin. So you no idea if it's too much, not enough. And then you add a little bit of lemon juice as well.
When it comes to the actual how much fruit to put, how much flour, that is very experimental. It's about getting those ratios and trying this stuff
I'm
out
still
over
waiting.
time. You could see we were just kind of throwing in fruit, and that's normally how I do it. It's not like filling up the whole bottle. I would say fill up the bottle, a quarter of the way. Concentrated, so a little bit less sugar with it.
That's the gin bucha. Got another exploder.
Okay, so the gin, it's hard to it wasn't
I've never seen consistently this much carbonation in every single.
What happened was I had it's carbonated like that. The color the differences in like tones that you get.
I was thinking, like, what I love about this is the figures have their own power to make delicious drinks. Because I feel like alcohol often gets all these really creative flavors, like things like that. You don't really get good drinks, they're good flavors.
I'm still waiting.
Not at all what I expected. It was already good drinks. Not at all what I expected.
Too many hops. Also, what I've seen with hops is different styles of hops.
In general, hop. This one is like a classic. It's always a Very true. This one was my favorite. I think everyone I made the mango. Out of my batch, the mango mint peach, it was just so refreshing.
This
So
one
good.
captured summer, takes you to summer, but I did think it was a tiny bit sweet.
I'm
still waiting.
Nothing is too sweet for me.
I am
I have a
returning
too
to
sweet
town.
meter.
Juniper and
Most creative.
Juniper and lemon.
Really creative. What's interesting is like
Tastes like a cocktail.
Tastes like a cocktail. I get a lot of smell of the gin. I don't taste as much gin. I think that's because of the lemon.
Yeah.
So I would maybe try this again without the
Need
lemon
more
or less
time.
lemon.
Totally agree with you. Carrot, apple, cloves.
That was amazing.
Really impressed by the spices. Experiment with spices. I think it didn't take much. I put 1 clove in here, and it just.
What about for
flows
cinnamon?
in.
Ready yet.
Just half a stick of cinnamon. So good. This one is the hibiscus lemon. This one was subtle. This one was.
Need more
That might be my
time.
favorite.
This is your.
Well, no. I'm going between that one and then this one right here. The cucumber in here and the melon. Again, captures summer
I'm
so
still
well,
waiting.
and I felt the flavor.
That was aroma-wise. Yeah, these like a lot of the ones you made had a fantastic aroma, like very unique. It's like
Need more time.
I've dug up some new things.
the melon. You don't like smell melon often, you know, like other than when it's fresh. It gives you that, like you know, when you cut through a fresh
Let me
melon
smell it again.
and it just hits you.
Not ready yet.
Even when you just release it. Okay, and then the last one, blackberry ginger. It's interesting. When it comes to all of these, you know, it kind of
I'm
gets
still waiting.
it gets pushed to the side a little bit, but for me, this is so classic. A
I like
berry
a berry.
and aromatic, a ginger. It's
A
like
berry and
that's gonna be
ginger.
for the most part what I'm going with.
Need
Like a
more
cartoon.
time.
Again, thank you so much to G2's Kombucha for sponsoring the video.
And giving us a beautiful video. This stuff is packed with all
Not
of
ready
the good
yet.
stuff you need to do. We hope this has inspired you guys to get out there and try and you can do any flavor you like. What I say is make some sort of classic one. Make your vinegar turmeric and a couple of worst case you product. I agree. And if you're starting from scratch, go out and get yourself a few bottles. With the actual flavor, it's very unique and different. Let's save all of those packs. Save them for back so deep into making kombucha at home.
See
I'm
you
still
around.
waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
We must put Canada first. That is why common sense conservatives condemn President Trump's massive, unjust, and unjustified tariffs. Canada, United States, closest friend,
That was just a
greatest ally, and, most important, neighbor. We share the longest uncensored border, fought alongside the Americans in 2 world wars, Korea, and Afghanistan, where we lost 158 of our brilliant young men and women to avenge the attacks
I wish I could. I must heal.
There is no justification whatsoever for terror or this treatment. Canada will never be the 51st state. We are an independent, proud, and strong nation.
I'm still waiting.
I'd like to speak first to our American friends. You are our friends. You are our neighbors. We share the longest independent border in history in the world. You buy our products, and we buy yours. You have a trade surplus with us when energy is included. And when it is included, the deal is even better because you buy our oil and our gas at massive price difference. Not because we're nice Canadians, but because here at home we made really form of a massive tax cut. And that is why I'm calling for the passage of an immediate emergency bring-it-home tax cut. The tax cut would be designed to save jobs, create jobs, crush inflation, and boost our economy. We need to cut taxes on work,
Fortune favors the
investment,
bold. What a steal.
energy,
I can't carry
home building,
anymore.
and making stuff at home. Let's start by
Fortune
axing
favors.
the liberal
That's
carbon
nice.
tax and the liberal capital gains tax
Need
hike.
more time.
They should be the first in the chopping block. 4, we must immediately scrap the liberal anti-energy law C-69 and greenlight job-creating projects now. That includes LNG plants, pipelines, mines, factories, port expansion, so that we can get our product overseas markets. United States. It's just insane for us to lock our before this crisis into a fatal state of death. No longer tolerate special interests, politicians, and worst of all, corporate lobbyists, shutting down industries, blocking resources from Canada, Brazil, the Middle East, China, and elsewhere. We must bring production and self-reliance to our country. We need not get illegal guns.
We all missed this as shocking details surrounding the GC Miller trade has been revealed, and nearly reshapes the entire structure of the where you all coming up themselves up actually. Before we do it, curious, you're gonna see that none of the people watching this video right now aren't, as everybody knows by now, for Philip Heedle, Victor Mancini, and a top 13 protected first round pick.
I'm still waiting.
And it was a great deal for both sides here. Opposite Jason.
Let me just say, from the New York Rangers side, I don't want to speak for all Rangers fans, but there is a collection that did not like his trade. Did not want to. Let me tell you, this is fantastic. They get the best players. going out the door, Filipino is a great young centerman, a great play driver. And you know what? He's had a lot of almost entirely last year. And obviously, Victor Manson started this year very strong. Came out of nowhere, 5th round pick from 2 years ago. Great right shot defenseman. So the Canucks needed a right shot defenseman out of the trade. So that hurts to lose him too. But when you're getting a guy like JT Miller back in return, fantastic trade. Great work from Chris Drury, I think, at least for the time being. He's part of the future and the new leadership group, which will include, I think, Vincent Trocheck as the new captain of the New York Rangers. So again, it just lengthens the lineup. He looked great in his first game, and I think that the Rangers are going to make a real push to make the playoffs right now.
Yeah, and obviously there was some friction between Miller and some players in the Vancouver Canucks that led to this trade eventually happening. And you know, and someone needed to go here in Vancouver, and JT Miller was unfortunately that guy that needed to go.
Not ready yet.
Great trade on both sides. I don't think one team got fleeced. I think it was a very even trade here. New York got their guy for this push towards the playoff spot that I really think they're going to have now. Miller is a great player, and when you have him playing with great players like Panarin and Zibanejad, I know Zibanejad hasn't really been at his best this season, but now with a new line mate, we'll see him get going here. I really do believe in Zibanejad. He's one of my favorite players in the league, and I think he will get himself going here. But go back to that friction we just talked about. JT Miller spoke out on ESPN.
Fortune favors. I didn't even know I had that thing.
He has no disrespect for the Vancouver Canucks organization at all. They've given me absolutely everything, the support I've had over the year. It's been a long year. An opportunity came up where I could become a Ranger again, and obviously it's special. It's a special thing to my family and I. And then he also went on to say in this interview, reasons to want to come here. And then with the hockey team as well, it's been one of the best teams in the league for the last 4 years. I'm excited to be a part of a trying to get them back into the playoff picture. Darius, when you hear a guy fresh off the trade coming in saying, hey, no disrespect to the old organization, but I'm really excited to be back in New York. I'm really excited to get going and get this team back into the playoff picture. This is exactly what you want to hear as one of your top guys here.
And I thought he handled the whole thing with a lot of class. He didn't say much. He didn't, come out with any comments while he was still in Vancouver. A lot of it was no comment. He didn't slander anyone's game or anything like that. And he was, there's a lot of there's a lot of things on his way out of Vancouver, and he wanted to stay there. He wanted to make it work. Again, now he's in New York. He's excited to be here, and like you said, the goal is to make the playoffs, right? Push for the playoffs. Fall out of the playoff picture, fall out of the playoffs. But the goal now is to push to make the playoffs. And I think if the Rangers sneak in a wild card spot, because it's looking more and more likely by the day that it's probably going to be a wild card spot if they get into the playoffs. If you're a top team in the Metro, if you're a top team in the Atlantic, do you want to play the New York Rangers, who are only missing 2 or 3 pieces from last season when they went to the Eastern Conference Final? If this team locks in mentally and they still have Igor Shesterkin back there, stealing them games this year. Most of their wins are because of Igor Shesterkin and Jonathan Quick. That is a tough playoff matchup. He's here to drag them into the playoffs, to usher in this new era of New York Rangers hockey. He is getting a little bit older. I think it's very exciting. This is one of the most players who is he can be a number 1 guy on most while now, this trade was going to set the market for this year's trade deadline, and we saw it, right? Obviously, Crusader got traded the night before the trade, and we did that trade, but that was something to kind of wait and get happened, and it happened as well. And the people are like you said, these centers that everyone's going to might start to fight. So I think that Dominic start to fall now. Executives are viewing face off as an internal trade deadline, new trade deadline. Come back before the actual trade deadline. A lot of these players are starting to get activated, and maybe even have flips before the actual trade deadline. We don't really know, right? So I feel like a lot of people are going to have these flips this year, new trade deadline. So I think more moves are actually coming this week. Obviously, the fourth trade deadline. I feel like this is the biggest domino to fall, at least in terms of the moves that we see.
I'm still waiting.
I'm here to help.
Need more time.
What does one say to an ancient Nephilim ghost?
I suppose.
I need to go back.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
What's going on YouTube? It's Filthy and we're back with another Diablo 3 Season 34 video. This is probably the fastest build in Season 34. Crusader I think would give it a run for its money, Wave of Light would give it a run for its money, but the GR19 in the background with about 800 paragon, no augments, not optimized gear, will probably be finished by the time we're done with this introduction. It is absolutely amazing for farming Greater Rift keys, it will crush Echoing Nightmares, get all your augments for other builds, and it is fantastic for Demon Visions. The only thing I would say it's not amazing at is Paragon farming. We're going to use Shadow Impale and Demon Hunter for that, just in Crusader, probably to grind out our Paragons. But for powering up a character and getting as many blood shards as possible, as quickly as we can, as many Echoing Nightmare keys as quickly as we can, getting the primals and unlocking the altar to its maximum potential, this, I think, is going to be one of the best builds in the entire game for it. We found a primal whilst we were doing the key farming. Pause the video, guys. Let me know this lovely looking Impale Quiver, Holy Point shot. Did Filthy get lucky and get god tier rolls? Or did we get trash? I'll show you at the end of the video. As always, guys, a thumbs up brightens my day. Right, now, so this is a guide on UE. Essence multi-shot Demon Hunter. This build I think was dubbed the Goblin Blaster 9000 by in Season 27. Importantly, we've had a couple of changes since then. So the major one is that the UE set, I think at the time did about 350% extra damage for every point of discipline you have. Just 1700, so that's like over 4 times better. We've also got the Altar of Rights, which just makes general utility and playing builds much better. And it also gives probably about 2 or 3 tiers. So this build was in Season 27. It is now absolutely godly. So the whole way that UE works, the only thing we really need to worry about is basically equipping multi-shot items, and as per the 6 piece, we need our discipline to be high. The damage, that is the discipline in the orb, not the max discipline, but how much that we have. Of course, crucial to how this build works is getting a sanctified item with the power that reads, Strafe now casts the last non-channeled hatred spending ability. So, all we have to do is press multi-shot once at the start of the rift, and then after that, Strafe will automatically fire it out. And I should say, we're looking at the key farming version at the moment, and I'll show you all the swaps for the Green Nightmare and the Greater Rift version. Only other modifier that we need for multi-shot is a Dead Man's Legacy. Hits enemies below 60% health twice and has its damage increased up to 200%. The modifier on here you definitely want up at past 185 if you can, because max discipline equals more damage. That is probably quite an important role in the secondary. Mine's crap because I've only got 9 instead of 12. I've got crit chance, I've not got any multi-shot damage, I've not got any area damage, but yeah, it is what it is. Now, that's it for the damage. We are taking a squirt, so when we have a shield up, we get double damage. The Altar of Rights provides a shield whenever we pick up a health orb, and that will give us enough shield to keep this up and keep it worthwhile. We've got a Mantle of Channeling for extra damage whilst we are spinning and winning, which is great. And then aside from that, we've got legendary gems, Taeguk, which is just more damage. And I've gone for Zeiss because the theory is that we're going to be one-shotting everything before we get there. So this Zeiss is obviously only rank 36, that's pretty low. My Taeguk is 110, which is obviously higher, but those two things for both 70. This would be, of course, working exactly the same. Now, the rest of the stuff is basically about how do we get around the map as quickly as humanly possible. And how do we not run out of resource? Because I hate playing builds that run out of resource. So if you're doing the Shadow Impale and you're killing stuff too quickly, you're going to run out of resource. Sometimes Gears of Dreadlands, if you run out of enemies to hit, you can run out of resource. The way we've got this build set up is that we can go long stretches without seeing anything and our resources won't move. This is particularly impressive because we're taking the Echoing Fury in the cube. Normally you take the Dawn for the Vengeance cooldown reduction, but for the Torment 16 key farming build, the Echoing Fury, as we kill stuff, we get up to 75% attack speed, which is brilliant, so we fire out multi-shots super fast, and we also get 25% move speed. We're getting move speed off our Boon of the Hoarder, which is also doubling through as our toughness, because Goldrack Belt will allow us to get infinite toughness. We just need Abrus Band on the follower. The Arm Guards are going to allow us a move speed boost whenever we wreck something, and then we've also got the Larceny Ring. Chance on fear to hit, you want this to be as high as possible. We hit a lot, so it does proc quite a lot. And again, mine's rubbish because not only are the main stats on this terrible, the secondary legendary power of move speed increased 48%. I would much rather that was 60, so I'm on the lookout for a better one of these. But the idea is we hit, we fear, we move faster, we destroy items, we hit them, we move faster. We've got loads of speed from the Boon of the Hoarder. Now, in terms of the skills, again, we're buffing. Hang on, let's finish the gear first. Sorry. We've always got the Rogue to make up the bonus because we've got the Mantle of Channeling. Not necessary. You can easily do UE shoulders here, no Rogue. So if you're just setting this up and you haven't done your bounties yet, no problem. Pride's Fall is really useful because we get this like 30% damage reduction whilst we have not taken damage. Because of the shield, this will be up pretty much all the time. 30% damage reduction. When we put that on top of the natural resource cost reduction roll on the Yangs of 45%, I've rolled mine up to 55. We've just got tons of resource, and it is absolutely fantastic. I've got some resource cost reduction on my Zodiac. I've got some on my Quiver. I think they're the only places that I've got it. I'm probably overkilling the resource, but I just really don't like running out. So that's kind of the way it is. Now, also helping us move faster is Shadow Power, Shadow Glide, 30% move speed when it's active. Smokescreen displacement is brilliant, 100% move speed. It only lasts a second, which is a slight problem, but because we've got the Zodiac Ring, whenever we hit, we take a second off a skill cooldown. This pretty much means we've got infinite smokescreen, so 100% move speed, pop it, pop it, pop it. All I'm doing to the Rift is holding down strafe, and I've got smokescreen on my other mouse button, and I just pop that. that's it. We of course have got the fire rune on multi-shot. Arsenal seems to be the one that does the most damage. Ballistic's passive fires out the rockets for us, which is nice. Strafe, Drifting Shadow, 100% move speed because we don't like slowing down. Prep, Focus Mind just means that I've constantly got this source of discipline. 45 over 15 seconds. Again, long cooldown here, but the Zodiac will help us with this. Vengeance does nothing for us really. It's got Seethe, but we don't really need the Seethe rune. We're immortal, so there's no point picking Dark Heart. But it's 40% extra damage. Now, of course, because we've dumped the Dawn, we've got limited uptime on this. I think we could probably swap this out for Companion, and it probably wouldn't hurt the build particularly much. So we could do something like Bat Companion, and then Hatred would be even more through the roof, or we could do Wolf Companion for a bit more damage if we wanted to press the button. But ultimately, I've got it on Vengeance. I think it's fine. Attack Advantage gives us another 60% move speed. So when we pop our smoke screen, we're just getting total amazing move speed of 160. That's why Zodiac is so nice, because we just go super fast every time we push this. Ambush, 40% damage to enemies above 75% health. This, with the Zeiss, helps us flatten stuff one-shot. If we don't one-shot it, as long as we've taken 40% of its health away, Deadman's Legacy kicks in, and it is even more damage. Got awareness on Cheat Death, just because I don't like dying in Torment 16, but by all means you could swap it out. Again, you could do even more Hatred for Blood Vengeance. Perfectionist would knock 10% off your discipline, so that would be good. That would allow you to almost never ever run out of discipline for the smoke screen. That could be good. So that is the key build. Importantly for keys, you need a canes on the follower. You need a Morg because you want to get a Gods of Worship in the build as well for the follower. You want to do a Flame of Time, you want to do Nemesis Braces, Broken Crown to collect your gems. If you're not that bothered about the Gloves of Worship because they are a little bit of a luxury, just pop your Oculus on, pop your Kane's gloves on, and that's fine. Homing pads also mean you can teleport back to town uninterrupted, which is very nice. In terms of follower skills, Cheat Death, I've gone for the damage reduction, and I've got the static element increase of 8%. I still haven't finished her off for 25k main stat, so a little bit more juice out of that. In terms of stats, we can get multi-shot damage on boots, we can get multi-shot damage on the helmet, and the crit chance is really nice. Multi-shots can go on the Deadman's. Area damage is okay. Cooldown wise, obviously more is better, but you don't need to stress it. We've got it obviously natively on the Zodiac. I've got it on the gloves, got it on the shoulders. I haven't rolled up these items properly yet either. Cooldown gem in the helm. For T16 we probably want the Dex gems, but I just haven't bothered converting those up for that. So that is Torment 16. Now the build is amazing for these super fast GRs, and I think once you get this juiced up with maybe some augments, maybe a paragon a little bit higher, that 90 that we showed at the start that we crushed in 49 seconds, you'll be crushing 100, 105 once you get this fully decked out. So this is the build that I use for Echoing Nightmares. It's the build I use for the Greater Rifts. And we're just going to swap out a couple of things just to make it a little bit tankier and a little bit tougher. So we'll put Dawn in because we're going to swap it into Dark Heart, 50% damage reduction in these Echoing Nightmares, and also in the Visions of Enmity. Damage, so 37 so we're missing a little bit. This will give us damage boost because it gives us toughness with damage reduction on this as well. So that's just what popped in the Bane of the Powerful and the Bane of the Trapped. For Echoing Nightmares, you still definitely want to do the Zais, I think, because I can't remember if you can't. I think you can slow an Echoing Nightmares, but you can't hard crowd control in it. But choice of Legendary Gems doesn't matter.
Not ready yet.
Powerful Zais. I like the Powerful for the visions because you sometimes just jump in and you've automatically got elites, so you can get this activated pretty quick.
I'm still waiting.
And the extra elite damage I think is kind of useful, but it doesn't matter. As long as you got Taeguk and then you pick either one of the other 2 gems. You can still leave Boon of the Horde in, guys, if you really want gold. But again, for visions, for GRs obviously not, but visions you absolutely can do. Now, at some point, the hundreds might get so easy that again we can put the Zodiac back in the Grace Rift build. There is also the opportunity to take Hex Infancies to Yan, which I have been toying about with as well because they give extra damage and extra resource, so that's kind of nice. You can try Ace Archer's Gaze, Shield, which is this is a lot of fun. It's just really nice to receiving holy point shot. Guys, unfortunately it was a big blow. So we got the wrong elements. I went to color. Isn't the only world we can use the machinery. Use that
some interesting people wanting to know how I make my yeast starters, so I'm going to go ahead and show you here. I've got a pot of water heating up on the stove here. It's just getting to boiling. It doesn't quite need to be to boiling. We don't need it that hot, about 160, 70 degrees. So then, got about, I don't know, 3/4 cup of water in there, and then I just add some sugar to it. The reason we're heating it up is because you're going to put this in after your must has been boiled or whatever, and you want everything that touches it after that point to be sanitized. So you don't need a lot of sugar, maybe a tablespoon or so of sugar. You just want to introduce the yeast to the sugars and stuff. So you don't need a lot, and it'll get them started. So when I stir that up, I have like a simple syrup. It's not really a simple syrup either because it doesn't have as much sugar in it. But once that clears like that, we'll go ahead and shut the heat off, and we'll let that cool down.
Ooh, that's nice.
And once that cools down, we'll be back. Okay, and then depending on what you're going to make, if you're going to make beer or wine or whatever, you can actually use some of your must in there, or you can use some dry malt extract, you know, whatever you want. And it depends on the kind of yeast that you're going to use. For this batch, I'm going to use Lavalin EC1118. The reason being is because I'm using it for skeeter pea. I'm getting ready to make skeeter pea. It's real acidic. So you want a good, strong yeast for that. And this is like a champagne yeast, so it's a good, strong yeast. But if I was just doing like a regular fruit line or something like that, I'd use a Montrachet or a Premier Cuvée, one of those other. This is going to make it really dry, but this is the kind of yeast to use if you're doing a skeeter pea. Okay, so we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, the next step is you'll want to get a cup or a jar or whatever. I use mine on a stir plate. You don't have to use a stir plate. You can do this and just set it on your counter and rehydrate your yeast and get it going. I use a stir plate because it helps keep it going, but you want to also make sure that that's sanitized. So I go ahead and spray some sanitizer down in there. And then also, if you use a stir plate, you'll need a stir bar. You'll want that to be sanitized as well. So I went ahead and sanitized that, and then we'll just drop the stir bar down in here, and we'll get ready for our water. One other thing is when you're using your yeast, you keep it in the refrigerator.
I'm still waiting.
You want to take it out of the fridge. Okay, give it about a half hour or so. Also, just another tip for you, if you're inside the package, tell me how it goes. That's just a tip for you. You won't survive that. Water is down to that. Okay, so our water is the rift goblins arrive. You really don't need that much liquid. I'm gonna dump some of it back out. About like that is plenty. So we'll set it over here on our stir plate. Okay, next I'm just going to shoot the temperature just to make sure.
I need to go back.
We're at 106, which is right in the middle, pretty much of that temperature setting. So we're ready to pitch our yeast. Okay, so I've cut the top off with the Parasite Clean.
I hope to see you again soon.
The thing about being good and righteous or whatnot is that it sounds completely dull.
Nonsense. It is an honor for me to fulfill the vows of my order, to serve faithfully, and forego the pleasures of the flesh.
The flesh? Do you mean women?
Someone like you couldn't possibly understand.
Need more time.
So,
time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
You look like you could use a new one. I didn't even know I had that thing. See you soon.
Need more time.
How did you let John Doe
Not ready yet. Need more time.
Access to a wondrous artifact of old. And that's what you have to do with it.
I'm still
Very
waiting.
well.
Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
You must be wrong about the tomes.
Not ready yet. still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
The Order would never forgive
I'm
me
still
for
waiting.
falling in with a thief.
I bet they don't forgive a lot of things.
Need more time.
You look like you could use a
I'm
new
still
one.
waiting.
Wow, isn't that nice? See you soon.
Need more time. Not ready yet.
Some bread.
I'm still waiting. That would not be wise.
Tell me of your glorious order.
We seek the sacred tomes that were stolen by Archbishop Lazarus.
Oh, what's in them? Not illustrations, perhaps?
No, they contain prophecies of the end times.
Look like you could use a new item. What? I didn't even know I had that thing.
I cannot afford that.
happened with John?
His soul.
Need more time. I could get accustomed to that. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
You
Not
look like
ready
you could
yet.
use a new item. What? I didn't even know I had that thing.
Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
How do you feel about our undertaking?
Very dangerous. Why are you here? With great danger comes great.
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
I'm not as bad as I look. Really. Stop
Need more
walking
time.
away.
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
Do you want more?
I'm still waiting. I feel more powerful. Need more time.
Fortune favors the bold. Don't forget, luck always
We cannot afford
changes.
that.
Don't take that Templar with you. He'll put you to sleep with all of his blathering.
Fortune favors the bold. Don't forget, luck always changes.
That is too expensive. more time.
I've dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
Don't you miss me? Just a little?
You look like you could use a new item of, indeterminate.
Want to find more gold out there? Bring a thief with you next time. Please take me with you. These villagers are terribly dull.
No one should fight evil alone. Let me aid you.
raise you!
I'm still waiting. I need more time. I need to go back. An ally.
We will stand together against the shadows. You look like you could use a new item of, indeterminate. Fortune favors the bold. Do come back again.
I'm
Ooh,
overburdened.
That's nice. Can I have it back? You look like you could use a new item of, see you soon. See you soon.
My pack is full. returning to town. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. We must wait next. overburdened. I am returning to town. I need to go back. returning to town. You won't survive that! Darkness awaits you! Ready yet. I am returning to town. need to go back.
Thank you.
Many nothing have stood where you are now.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
What do you need?
I'm still waiting. Need more time. I need to go back.
Your valor?
Not ready yet. more time. That was just a taste. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I am returning to town. Feel my wrath. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. taste. I need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I need to go back.
Fortune favors the bold. Do come back again. Do come back again.
My pack is full.
Fortune favors the bold. Ooh, that's nice.
I cannot afford
Can
that.
I have it back?
Your fear betrays you!
One time, I miscast the charm spell, and Sister Lysa was fawning over me for a fortnight. It was mortifying.
dug up some new things for you to take a look at.
Yours is simply... The thing about being good and righteous...
Serve faithfully and forego the pleasures of the flesh.
I'm still waiting.
this artifact.
You must be wrong about the tomes.
Me? Wrong? Never.
The prophecies would be concerned with more important...
Look. But when has that stopped you? I wish you luck, hero.
still waiting.
to town.
Need more time.
Good to see.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
Well,
how satisfying.
Brave the rifts, and you.
I must wait now.
Must wait long.
Let's see what we can do.
I need to go back.
You're
Fortune favors the bold. Well, isn't that nice? What a steal. Fortune favors the bold. What? I didn't even know I had that thing. I can't carry any more.
Are you strong enough to survive the trials?
Good to see you.
I need to go back. I've become more formidable.
Unleash your power, champion.
I'm still waiting. time. I need to go back. Not ready yet.
Well
done.
I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
You look like you could use a new item of what a steal. Do come back again.
I'm still waiting.
You look like you could use a new item of my father.
Not ready yet.
Proud of you.
I'm still waiting.
You look like you could use a new item of...
Not ready yet. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
You have access to a wondrous artifact of old. That's what you want to do.
I'm still waiting. Need more time.
Small goals.
I'm
won't
still
judge.
waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. I must wait now. Not ready yet. Returning to town.
You have
Well done.
enemies of the Nephilim surround.
I wish I could do that.
I require aid.
I must wait more. Need more time. I'm still waiting.
Sweet revenge.
Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. My plan has paid off. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting.
Your fear betrays you.
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
Sweet revenge.
Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
You have a gem?
I'm still waiting. I need to go back. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. Not ready yet.
You look like you could use a new item of... Wow, isn't that nice?
I'm still waiting.
Fortune favors, what? I didn't even know I had that thing.
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
Unleash your power.
You have a gem?
Not ready yet. I need to go back. I'm still waiting.
Well
Not ready yet.
I grow weak.
I need more time.
Vengeance! That was just a phase!
I'm still waiting.
Let's see what we can do.
Need more time.
I am returning to town.
I'm still waiting. I've become more formidable. Not ready yet.
I've dug up some new things for you to take.
Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
Raise the rift, and you will be ready.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting.
I am returning to town.
Need more time.
Well,
I have more control now.
then your trial.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I wish I could do Not ready yet. Darkness awaits you! I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Feel my ride. I must do it. I must wait more. Not ready yet. That was just a phase. I'm still waiting. I've become stronger. Not ready yet. Feel my ride. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. You won't survive that. Not ready yet.
You have triumphed.
Need more time.
You have a gem.
I'm still waiting.
I need to go back.
Need more time. Accustomed to that. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
You look like you could use a new eye. Do come back again.
Not ready yet.
Don't forget, luck always changes. Fortune favors. What a steal. What a steal.
I'm still waiting.
You look like you could use it. What a steal. Fortune favors. Well, isn't that nice?
I need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
You have a gem?
I'm still waiting.
I need to go back.
Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. My training has paid off. Need more time. I am wounded! Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
Darkness awaits you!
Not ready yet. Need more time. I need healing. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. waiting.
I'm here to help.
Not ready yet.
I am returning to town.
Well, I have more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
I wish you luck, hero.
Need more time.
You have a gem?
Need more time.
I need to go back.
Not ready yet. I could get accustomed to that.
look like you could use a new item of, indeterminate usefulness. That will look nice on you. Oh,
I'm
that's
overburdened.
nice. Can I have it back? You look like you could use a
See you soon.
What a steal. Fortune favors.
See you soon.
You look like you could use a new item.
That is too expensive. waiting.
Hello.
Need more time.
I am returning to town.
Not ready yet.
Your
How satisfying.
unleash your power, champion.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time.
Your fear betrays you!
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
Do you want more?
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
Your fear betrays you!
I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
I wish I could do that.
I'm still waiting.
You won't survive now!
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
Your fear betrays you!
Need more time. Not ready yet.
The Rift Guardian is here.
I'm still waiting.
I need healing!
You have triumphed.
Need more time.
I'm here to help.
I'm still waiting.
returning to town.
Need more time. How satisfying. Not ready yet. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
Fortune favors, but don't forget, luck always changes.
Not ready yet.
You look like you could use it. Well, isn't that nice?
I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time.
Embrace your power, and you will survive.
Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting.
I'm losing strength.
Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
That was just a fake.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I've become more formidable. I'm still waiting.
Feel my wrath.
Need more time. I'm still waiting.
I'm here to help.
Not ready yet.
I am returning to town.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Do you want more? Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. Not ready yet. Please, you failed! I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. You won't survive that! Not ready yet. Need more time. Please, you I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting.
New goods today. Please
Not
look.
ready yet.
You won't be disappointed.
I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
I can't believe what people throw away. I want to buy some of it.
Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. time.
My name is Ashley, and like Ulrich, I once served the ancient. When the champion, you have a job. What do you need?
I'm still waiting.
I need to go.
Good to see you.
Not ready yet.
I need to go back.
I feel more powerful. Need more time. Not ready yet.
That was just the thing!
I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still Not ready yet.
I need to go back.
Your then your
I wish I could do that. Darkness awaits you! I need to go back.
well.
Geed was my father. Maybe you've heard of him? Ooh, that's nice. Can
I
have
can't
it
carry
back?
any more.
Let's see what happens. Well, isn't that nice? Fortune favors the... Well, it's a good paperweight.
My pack is full.
am returning to town.
I have more control now. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. You won't survive that! Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
We need to go back.
Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. Need more time. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Need more time. Not ready yet. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
Let's see the gem.
Not ready yet.
I am returning to town.
I'm still waiting.
Well,
my training has paid off. Need more time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting. time. Not ready yet. I'm still waiting.
Laura, I haven't heard from the Herontians sent to the Scovos Isles.
Scovos is a dangerous land.
I hate to think that any
time.
more of our order could come to harm.
All of us know the risks, Tyrael, but we believe in the New World.
Hello there. What a steal. See you
I'm
soon.
overburdened.
You look like you could use a new item. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back?
ready yet. Need more time.
I need to go back.
I'm still waiting.
My